The scale and intensity of cyber attacks continues to grow rapidly, reaching record levels with millions of new malware infections, ransomware attacks, and malicious bots. New generations of threats creates a huge drain to the Internet's infrastructure, costing enterprises billions of dollars. In this rapidly evolving threat environment, Cyberdome's unique and powerful managed security service is vital for any type of network, whether public, industrial, or financial. It provides formidable defenses against a wide range of cyber attacks while protecting data and reducing security risks. Using industry-leading technology and expertise, we secure and protect information assets 24/7. We transform the way our customers manage their information security and compliance programs. Cyberdome's 360-degree security perimeter, continuous 24/7 monitoring, detection, prevention, and recovery activities, incident response and forensics, prioritizing critical incidents and remediation needs, minimizing duration and impact of security breaches. A compliance review that fully meets global regulatory requirements and standards. Cyber threat intelligence based on network analytics from organizations and leading cyber agencies around the world. Online reporting system distributing selectively security incidents with executives and security personnel for immediate action. Don't wait till it's too late. Cyberdome's managed security service, total network protection. Cybercrimes are a real threat to the activities of governmental and business. To address cyber threats, you need a broad range of information security solutions. There is no single solution that can protect your people, data, and organization. Leading-edge technology must be balanced with information security solutions to identify risks, develop strategies, and implement best practices. Cyberdome provides holistic and comprehensive IT security services and solutions you can rely on. Our mission is to ensure that business IT infrastructure is equipped with tools and capability to prevent, detect, and remove cyber threats. We are committed to helping organizations plan, build, and run successful cybersecurity programs through the right combination of information security solutions, services, and products. Cyberdome comprehensive services and IT security solutions include security intelligence solutions that deliver actionable insight into your business, security program strategy, security architecture and implementation, enterprise risk and IT compliance, cyber education, training and awareness, managed security services, threat and vulnerability management, identity and access management, enterprise incident management and response. If you want us to help you plan, build, and run successful cybersecurity programs that achieve business objectives through our depth and breadth of cybersecurity offerings, please contact us today.
A very good morning to all. On the behalf of Kozhikode Cyberdome, I invite each and everyone to Cybersecurity Summit 2021. Today is the second day of our summit, and we expect full cooperation and support from all the delegates like yesterday. Now, I cordially invite Sri Manu Sakriya, President of ISRA, for the kickoff ceremony of the second day. Sri Manu Sakriya is an information security evangelist with more than 25 years of professional experience. He is also an external consultant to Kerala State IT Mission, CERT in Kerala, and he awarded the prestigious Microsoft Most Valuable Professional. Also, he was a founder of the Cocoon International Hacking and Information Security Conference and also Information Security Day initiatives. Moreover, he also worked as a guest faculty with the Center for Development of Advanced Computing, Gujarat Technical University, and SCIT. Presently, he is a president of Information Security Research Association. Yes, let's welcome Sri Manu Sakriya for the kickoff ceremony.
Good morning, everyone. I believe all of you can hear me. First of all, let me welcome all of you to the Kerala Police Cyberdome Kozhikode Summit 2021. It's a great privilege and honor for me to be part of this great event. The task assigned to me, as all of you know, is to kick off the day 2 activities. So before we start with the day 2 activities, we all already know the agenda is really rich. A lot of talks are lined up, very, very interesting talks. So before we start with that, I would like to touch upon 3 main points, or I would like to align the conference with 3 main challenges that we are facing today from a cybersecurity perspective. So all of you have been hearing this, but the number of ransomware attacks have been on the rise. A large number of industries are getting affected. Why this surge is one primary reason is because of the work from home culture, as well as the the lockdown issues that we faced and all those things. So the attackers also worked in the background, kind of improving making the ransomware more powerful. So that's why we call the ransomware today the 2.0 version, which has a lot of new powerful features. For example, most of the modern day ransomwares are polymorphic. Then they're very, very highly evasive, which means most of the antiviruses are unable to find them in the basic scans or basic detection approaches. They are very capable of lateral movements, and they are even smart enough to search for backup files if you have any and then destroy them. They are very smart enough to steal the credentials, and some of them even post data on public forums and all those things. If you look at the Ryuk ransomware, you might have observed or you might have seen a lot of articles where they claim that these families of ransomware, they go into a hibernate mode for a few months, and then only they come out and become active. So the first major issue during these COVID times that we are facing from a cyber security perspective, I would say, is to rank ransomware in number 1 position. The second is probably a subset of it, or a small derivative from the ransomware attack, which is the industry specific attack. So if you look at the last 10 days news itself, you can see that a lot of attacks is being targeted on the health industry. A lot of state sponsored players are there who is trying to steal the research activities that is happening in the medical industry. So I don't want to name anything, but if you just Google for the last 10 days news, you will come across a lot of such incidents. Okay, so there is a huge demand for cybersecurity, especially in the health industry pre-COVID. Especially in the health industry in most of the countries. I'm not talking about countries where there are laws for health industry, but most of the other countries, they were not having any, not much of law related to patient data and all those things. Now you can see a lot of patient data is getting leaked, and the malwares are attacking, and even the state-sponsored attackers are trying to steal the research work. So this is the second challenge, I think, is what we are going to face in the in this particular year, that is 2021. Okay, and the third one is on the hygiene part. So 2020 reminded us about the importance of health hygiene and health practices. Okay, and 2020 redefined the way we do things. For example, how we live, how we work, how we travel, how we exist itself was redefined in 2020. So 2021 is not going to be different. The same thing that we did in real life, probably more than that, we have to adopt with the cyberspace also. For example, we have to have a cyber health hygiene practices being implemented both at the corporate level or the place where we work, as well as the place where we stay, or the line between our office network and the home network is becoming very narrow. So we started working from home. So probably now there is no two network, probably there is only one network. If we are working from a network or a home network, if it is infected, that means there is a more probability of the attack getting into your corporate network. So the two network concept is slowly going off. So these are the three points I thought I'll touch upon before we start the day session. And as you know, the theme for this year is real attacks and real-time attacks. So a lot of interesting topics in threat prevention methods and social engineering technique identification. A lot of current topics are being discussed as well as presented here. So I wish all the speakers as well as the event great success. So before I conclude, I would like to bring to your notice a very interesting quote. There is a very famous quote which says, "A technology that can give you everything you want is a technology that can take away everything you have." So we have a very powerful technology. If we don't maintain it, or if we don't do due diligence and follow the best practices and the best approaches and all those things, then that technology can fire back, which means it can take down our network. Last week I was talking to one of my friend in Europe. So that particular person was telling me that one of the medical establishment or a hospital there was under attack. Their screens started suddenly becoming black. Not sure whether it is a ransom attack or a DDoS attack. Even whenever we do conferences, or even for this conference, I'm sure the organizers experienced what do you call a DDoS attack, because some people do it for fun, some people do it as part of research, some people has certain other motives. So we are going to come under attack. So it's all depend on how do we adopt this technology and how do we fine-tune it, shape it, so that we use it in the proper manner. So cyber hygiene is going to be primary important for 2021, and conferences like these help all of us to understand what is happening around us, what are the lessons learned from attacks, or what are the new possible attack vectors, or how an attacker could exploit a weakness in one of our system, probably a process weakness or a technology weakness. These kind of events help us understand, take back the learning point from these kind of events, go back to your office or home network, implement it. People who are researchers, these kind of platform provide a good space for them to showcase their skills as well as their activities. So I got the feedback that yesterday we had a good number of attendees. So today also, I'm sure, being a Sunday, we'll have more crowd. So wishing a very grand success. And I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me, as well as to once again congratulate the complete team for organizing a wonderful and rich event like this. Thank you so much, and enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sri Manu Sakriya sir, for giving a valuable message to us. Now we are very blessed to receive a keynote speak from Sri Manoj Abraham, IPS, Additional Director General of Police, Nodal Officer of Kerala Police, Cyberdome. To brief about him, he is a cybersecurity specialist who has worked for integrating technology with policing. He is a speaker in various aspects of cybersecurity, traffic innovation, and community policing. He has won numerous national and international awards in areas of cybersecurity, social policing, and traffic schemes, innovation mentoring, and emergency management, law enforcement, strategic planning, and public policy are the key areas of specialization. He is the architect and master brain of Kerala Police Cyberdome, a public-private partnership initiative in cybersecurity, and also the man behind Cocoon International Cybersecurity Conference. He is also an expert in traffic innovation for better management and has won numerous awards in this field also. We welcome you, sir, to the Cybersecurity Summit.
It's a pleasure to speak at the summit organized by the Kozhikode Cyberdome on a very relevant topic of cybersecurity and cyber threats in the present times. At this point of time, I want to congratulate the Kozhikode Cyberdome team for organizing such a relevant and useful conference in these times. I want to speak specially at this conference on the present cyber threat landscape that we have in the post-pandemic period. We all know that we are in the digital world. All the systems that we live in, the way we survive, the way we go about our business, the way we work, the way our children go about their classes, the way we shop, the way we transact, everything has had a paradigm shift with the digital economy coming in. Everything is digital now, and it's a good thing. With the COVID coming in, we know that the acceleration of the digital transformation has taken place. Things that should have taken 3 to 4 years to really come in, because of the COVID pandemic and the consequent lockdown, we had the digital transformation, the transfusion into every system coming in very rapidly. But this rapid change from this physical world to the digital world has brought in a new thing. Not a new thing, but the cyber crimes have also increased tremendously. We almost see a 200 to 300% increase in all kinds of frauds, all kinds of cyber crimes in the present times. And this is one very worrisome factor. If you look at the past figures also, it is estimated that in 2020, we had almost $2 trillion lost in cybercrimes itself. We have almost 1 million victims per day presently in cybercrimes itself. That is more than any other crime anywhere in the globe. So the cybercrimes has become one of the major problems that the world is currently facing. If you look at the famous saying that Robert Mueller, the FBI director, used to say, that there are only two kinds of companies in the world. One that have been hacked and one that are going to be hacked. The statement is a very stark reality to the fact that there is no government, no company, or no resource that cannot be hacked. Cyber security is just a myth. It's a statement at a particular point of time. And there is no perfect cyber secure solution that you have in this world. Everything can be hacked, everything can be pierced. That's why the concept of cyber security is so very important in the present times. Now we need to look at who the players are. Earlier we had rookies and starters who used to come up, the small time criminals with their small hacking tools who used to do it. But now it's a very totally different landscape out there. You have the hacktivists who do it for a cause, who have a particular cause to really sustain in the whole thing, like the Anonymous and the WikiLeaks, etc. You have the insiders who do it for bringing out some fact out into this world, like Snowden and the related incidents. You have criminals who actually do the hacking or go in for cyber attacks for furthering their interest. They have a common interest and they further those interests. And you have terrorists, etc., who do it for various causes that they believe in. And throughout the globe, it's happening now to a great extent. And then the most dangerous factor is the nation states, who do very calculated, very technical attacks to destabilize or destroy the economy of another country. And that is the major thing that has come up. Now, looking at a few examples of what the cybercrime landscape looks over the years, we know about the Estonia attack. Estonia is one country which is totally connected, where the digital resources are in every sector of the society, where everything is digitalized. And 2007, we had a major attack on Estonia where the whole country was crippled due to these cyber attacks. So that's the nature, that you can bring down a country to its knees. You can really harm the services being rendered by the state if you attack the cyber resources. Now look at how the cyber can be a weapon also. You have the famous Stuxnet case, the worm, which was used by various agencies to actually destabilize the nuclear program in Iran. It actually, the virus which went through the computer system slowed down the walls that were there and destabilized the whole nuclear reactor, which led to the nuclear program of the country going back around 3 to 4 years. So that is the power of a small computer worm, which is more powerful than any bomb or a physical atomic bomb that you put on a country. So that is the magnitude of the effect which a computer bomb can have or a computer virus can have. Now look at the power grids in the USA. It's one of the most attacked entity anywhere in the globe. The power grid supply power to the entire country, and if you attack and your attack is successful, you will have the country, a blackout in the country, which will really lead to a loss of billions of dollars to the US, which no bomb can have or no attack can have. So that is the nature or the gravity of the attacks that can cause to the stabilization or to the economy of a nation. Now in recent times, very recently, a few weeks back itself, you had a major case where a cyber attack on the Florida water treatment plant was detected. Of course, it was detected, that's why it was not poison, but hackers remotely sitting, they tried to hack into that treatment plant and try to poison that water system, which could have actually led to a lot of loss of lives also. And then you have a few cases where you can actually use the cyber weapon as a bomb also. This one case where actually in the pipeline, in the oil pipeline, the hackers attacked that oil pipeline. The cameras in the CCTV cameras, they actually got in through those cameras into the system, and they removed the sensors in the pipeline, which led to the sensors giving no alert when the pressure in the oil pipeline went up. And finally, the oil pipeline burst, leading to a lot of loss for that particular country due to this oil leaks. And then in a steel factory in Ukraine, you have again the same kind of cyber attacks where the attackers actually attacked into the computer system and removed the sensors of where the smelters actually heats up. And due to the fact that the sensors were removed, they did not know that the heat has increased beyond that limit, and suddenly you had an explosion in that steel factory, leading to loss of lives and a lot of loss in property. So that is the potency of all these cyber attacks that you have in the present times. We have unconfirmed reports of cyber weapons being used, or the computer systems in airplanes, the warships being used down to the ground. When the warships are flying low down, through the computer system, there are unconfirmed reports where you can log these warships and put it down. We have a few cases of accidents involving warships where it's stated that it's because of a cyber attack from the ground connecting to that airplane, which led to the crash. We have various cases of airplanes being grounded due to the cyber attacks using the entertainment systems in the aircrafts, where many planes in Europe, in Netherlands, etc., had to be grounded because the hackers attacked the music system of the passenger planes, and through that system they locked the entire computer system by which the airplane couldn't take off at all. So just sitting remotely somewhere in some other country, you can actually affect a big industry and bring it to the ground. So that is the potency of the weapons that we have now. Then we know, of course, banks are one of the most likely victims to all these attacks, because that is obviously where all the money is. And we know, so banks have been a constant target of all these hackers to steal money, to get over money. And we have major cases in the last 10 years where a lot of money has been lost by many major banks, big money, which has actually led to loss of money for the country itself. I just want to dwell on the Bangladesh bank heist, which is one of the major bank heists that happened in recent times. If you look at the slide, you will understand the time period that the hackers came in. It is almost 1 year to 1.5 years that the hackers were inside that system. They were ready to wait. They were ready to plan. It's not that somebody comes in and immediately steals the money and go away. They are ready to dwell in the system for quite some time. And in this case particularly, they hacked into the system and they stayed silently inside the system for almost 6 to 8 months, studying the system. And then they executed the plan of how they would steal the money, and they transferred the money like that. And after the stealing the money, they even deleted all their steps. So it was very difficult for the forensic experts who came in to identify who actually did it. So that's the complexity of the cyber crimes that we are facing now. We hear unconfirmed reports of various elections being hacked into, election devices being hacked into, which is also quite possible if the devices are quite connected to the internet. Then, of course, a few years back, we had the massive ransomware attack, which we saw, the WannaCry attack throughout the globe, which actually crippled a lot of computer systems, hospital systems, banks. Even in India, there were traces of that attack, which can cripple the economy of the entire world, which showed that how potent the cyber weapons can be. And it's a kind of automatic attack, automatic machine gun attack, where the attacker generally just sprays the bullet, and that it affects various countries as such. So that's another potent example of how the present potency of these weapons is. Now we all know data. It's not money. Money, of course, is one of the major factors that are being looted, the frauds that are coming up. But data also has now become very important. And we have now major cases of major companies being hacked and data stolen. We have, you name the company, LinkedIn or Facebook or whatever company you name it, you have a hack where people have hacked into that system and taken and stolen that data, which is sold over the darknet for a very high price, because data is also money. And of course, a lot of artificial intelligence has been used in this regard, which is also a very, very, very common step now in the present cyber attacks that we have. So we have major data breaches even in 2020 in the COVID period also, where major companies, including many in India, including the famous companies that we have in the banking sector also, which were attacked, and a lot of data related to credit card, debit card details, even the personal details of a lot of individuals were lost, and they were easily available on the darknet for sale. Now, these are the major threats. I just wanted to bring to your notice the gravity of all these threats, because these threats really shed light on the fact that it's a very dangerous world out there, and any remote person sitting anywhere in the world can really attack our systems, the computer systems which are connected. They can affect the society to a great extent. They can really bring a great loss to the economy of the country. A bomb can do a limited loss, but when you attack a cyber system or a power grid, you can actually bring the country to its knees. So that is the potency of the cyber weapons that we have now. Now, looking at the major cybercrime trends also in recent times, particularly after the COVID has come, there are a few trends that we need to understand to actually devise means to mitigate the after effects of such attacks. Now we know that the attackers are getting more smarter and smarter. It is not the earlier rookie that is doing it. We have very professional teams coming up using very professional tools who hack into the system. That's one of the major things that we need to deal with. And of course, cyber crimes is going up. The cyber attacks, the cyber hacks, everything is going up to a multifold level. We, as I earlier mentioned, we see a 200-300% increase in all crimes in the cyber world, particularly against women, children. If you look at bank frauds, everything has gone up almost double or triple the rate what we see in previous years. Then the fact is the diversity of cyber crimes. It's not earlier, of course, you could really put those on paper on the various types of cyber attacks. You could name them, but now you have great diversity in cyber attacks. New cyber attacks are coming up every day. And there is no dearth of the new modus that hackers are really trying to put in. It's a great diversity that you have. People are attacking online classes. People are attacking people that are working from homes. You have cyber frauds of various kinds. You have bank fraud. You have OTP frauds. All kinds of attacks are coming in, which were unheard of. And this landscape is rapidly changing also. Every 2 months you have a different attack coming up. And once you come to grip with some kind of attack, you find that it has gone obsolete in 5 to 6 months. So that is the nature, that's the changing nature that we have. And as I earlier mentioned, now we have very clear, very planned, very sustained spear phishing attack. That's a very targeted attack on a person. You want to attack a company, you want to attack a person. The hacker is ready to wait 6 months, 8 months into your system, trying to hack into your system. It's not like you try once and you fail and then you go away. This is a really targeted attack, and the hacker is ready to wait for months together to find a loophole into your system, wait in your system, and to conduct a very successful attack. So that is another new trend that is coming up. I mentioned about data theft becoming one of the major sources of theft in recent years, but in recent times we have data manipulation also coming up. It's not only somebody stealing your data, they manipulate your existing data, which really affects your reputation. With a lot of companies coming in, with a lot of companies competing with each other, this has become one of the major problems, where not only they come and steal your data and put it in public space, they actually manipulate your existing data, by which your reputation in the market goes down. And many small companies have really closed down because of such data theft and data manipulation also. The most worrisome trend in these cyber attacks and cyber frauds is basically the intervention of state players. You have many countries with organized cyber teams. Now the problem with these state players in the cyber arena is basically the technical know-how is very good, they are highly trained professionals, and they have the best of tools available with them, which they utilize to attack another country or another cyber resource. Many of the major hacks that have taken place in recent years, even the bank keys or the attacks on various secret service agencies around the globe, are attributed to many state players who have used the latest tools, who have used the best of professionals, who attack you using the best tool, and they take away the money that is available in the bank, or a lot of data or very secret information that is available with the country. And so that is very difficult to deal with such a professional team that is doing the hacks. Then we know we are in the present times of IoT, where the IoT devices, we are in a connected world where all our devices are also connected. And this makes it all the more easier for the hacker to attack the weakest device. Suppose your TV is connected to your AC and your car or your various the systems that are connected systems that are available in your home. Anybody can attack your smart TV and get into your system, and then through your office system also. So this IoT devices actually gives a new door for the hacker to really come into your system, to your company, to your organization. And that is another trend that we see in recent years. And as I mentioned earlier, banks, of course, have always been the threatened agency, because that is where all the money is. And for the criminal, the most important thing is the money. So banks will continue to be one of the major sectors where the hacking activity would be. And so the need to really secure our banks continuously, it's a constant It has to be a constant activity, because cybersecurity cannot be taken as a one-time activity. It has to be changed. We need to keep on building our systems up continuously to ensure that these hackers are kept at bay. Then we have already mentioned about ransomware. New kinds of ransomware attacks are coming up. Ransomwares that we have never seen before, very technical. They don't require any great things to enter our systems. Also, they use a lot of social engineering techniques, find out the weakest link in our organization, and through him they get inside the system and really lock it up. And in recent times, particularly during the COVID also, we had a lot of hospitals that were treating patients for COVID, their systems being logged to such an extent that they immediately had to pay money to decrypt their system, because otherwise the whole hospital administration would have crashed. And so that is the technique that these hackers are adopting now in the present times, particularly targeted against the health department as such. Okay, just looking at the recent times, at least after the COVID pandemic and the lockdown came up, many recent trends came up. We have the phishing scams coming up in various ways, because most of the people were locked down in their homes. All the transactions, all the shopping was over the online medium. Everything was online. So the hackers found it easy to actually target the individual, the gullible individual, because everybody was using those cyber resources without much training. They were not aware of the do's and don'ts. And so it was very easy to get them click the link, which could actually help the person to come into their system. And a lot of phishing tools were utilized during this period to further many scams. The hackers were using it to a great extent. We had email phishing also, where emails riding on the fear and the lack of information on the COVID vaccine and the COVID disease itself. A lot of fake emails were sent, and the people who actually access those emails tend to click on because it's connected to COVID or some new vaccine that came up. And soon the hacker would gain control of your system. He will get the details, he will get the bank account details, your passwords, everything. And using those, they will either blackmail you or use it for withdrawing money from your account. You had SMS phishing also, where SMS messages were sent over the mobile, similarly riding on the fear psychosis created by COVID and the related vaccines, etc. And using that SMS also, they would really attract you to click on the link, which would actually give your details, your credit card details, and all your financial details and your credible information away to the hackers, who would use it for furthering their interests. Many governments face, of course, DOS attacks and DDoS attacks to a great extent. We know that the government during COVID time also, they really relied on the online resources for service delivery to the citizens, online transactions, giving online doles to the citizens. And hackers actually attacked these government systems using various DDoS attacks, so that the service denial to the citizens was done in various places, and the people suffered also. Many countries were affected by DDoS attacks during this period. You had a lot of, in the COVID period, of course, there was a lot of governments running a lot of programs for donations for COVID victims, for COVID vaccines, etc. And the fraudsters found this very lucrative portal coming in. They also built up their own fake portals, and they spread the message through the social media handle. And many people looking at the portals thought that it is a real portal, and they used to donate money to that. And finally, you have the hackers getting all the money, because the account number in all those portals or in all those fake websites were of the hacker, and thus they could cheat a lot of money in giving those donations to their bank account rather than the government account. And of course, the crimes in the darknet, which is the underworld of cyber crimes, we had a lot of crimes increasing. We had crimes particularly against children, against women, going up tremendously during this COVID period. Not only that, crimes basically related to hacking tools and credit card details, debit card details, everything else went up high on the darknet. This was one period where they used the darknet to a great extent to further their interest. We had particular concern was the crime against children, because during the COVID lockdown and all the classes also going online, We had crimes against children, particularly transmission of CSAM material, the uploading, downloading of these material going up tremendously during this period throughout the globe. It is not a trend only in India or only in Kerala. It was a global trend where crimes went up almost 200 to 300%. Because obviously all the children were locked up in their homes, the pedophiles were locked up in their homes, and such crimes increased. And so that is another major trend that was seen during the COVID period. Now, looking at all these threats, we need to understand that security is not the same easy topic that we used to deal earlier. Cybersecurity is a very complex issue now. It's a very multifaceted concept now, and we really need to concentrate a lot. We really need to spend a lot of our time, money, energy in looking at cybersecurity, because that's one of the most important things. When the world is connected, when all our systems are going online, when the whole paradigm of how we live or survive has changed, then we need to really concentrate on cybersecurity, because that's one very important aspect that is going to determine the growth of humanity itself in future. So what we need to understand is it's basically an integrated concept. Cybersecurity cannot be taken in isolation for one government organization or for one individual or for one organization. It's a all-encompassing concept, because every individual, because all of us now are users of the cyber resources, because every individual who does online transaction or works from home or attend online classes is actually a user of these cyber resources. So everyone needs to secure themselves. We know that detection of a cyber offense or prevention of a cyber offense is very difficult. If something is reported, detection of such offenses is almost an improbability because of the global playfield that is there available. So what we need to do is secure ourselves. Every individual, every organization, every government agency needs to secure themselves. Then we can ensure that our cyber security is robust. Another factor is the Nightingale floor concept that you call in cyber security, where you need to put up systems which alert you that some attack has taken place. Now we have systems where attackers come in and attack the system and go back, and the people are not even aware, the cyber security experts or that particular organization is not even aware that some cyber attack has taken place. So we need to put in systems in place which alert us, basically that some intruder has come into a system and he's playing havoc, or some intruder has come and something we have lost, and that will give us an alert that some attack has taken place, and we can take remedial measures to look at how we can change or mitigate the effects of a cyber attack. And then of course the concept has changed from layered security to integrated security. We know that in cybersecurity, when we talk of cybersecurity, most of the organizations or even in the government, we try to put in all the devices or all the solutions that are available in the market without looking at whether one factor is talking to the other factor, whether a firewall is talking to a computer, to a CCTV camera, etc. We never look at that fact. We try to get all those systems available in the market and fix it in our organization, which will not work. So what we need to do is to bring about an integrated security where all our security systems are talking to each other. Our software is talking to our firewall is talking to the CCTV system, the door management system, etc. So we have an integrated system which would ensure that our cyber security is really robust and we can actually deter all the cyber attacks that are coming in the present times. The most important factor, of course, is to have cyber security experts also. Every individual in the organization is so very important. Most of the organizations, even in the government, we ignore a cyber security expert that is so very crucial now in every organization. We need to have cyber security specialists, CISOs, in almost every organization, in every unit in the government, because they are very crucial now, because cyber security cannot be ignored any longer. So we need to understand that every organization needs to have this cyber security expert who can guide us, who can give us the necessary know-how on how to secure our resources. Now, another factor is cloud security. We know most of our information now sits in the cloud anywhere, because cloud is where every sort of data is now stored, not only in the government but in the private sector also. So cloud security also cannot be ignored. We need to really look at cloud security also, because that is where all our data is lying now. Now we need to understand another factor is cyber security is basically a cat and mouse game. As I mentioned earlier also, the technology that people are using, the hackers are using the latest tools which keeps on changing. The new types of cyber crimes that are coming. We cannot rest on our laurels saying that we have already put up a cyber security system and this would suffice. Every 2 months, every 3 months, we need to really rework our system. We need to put up patches to really block the recent trends that are coming up. It's a constant cat and mouse game. Cyber security cannot be a constant phenomena. We really need to adapt new technology. We need to bring about the changes to handle the new cyber crimes that are coming up. And that is so very crucial in the present times. Then every organization, the backup management plan is another crucial aspect in this regard. There is no organization that cannot be hacked. Though we may put up the best system, there is no guarantee that we cannot be hacked. So any ransomware attack can come in any time. Even in the best of systems, we have seen ransomware attacks coming up. So we need to have a proper backup plan. All our cyber resource, all the data that we have should be backed up properly, so that even if our system is attacked, we can immediately bounce back using our proper backup management plan. So that also every organization, every government sector requires it. Now I want to emphasize on another very crucial aspect of the individual working in the organization. Over the past many years, we have seen that all the major hacks that have happened has been through the individual working in the organization. Hackers have used the individual, the weakness of the individual, using various social media engineering techniques, and they have actually used that individual to click on any link, and through that link is how the hacker has come into the system and hacked into the device. So it's very important that we actually train the individuals working in the organization. We make them aware of the do's and don'ts that they really need to follow when they are using the digital resources. Cybersecurity cannot be done without properly building the capacity of the individuals working in the organization. They're very important cog in this cybersecurity concept. So we need to really train them, make them aware of the various steps in cybersecurity. Now, cyber expenditure is also another important concept. We know cyber security is not a very favorable topic within the organization or with the government, because a lot of expenditure, it's seen as a wasteful expenditure. Not any longer. We really need to understand that every organization needs to spend a part of the budget for cyber security, because it's very crucial. It can break an organization. An organization can easily go down if it sustains a cyber attack. So a lot of money needs to be, the adequate sort of money needs to be kept apart for cyber security, and that has to be a constant budget, because cyber expenditure is very crucial for the success of an organization now. Now looking at the recent trends of online meetings also, these are the new things that have come up, and many of the people are not aware of the dangers that lurk in all these online meetings. Every individual, because at this level, everybody is using online meetings now. And so every individual, every organization, every school needs to be aware of the do's and don'ts of how the online meetings are conducted. Because if they don't follow that, they may be becoming victims to a cyber attack. Similar is concept of the work from homes also. Now we have major players, major individuals, major companies really starting the concept or going into the concept of work from homes. And we know from the office, etc., you have all the latest systems of security, you have the latest firewalls. But at homes, you have no such safety security systems available. So a hacker can easily attack a person sitting in his home, and through him, he can get into the office computer system and destabilize that company. So it's very essential that you follow the do's and don'ts of using your office system when you are working from home also. So that concept also needs to be really explained to them. They have to be very aware of what all do's and don'ts they need to follow when they are working from home also. And as we have seen in recent times, it's a smartphone smartphone, of course, is the one single integrated device that now we use for everything, for calling somebody, for looking into all our transactions, for doing online shopping, or even for our work. Everything, the smartphone is the single device now. And so we need to be smart when we are using our smartphones. We need to ensure, we need to be aware that we should not become a victim of cyber crimes when we are using our smartphones. So it's better to be smart when we are using the smartphones. So just to conclude, what I want to say is that we are in a world where the cyber threats have increased drastically. They are becoming more complex. They are becoming more and more technical. And so it's very essential that we are up to the task. Cyber security cannot be ignored. And so we need to give the necessary time. We need to give the necessary resources. And it's a constant cat and mouse game. We need to upgrade our resources every now and then to ensure that we stay abreast with all those cyber security threats that are there in this world. So thank you very much. With these few words, I hope that I've given a basic understanding to you of the present landscape. And so we need to work at this conference, devising strategies on how we can handle these threats. And when the private and the public sector come together, that is surely going to happen, because that is the most important thing, where we coordinate together, where we all work together to ensure that our cyber resources are safe. So thank you very much and have a great conference.
Thank you so much, Sri Manoj Abraham, IPS, for giving your valuable speech, and we are blessed with your warm wishes.
Very slowly. We have enough time.
Now it's time for a big shout out for our sponsors. Cybersecurity Summit 2021. We are proud to announce SBI as our platinum conference partner, MyG our golden program partner, CAFIT our silver program partner. Our other program partners are YAS, ISRA, DEFCON, and our community partners are Kerala Startup Mission, Head Start, Thinker Hub, GDC Kozhikode, GBG Kozhikode, and NIT Calicut. Our program partners are NIE LIT Calicut, Technical partner is eHackify, FM partner is Red FM, Media partner is Kicks Media, CTF partner is Zia Labs, Online media partner is Daily Hunt, And our supporting partner is Battlecorp. ഹലോ നമസ്കാരം. സൈബർ സെക്യൂരിറ്റി സമ്മിറ്റ് 2021 ഭാഗമായി കോഴിക്കോട് സൈബർഡോം ഇപ്പോൾ അല്പസമയത്തിനകം ഒരു സൈബർ അവയർനെസ് ക്യൂസ് കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാ പ്രേക്ഷകരും സ്റ്റേ ട്യൂൺ ടു ദ പേജസ് ഓഫ് സൈബർഡോം കോഴിക്കോട്. സ്ക്രീനിൽ കാണുന്ന വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് നമ്പർ 9048999619. ഈ നമ്പർ എല്ലാവരും നോട്ട് ചെയ്ത് വെക്കുക. ഇതിലേക്ക് നിങ്ങളുടെ ശരി ഉത്തരങ്ങൾ വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക. ആദ്യം നൽകുന്ന ശരി ഉത്തരത്തിനായിരിക്കും സമ്മാനം. സോ അല്പസമയത്തിനകം നിങ്ങൾക്കുള്ള ചോദ്യം സ്ക്രീനിൽ പ്രത്യക്ഷപ്പെടും. എല്ലാവരും സ്റ്റേ ട്യൂൺ.
മലയാളത്തിൽ
ഹലോ എവ്രി വൺ. സൈബർ സെക്യൂരിറ്റി സമ്മിറ്റ് 2021 ഭാഗമായി കോഴിക്കോട് സൈബർ ഡോം ഇപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്കായിട്ടുള്ള ആദ്യത്തെ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ സ്ക്രീനിൽ ഡിസ്പ്ലേ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നു. ഒരു മൊബൈൽ ഫോണിനെ തിരിച്ചറിയാനുള്ള യുണീക്ക് ഐഡന്റിഫിക്കേഷൻ നമ്പർ. ഇതാണ് നിങ്ങൾക്കുള്ള ചോദ്യം. ഇതിന്റെ ഉത്തരം 1 മിനിറ്റിനുള്ളിൽ എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് സ്ക്രീനിൽ കാണുന്ന വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് നമ്പറിലേക്ക് വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക. എല്ലാവരും വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് നമ്പർ നോട്ട് ചെയ്യുക. 9048999619. ഈ നമ്പറിലേക്ക് 1 മിനിറ്റിനുള്ളിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഉത്തരം വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക. ആദ്യം ശരി ഉത്തരം നൽകുന്ന ആൾക്കായിരിക്കും സമ്മാനം. 1 മിനിറ്റാണ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആൻസർ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള സമയം. ചോദ്യം ഇതാണ്: ഒരു മൊബൈൽ ഫോണിനെ തിരിച്ചറിയാനുള്ള യുണീക്ക് ഐഡന്റിഫിക്കേഷൻ നമ്പർ. എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഉത്തരം വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക. ആദ്യം ശരി ഉത്തരം നൽകുന്ന ആൾക്ക് സമ്മാനം നൽകുന്നതായിരിക്കും.
മൈജി എക്സ്റ്റൻഡഡ് വാറന്റി. വാറന്റിയുടെ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഇനി നീണ്ട കാലത്ത് ഗ്യാരണ്ടി. ഓൺലൈൻ ഗാഡ്ജറ്റ് ഷോപ്പിംഗ് ഇനി നിങ്ങളുടെ വിരൽ തുമ്പിൽ. www.myg.in. മൈജി സ്മാർട്ട് ചോയ്സ്. എക്സ്ചേഞ്ചിന് സമയമായി. ഗാഡ്ജറ്റ്സ് പഴയതാണോ? മൈജിയിൽ മാറ്റിയെടുക്കാം.
സോ ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഫസ്റ്റ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ്റെ ആൻസർ പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കാൻ പോവുകയാണ്. ആൻഡ് ഇതിന് ഫസ്റ്റ് പ്രൈസ് ലഭിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത് ഭദ്രപ്രദ എം, പേരാമ്പ്രയിൽ നിന്നുള്ള ഭദ്രപ്രദ എമ്മിനാണ് ഫസ്റ്റ് പ്രൈസ് ലഭിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. ചോദിച്ച ചോദ്യം ഇതായിരുന്നു: ഒരു മൊബൈൽ ഫോണിനെ തിരിച്ചറിയാനുള്ള യൂണിക് ഐഡന്റിഫിക്കേഷൻ നമ്പർ. ഉത്തരം IMEI. ഇതായിരുന്നു ഉത്തരം. സമ്മാനം ലഭിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത് ഭദ്രപ്രദ എം, പേരാമ്പ്രയിൽ നിന്നുള്ള ഭദ്രപ്രദ എമ്മിനാണ് സമ്മാനം ലഭിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. കൺഗ്രാറ്റുലേഷൻസ്. സോ അടുത്ത ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ഉടൻ തന്നെ സ്ക്രീനിൽ ഡിസ്പ്ലേ ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ്. എല്ലാവരും കേരള സൈബർ ഡോമിന്റെ കോഴിക്കോട് സൈബർ ഡോമിന്റെ ഫേസ്ബുക്ക് പേജിലും യൂട്യൂബ് പേജിലും സന്ദർശിക്കുക. ഇതിന് എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് 1 മിനിറ്റിനുള്ളിൽ കുറയാതെ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഉത്തരങ്ങൾ സ്ക്രീനിൽ കാണുന്ന വാട്സാപ്പ് നമ്പറിലേക്ക് വാട്സാപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക. ആദ്യം ശരി ഉത്തരം നൽകുന്ന ആൾക്കാർക്കും സമ്മാനം.
Guys, कुछ ऑर्डर करें क्या?
One margarita pizza.
एक गार्लिक ब्रेड
और एक आइस टी.
ये कन्वीनियंट है पर पॉसिबल नहीं, मगर डेबिट कार्ड के बिना एटीएम से कैश निकालना कन्वीनियंट भी पॉसिबल भी. जस्ट डाउनलोड योनो कैश, करो ऐश. ये सेफ है पर पॉसिबल नहीं, मगर डेबिट कार्ड के बिना एटीएम से कैश निकालना कन्वीनियंट भी पॉसिबल भी. जस्ट डाउनलोड योनो.
സോ ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ സെക്കൻഡ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ സ്ക്രീനിൽ സോ ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മുടെ സെക്കൻഡ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ വന്നിരിക്കുകയാണ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ ഫോണിലെ IMEI നമ്പർ ലഭിക്കാനുള്ള കോഡ് ഏതാണ്? താഴെ കാണുന്ന വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് നമ്പറിലേക്ക് എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക. 1 മിനിറ്റ് മാത്രമാണ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള സമയം. ഈ ക്വിസിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കാനുള്ള പ്രൊസീജിയേഴ്സ് വളരെ സിമ്പിൾ ആണ്. എല്ലാവരും ആ സ്ക്രീൻ കാണുന്ന നമ്പറിലേക്ക് വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് ചെയ്താൽ മതി. 9048999619 ഈ നമ്പറിലേക്ക് എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക. സ്ക്രീനിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്കുള്ള ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഇപ്പോൾ വന്നിരിക്കുകയാണ്. 1 മിനിറ്റ് മാത്രമാണ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആൻസർ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള സമയം. ആദ്യം ശരി ഉത്തരം നൽകുന്ന ആൾക്കായിരിക്കും സമ്മാനം നൽകുക. എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ ആ നമ്പറിലേക്ക് വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക. അപ്പോൾ ചോദിച്ച ചോദ്യം ഇതായിരുന്നു: നിങ്ങളുടെ ഫോണിലെ IMEI നമ്പർ ലഭിക്കാനുള്ള കോഡ് ഏതാണ്? ഉത്തരം ഇതാണ്: *#06#. ഇതാണ് നമ്പർ. സുജിത് ഫ്രം മാവൂർ ആൾക്കാണ് ഈ ശരി ഉത്തരം ആദ്യം അയച്ചത്. ആൾക്കാണ് ഇതിനുള്ള സമ്മാനം ലഭിക്കുക. ഇതോടെ സെക്കൻഡ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യനിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഉത്തരം അയക്കാനുള്ള ചാൻസ് അവസാനിച്ചിരിക്കുകയാണ്. തേർഡ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യന് വേണ്ടി എല്ലാവരും വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യുക.
The scale and intensity of cyber attacks continues to grow rapidly, reaching record levels with millions of new malware infections, ransomware attacks, and malicious bots. New generations of threats creates a huge drain to the internet's infrastructure, costing enterprises billions of dollars. In this rapidly evolving threat environment, Cyberdome's unique and powerful managed security service is vital for any type of network, whether public, industrial, or financial. It provides formidable defenses against a wide range of cyber attacks while protecting data and reducing security risks. Using industry-leading technology and expertise, we secure and protect information assets 24/7. We transform the way our customers manage their information security and compliance programs. Cyberdome's 360-degree security perimeter, continuous 24/7 monitoring, detection, prevention and recovery activities, incident response and forensics, prioritizing critical incidents and remediation needs, minimizing duration and impact of security breaches, a compliance review that fully meets global regulatory requirements and standards, cyber threat intelligence based on network analytics from organizations and leading cyber agencies around the world, online reporting system distributing selectively security incidents with executives and security personnel for immediate action. Don't wait till it's too late. Cyberdome's managed security service, total network protection.
During the COVID-19 pandemic lockout, we have seen a tremendous increase in the internet crimes or the cyber crimes. There have been a lot of cyber attacks basically upon banks. We have a lot of crimes on the social media, and generally on the internet, crimes have been increasing to a great extent. We know that people have hooked on to devices, the people, the criminals, everybody is hooked on. And the new trend that we find now is one of the shopping scams that have come surfaced recently. We've got a lot of complaints on this aspect where advertisements for cheap electronic goods, supposedly to be sold through Flipkart and Amazon or Myntra, the reputed shopping apps, would be sent through social media. So you'll find that it's at a great discount, and people tend to really click on the link and try to purchase the item immediately because the stocks may run out. So you find that you are redirected to a phishing site which looks almost like the Flipkart site or the Amazon site, and people tend to believe that and immediately click and transfer the money, which actually goes to the fraudster. So basically we have received a lot of complaints from throughout the state that this scam is very prevalent now. It's widely spreading, and that's why we put out this advisory that you should be very careful while looking at the advertisements on the social media, because this will lead you to lose your money. It will lead you to a fraud site, a phishing site, which will ensure that you lose your money. So basically what you need to do is, whenever you go into the shopping app, you should actually verify the address as to whether it's the right one, because the fraudsters, the phishing sites will be one or two alphabets may be different. If you say Flipkart, it will be like Flippy Cart or something of that sort, which is different from the original site. So basically, whenever you are using the internet marketing shopping site, you should actually verify the address and see it's the correct one. And it's better always to go and search in the Google or type the address and go into the site rather than clicking a link and going in. So basically, the public should be aware of this thing and ensure that they don't become a cyber victim in this scam. Thank you.
Cybercrimes are a real threat to the activities of governmental and business. To address cyber threats, you need a broad range of information security solutions. There is no single solution that can protect your people, data, and organization. Leading-edge technology must be balanced with information security solutions to identify risks, develop strategies, and implement best practices. Cyberdome provides holistic and comprehensive IT security services and solutions you can rely on. Our mission is to ensure that business IT infrastructure is equipped with tools and capability to prevent, detect, and remove cyber threats. We are committed to helping organizations plan, build, and run successful cybersecurity programs through the right combination of information security solutions, services, and products. Cyberdome comprehensive services and IT security solutions include security intelligence solutions that deliver actionable insight into your business, security program strategy, security architecture and implementation, enterprise risk and IT compliance, cyber education, training and awareness, managed security services, threat and vulnerability management, identity and access management, enterprise incident management and response. If you want us to help you plan, build, and run successful cybersecurity programs that achieve business objectives through our depth and breadth of cybersecurity offerings, please contact us today.
സോ നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ തേർഡ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യനിലേക്ക് കടക്കുകയാണ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ ആൻഡ്രോയിഡ് ഫോൺ നഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്ന സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ ഫോൺ ലൊക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനും IMEI നമ്പർ അറിയാനും റിമോട്ട്ലി വിവരങ്ങൾ ഡിലീറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനുമായി ഗൂഗിൾ നൽകുന്ന സൗകര്യം. ഈ ചോദ്യത്തിന്റെ ഉത്തരം എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് താഴെ കാണുന്ന വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് നമ്പറിലേക്ക് വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക. ആദ്യം ശരി ഉത്തരം നൽകുന്ന ആൾക്കായിരിക്കും സമ്മാനം. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പൊ ചോദിച്ച ചോദ്യം ഇതായിരുന്നു. നിങ്ങളുടെ ആൻഡ്രോയിഡ് ഫോൺ നഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്ന സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ ഫോൺ ലൊക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനും IMEI നമ്പർ അറിയാനും റിമോട്ട്ലി വിവരങ്ങൾ ഡിലീറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനുമായി ഗൂഗിൾ നൽകുന്ന സൗകര്യം. ഉത്തരം ഇതാണ്, ആൻഡ്രോയിഡ് ഡിവൈസ് മാനേജർ ഓർ ഫൈൻഡ് മൈ ഡിവൈസ്. ശരി ഉത്തരം നൽകിയിരിക്കുന്നത് ബാസിൽ ഗഫൂർ ഫ്രം താമരശ്ശേരി. കൺഗ്രാറ്റുലേഷൻസ് ബാസിൽ.
Entire world is behind COVID-19 pandemic. Everyone is keeping social distance to save them and community. But predators were looking to our kids. This fools don't know they are unlucky. Kerala police Cyberdome sniffed their presence.
ആ പിക്ചറിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് തന്നെ നമ്മൾ അനലൈസ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ തന്നെ എടുത്തേക്കുന്ന പിക്ചേഴ്സ് പോലെ ഒരു കാരണവശാലും ഇത് വെച്ച് പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന
മൈജി എക്സ്റ്റൻഡഡ് വാറന്റി. വാറന്റിയുടെ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഇനി നീണ്ട കാലത്തെ ഗ്യാരണ്ടി.
गाइस कुछ ऑर्डर करे क्या?
One margarita pizza.
एक गार्लिक ब्रेड.
और एक आइस टी.
ये कन्वीनियंट है पर पॉसिबल नहीं. मगर डेबिट कार्ड के बिना एटीएम से कैश निकालना कन्वीनियंट भी पॉसिबल भी. जस्ट डाउनलोड योनो कैश. करो ऐश.
ഓൺലൈൻ ഗാഡ്ജറ്റ് ഷോപ്പിംഗ് ഇനി നിങ്ങളുടെ വിരൽ തുമ്പിൽ. www.myg.in
Good morning once again to all the tech lovers. In this talk about car hacking adventure, we don't need roads, sit tight, and no need to fasten your seatbelts because this will be a quick, cheap, practical, and dirty approach in car hacking, specifically CAN bus hacking. Using one component of your car you could just acquire from a junkyard or by any means necessary to start car hacking by yourself from fuzzing a simulator to actual hardware with open source tools and hardware. We will also talk about building your own low-cost canvasser and Metasploit module creation geared towards the How Bridge. This session is handled by Mr. Jay Tella. Mr. Jay Tella is a manager security operations at Bugcloud Incorporated and one of the goons of RootCon. He has been acknowledged and rewarded by Facebook, Adobe, Yahoo, Microsoft, Mozilla, and many more. He has presented at RootCon, HitCon, PackCon, DEFCON's Packet Hacking Village, DragonCon, besides Myanmar, NullCon, and TCon. He used to work for HP45, where he performed vulnerability assessment, remediation, and advanced testing. His main interest or research right now is about car hacking and is currently one of the main organizations of the car hacking village of RootCon. Yes, here enters Mr. J for the exciting talk on car hacking adventure.
Okay, I think we're good now. Okay. Okay. Can anybody see my screen now? Is my audio audible as well?
Yes, Jay, your audio is audible and your screen is also visible. Thank you.
All right. Can I start my talk now?
Yes. Sure.
Okay. So let me start my talk now. Am I good to go for the talk?
Yes, Jay, you are all good to go. You can start.
Okay. All right. So my talk really, the full title of my talk is automating and tooling your own CAN hacking tool on a cheap car hacking adventure. The reason for this is I want people to get involved with car hacking on a cheap and easy way. Basically, some components that you could get from the junkyard and some tools that you could get online or you could build yourself. My name is Jay Turla /shipcode. That's my Twitter handle. And I represent Bugcloud and also the car hacking village. So who am I? My name is Jay Turla. I'm a security operations manager for Bugcloud, currently residing in the Philippines. And I'm not the author of Turla malware. I'm one of the main organizers of the car hacking village in RootCon and the Philippines as well. I'm also a Metasploit contributor, and I've contributed auxiliary and exploit modules to the Metasploit framework. And recently, the last contribution that I did is related to car hacking, which is Mazda instrument cluster mover, and it's paired with the Metasploit hardware bridge. I'm also a member of AdVolcan CTF team. We actually place as finalists during the Hackasat finals and also the aerospace village. So yeah, it's really good to be here. And if you have other questions about car hacking or you're really new to car hacking, there are other slides that you could see from my talks. You just search Jay Turla from YouTube and you can see some of my talks. Or you could also visit the car hacking village channel in YouTube, and you can see it there. So why car hacking? The reason why I want to do car hacking is because it's fun. There's a great community for car hacking. Take for example the Car Hacking Village, and Car Hacking Village has been in almost all conferences or security and hacking conference. And because we use it every day, myself, I own 2 cars, one pickup and one sedan. So I want to test if it's really secure to use. So that's why car hacking is fun for me. We want to ensure that we are safe for it. And then car has a lot of attack surfaces. If you try to Google or find white papers, you can see a lot of attack surfaces from a car's perspective, or from an attacker's perspective. You can actually see, especially if it's connected to the internet or connected to telematics, to the satellite, the GPS. There's a lot of attack vectors that you can actually do. And then we have this joke in background, because we have this joke that says, my other computer is your computer. But for car hacking, it's pretty much like, my other computer is your car's computer. And then next up, car hacking bug bashes pay well. And when you say pay well, they pay good money for car hackers if you report a bug to the car or a security vulnerability to a car. And I've been to 2 bug bashes already, and I was able to see a lot of awesome stuff that researchers submitted and also contributed. So it's not just bug bashes, also bug bounty programs. They pay well for cars. And aside from that, cars have IoT too. You say IoT, Internet of Things. These are devices that have firmware and are connected to the internet. One of the examples are telematics, which allows the car to be connected to the internet. And then we have the IVI, which also allows you to connect to your Wi-Fi. There are some IVI. When you say IVI, it's in-vehicle infotainment, or ICE. It's also called ICE, and it's an infotainment. When you say an infotainment, that's where you could actually play your songs. You could just press the touchscreen to call someone, or you could also load the videos on your car. So that's the infotainment device. So that's why it's called IVI, because it's in-vehicle infotainment. We have this kind of a saying. This is inspired from the Fast and the Furious 3, Tokyo Drift. Well, it's not the ride, it's the rider. But in terms of hacking, well, it's not the ride, it's the hacker. So this is a sample payment for the car hacking bug bash from BugCrowd. We actually paid $224,000 US dollars during our bug bash in Detroit. This was 2019. We weren't able to have bug bash last year because of COVID, which really sucks. But that's how life is. But with the vaccines being rolled out and India having vaccines as well, so maybe we don't know that maybe we'll have bug bash this year. This is my favorite book about car hacking. You can download this for free. There's a PDF version, HTML version, on this link that I provided. It's written by Craig Smith. So that's the cover, The Car Hacker's Handbook, a guide for the penetration tester. You might want to, visit the link because it's free. And then it's written by Craig Smith, who is one of the guys behind the Car Hacking Village. He's the main core member of the Car Hacking Village. And my apologies if you can hear roosters on the background, because I'm in the Philippines and it's morning. So I'm in a province, so that's why you can hear sometimes roosters from the background. But anyway, let's continue the talk. The image that you can see below, that's Craig Smith wearing our shirt, and then the one on the left side, that's me, and the one on the right side, that's my friend, who is also one of the car hacking village Philippine member. So yeah, we invited Craig Smith. We shared some talks, and there's a second version of the book, and it will talk about motorcycle or bicycle hacking as well. Here are some prerequisites in replicating some of the demo that I'll be demonstrating or showing, just a short video. Basically, you just need any CAN device that you could actually obtain or you could make. You have the NanoCAN, you have CanTac, STM32, CAN Sniffer by TechMaker, or ValueCAN 4. And you just need an instrument cluster which you could buy anywhere or you could get from the junkyard. So when you say CAN device, it allows you to interact with the CAN bus, which is the vehicle, which is one of the protocols in the network of your vehicle. So like I say, clusters are cheap. It's a good way to practice your skills about CAN bus hacking. And for just $20, you could already buy any instrument cluster. So take, for example, you have the PG207 instrument cluster speedometer, which just costs $20 in eBay. So the eBay, this talk is not sponsored by eBay, but I just want to iterate that this this platform or eBay.com is a good good loot or good deals that you could buy. Even you can even buy some 1980s grid case laptops on eBay, which costs $800. And based on the previous talk in a DEF CON talk that I've heard or seen, actually, he was able to obtain some information that laptop went to space. So there are some good loots really in DEF CON in eBay. So you could also form a team and build your car in a box for just $120. You could already build your ECU kit. You just need harness and some tools that you could put up these boxes. If you search ECU kits in eBay, you could get some of these parts for 120 pounds. There are some deals where you can just buy it for $100 or 150 pounds. So, well, if you have money, a lot of money, or you have a research grant, we all know that test benches are too expensive, like Pasta. Pasta is made by Toyota. We have a lot of Toyotas here in the Philippines. It's a portable automotive security test bed with adaptability. So it's pretty much like buying an actual car from your end, because you have 28,300, for the price of this test bench, and it's really like buying a car. And like I said, if you have a lot of money without breaking an actual car, you can buy this, but it's not recommended. Okay, you can just build your own ECU bench test kit, or you could buy an instrument cluster, which is for $20 only. There are some tools that you could actually download, or some resources. If you go to this GitHub link, jareddecoder/awesome vehicle security, it contains great collection of tools and resources to start car hacking. And then you could also create your own low-cost CAN sniffer or fuzzer, which we call the NanoCAN. it's basically a $5 car hacking tool. This is the front of the PCB and the back of the PCB. So you just need these components. Okay, you can just solder these two components, which is the Arduino Nano, and then you have the MCP2515, which is a CAN bus module that you could, solder the two components. And additional component is this one. You need to solder or attach the wire to pin 6 to CAN high of the MCP2515 and pin 14 to CAN low of MCP2515. So, and that's it. This is a sample finished product. Yeah, for just $5 of the tool, Arduino Nano and MCP2515, you can already have your own CAN hacking tool or car hacking tool. And this is the new version that I've designed. USB is near the pins of MCP2515. And if you can spot me in some hacker conference, I actually give this for free. So, yeah, I give this for free. And if you can spot me in some hacker conferences, I do give it away. So, yeah. Arduino is a good tool that you could also upload. If you already have the NanoCAN, you can already use the Arduino, this one, Arduino CAN. You have the sketch for this. So if you go to, you need to include the library and download this one, MCP CAN libmaster. So you need to add the zip. And after that, you can already have your examples for MCP CAN, where you can code your own CAN device network. So take, for example, we have a sample CAN receive. This is a sample of a CAN receive, and then you can just modify it. So basically what it does is that it allows you to sniff the packets that are sent from the CAN bus. So I'm just gonna not go full details on this one because we will probably waste a lot of time. But anyways, I don't want to miss some of the awesome parts, so that's why I want to make it short. So just visit the links. You can see the sample source code for uploading to the NanoCAN, and then there are also other sketches which I made. You can see from the link from Rootcon Labs. And then here are some other tools compatible with SLCAN interfaces or CAN over serial. We have the Socket CAN. It's actually a controller area network protocol family. It's an implementation of CAN protocols, which is the controller area network for Linux. It's a collection of CAN drivers and networking tools for Linux. This allows for developers to write code that can support a variety of CAN bus interfaces, including CANTAC, STM32 CAN sniffer, and other SLCAN devices. So like TCP/IP, you first need to open a socket for communicating over a CAN network. The problem is Socket CAN only works on Linux. So if you have Linux installed, you can just install using sudo apt install CAN utils for Ubuntu, Debian, and other Debian base, or even Kali Linux, or you can just clone the GitHub link and then install it from there. So here are the common command line tools for CAN utils. So let's try to have a demo on this one using my machine. So basically we have, if I go to ifconfig, so if I do this, we have vCAN 0 opened, which is a virtual CAN. And if I do a CAN dump, there's no there's no traffic. But if I try to use CanGen, for example, weekend 0, uh, it will try to simulate some kind of, it will try to send CAN bus traffic to the virtual CAN interface. And this is actually the data that you can see from an actual vehicle network, wherein if you insert your CAN device, you can see some traffic from your vehicle. If you try to push your instrument cluster, or if you try to move your instrument cluster, you will see the traffic from there. If you try to, press the brakes, you can also see some traffic from there. So that's it. It's just a sort of example. I'll not go into more info about the CAN utils, because we have a lot of um, tutorials that can be found in the internet for this. So next up, we have the CAN dump, we have the CAN player, and then we have the CAN send, and we have the CAN gen and the CAN sniffer. So those are some of the common command line tools included in CAN utils. For more of this, Car Hacking Village Getting Started has full tutorial on this one. So you could also, if you have Ubuntu or you have Debian and Kali, you could also install this one, which is a collection of scripts to help you jump or start your car research and hacking. So because, like I said, this is a dirty tutorial, so that's why I won't go full tutorial on what CAN utils is, because it will take a lot of time. I want to push some important notes on how to start. So if you go to this link and then clone it, you could already have some tools installed related to car hacking. Yep, if you have an SLCAN device, these are the cheat sheets that you could use to enable socket CAN. And then on the on the right side, you can see the CAN speed, because CAN buses have different speeds, and usually for PG it's pretty much like 125 kbps, but for Mazda, Toyota, it's usually 500 kbps. So that's why you need to search the net to figure out what the CAN bus speed your vehicle has, because if you use a different speed when you try to sniff or send, if you try to use an SLCAN device and you set up the wrong CAN bus speed, you might end up breaking up your car. So that's why you need to be careful. So this is my favorite part. I want to automate some of my attack scenarios or my techniques on how to discover some important messages or IDs that the car has. Excuse me. So we have tooling and automation. We have scripting and automation. So the first is we have the bash script. So you can see from the bash script that if you use the while send, you could actually cause a denial of service for older cars. So if you try to use a while send with 00 as the ID and the data as 000, you have 8 bytes there. If you do a while send, it will cause the vehicle to denial of service. But it does not happen on modern cars right now. But there are some cars who were affected by this vulnerability, wherein you will actually insert non-allowable messages to the CAN bus or the network of your car. There's also a good Python modules. It's called Python CAN. It's really simple, and for this one, basically this is a simple snippet of what I've written. Basically, it sends arbitration ID 123 with the following data, and then it actually tries to record it as well. And also, it sends you this message 0 times 11, 0 times 22, which are in hex. This is just a sample. I've put some comments on it, and then you could also, this is much better than the previous one that I've shown. PYVet allows you to send messages from the socket CAN as well. And from this script, you are actually sending 7F1, which is a standard UDS message, 0 times 27, 0 times 5F. And then the next is data, 0 times 27, 0 times 60, 0 times FE, 0 times 1C. This is a sample algorithm in sending a message to the pyrotechnical device of your car. Take for example the airbags and the clamps, battery clamps. So let me just have a simple info about what these hex messages are or what data. So basically, this is the interface, and this is the ID, and this is the length of the bytes. So we have 2 bytes here, 0, 6, and then 84. This is the sample data. And from here, I'm actually sending this ID, and then this 2 data, and then this 2 bytes of data, and then from here, I'm sending this 4 bytes of data. All right. Next up, we have Metasploit's hardware bridge. This is a sample of moving your instrument cluster by using Metasploit. So let's try to boot up Metasploit, which is my favorite exploitation framework, but it's also used for car hacking. So let me just go to yep. So this is the cheat sheet that I've made for you to be able to establish hardware bridge connect. That's the one that I made here. So this is the sample resource script from Metasploit. And if we try to run it, so yeah, let's wait for it to run, and it's currently connected to the CAN bus. So if you go to sessions -I, to sessions, you have the sessions. And let's go to the session. And there we go. We are currently connected to the hardware bridge. And there's a lot of things that you could do. You could know the bus config. Take, for example, the VCAN 0. Basically, it doesn't let me give the information, but we can actually use CANSend as well here. So if we try to use the VCAN 0, and then we have the I, which is the ID. So take, for example, I'll send 123 and -D for the data. So, and basically we have this data. So I've sent this message through the hardware bridge, and then this ID with 2 bytes of data, 1, 2, and 3, 4. which can be seen from here, right? And there's a lot of things. So if you try to use post modules as well, so take for example, we'll try to open another shell. We'll try to open another shell so that we could actually search for automotive modules. We take for this is the one that I made. Let's try this. Let's try Malibu overheat. So let's try to just get some information. So what this does is that it's a sample module to flood temp gauge on a 2006 Malibu. So it causes a an overheat. So let's try to run this module. Let's copy this one, run, and then we try to specify the CAN bus, which is vcan 0, because it's shown here that we need to define the CAN bus. So if we try to go there, we will see traffic from here. So we can see that this module sends this ID and then this data. So it forces the engine of a Malibu to overheat with just this messages. So there are a lot of, you even have this one, which allows you to, for some older cars, it allows you to prep the airbags or the battery clamps of your car. So yeah, there's a lot of things that you can do from here, and also some information about why this vulnerability exists. So it's a CVE 2017 vulnerability, and this is the one that I made, which is for the Mazda. So yeah, this is the one that I made for recently for the Mazda. And then yeah, that's it for Metasploit. So here's a sample on how you could create your Metasploit module. So this is a sample of an actual module that I've written, and if you want to just grab this, and then you could take for example sending just one message. So this is the ID, and then this is the data. So you have 8 bytes of data that allows you to move your accelerometer and speedometer of the Mazda 2 instrument cluster. Next up, we have Carrying Caribou, which is a security exploration tool, which allows you to identify the unified diagnostic services from the CAN bus. So if we try to, let's have a demo of this one. Yep. So we have the CAN bus ready. We are dumping the current network, and we have a sample simulator. It's actually a UDS simulator, and when you say UDS, it's Unified Diagnostic Services. And let's try to use Carrying Caribou, which is a tool that I really like. So you just need to run Python 3, and then you can use help. So let's try to use the discovery module. So let's try to use UDS and then discovery. It will try to brute force diagnostic or unified diagnostic IDs in a vehicle network, and it's very fast. It's used for, this diagnostic services allows you to interact with diagnostic modules of the car, of course. So basically, we have this ID, which is 710, 7DF, and 7E0 that are diagnostic IDs. And yep, it sent this one, and the reply for, yep. So that's why we have diagnostic control from the simulator, and this is the ID, and there's a response for 778. So that means that diagnostic session modules, I get a response from this ID. So yeah, that's it. Next up, we have these are the common enterprise tools on the block. We have the vehicle spy and canoe. They are really costly, and I know that Lear Corporation is in India. There's a team of Indian. There's a what you call this department for Lear in India as well, because we have Lear in the Philippines as well. Lear is actually an automotive company, and I've heard from one of their managers, who is my friend, that they use Canoe or Vector Canoe. There's also a good tool called Vehicle Spy. So yeah, these are really expensive tools. And then, what if I only got an ELM 327? This is a common, diagnostic or UDS diagnostic device for diagnosis of your car. So, good news, you can still use it thanks to Craig Smith, who is the author of the Car Hacker's Handbook. It's kinda slow. It is not Craig's fault because it's the hardware itself. We are just optimizing it thanks to Craig. So if you go to this, if you have Kali, if you go to this directory and then use RFCOM and then just use Ruby LM 327 relay, you can already have the relay up and running, and then you could send CAN bus messages using ELM 327. So, yep. Basically, this is car hacking on the cheap. So, thanks to Craig. So, let's have a demo on some of my work. So, yeah, first, let's try to demo on using so this is using the Arduino Nano, and I'm sending messages to my Mazda 2 instrument cluster. So yeah, just using Arduino Nano, and I can interact with the CAN bus of the cluster. Then next up, we have this is some sort of a CAN in the middle, because I'm using two SLCAN devices here. I'm using Arduino Nano CAN to send messages, and then I'm actually sending messages randomly on the SL. I'm sniffing the device that were sent on my SLCAN device. So this is a PG207 instrument cluster that I have as well. So yeah. Then another example, I'm using a P1 bridge machina to my Hilux. This is a pickup truck for Hilux, for Toyota. I really like to drive this one. So I connected to the OBD2 and then P1 machina. And then using CAN dump to dump the network, so it's kind of fast because there's a lot of network or traffic going on in a car, in a pickup truck. So yeah, and yeah, it's really good. I love to drive this because it's really awesome. Yep. And I'm using CAN sniffer to filter the concurrent session IDs. And that's it. I guess I'm not sure if we have a lot of time for question and answers, but I'm open for question and answers right now. So let me try to check on the StreamYard. So I'll stop the sharing and I'll just show my slides. So all right, and these are my references. So, yep. These are my references. We have the Car Hacker's Handbook, of course, and then we have the Nanacan firmware, and then we have the Getting Started with Car Hacking. You could go there and then get to know about how to use CAN utils. And then we have the CAN Bus Basics with Hands-On Fuzzing by Ian Sabor, who is my mentor. And then I would like to give a shouts to the Car Hacking Village, to Craig Smith, to Ian Tabor, to Car Fucker, who is the founder of the Car Hacking Village. His real name is Robert Deal. And then we have Fronders, Techmaker UA from Ukraine, ASRG, or the Automotive Security Research Group, and ASRG Sen, the Automotive Security Research Group from Singapore, who are my friends, Alina, who is their leader, Alina Tan, and then we have Spectres, who is also a friend, Jamie and Semprex, who are my RootCon buddies, and also, they're one of my team from the Car Hacking Village, and Semprex, the founder of RootCon, of course. So, yep, I'm open to questions right now. So, yep. Let me see the questions or comments. Yeah. I'm not sure I understand the language. Oh. Okay. Yeah. So, do you have any questions? Yeah. Let me check on. Yeah. Speaker QA. Do I need to go to this voice channel for announcements? Let me check the Discord. I guess no comments at all. Can I ask the host about what's going on? All right. There's someone typing. Let me just get my battery for my laptop, as we have a lot of time for questions. Okay, the first question is actually very good. Sir, how to secure? Basically, for security purposes of the car, there's a lot of automotive companies right now who are diving into bug bounty programs or bug bashes, and they're trying to currently secure the car by implementing, you know, disallowed messages, and then, because of what happened to the Jeep and FCA hacking by Charlie Miller, right now FCA has this firewall called the SGW, or the security gateway, and somehow, if you could somehow bypass it, then there's a reward for it. So basically, it's the purpose of the automotive security company to secure their cars. So, as a user, I think the most wise way is to test your car and then report it. Of course, you can't secure your own because it's OEM, right? They own the hardware. I want to know about hacking tool where I can purchase. Um, can you specify what hacking tool are you interested in? Sure. Well, let me just unmute my speaker while someone is calling. Right. Sorry for that. What's the next question? Are modern car easy to hack? Uh, it depends. Well, what kind of modern car are you asking about? You need to be specific about what kind of hacking tool do you want to purchase. Are you referring to the CAN bus hacking tools, or are you referring to tools that you could use for interacting with the RF hub? And then regarding modern cars, it depends because, like I said, there's what you call security gateways right now, and there are some for RF hub. They have this what you call as rolling codes for your car. Tes- Tesla. Um, okay. Do you have? My question is, do you have Tesla? If you could hack Tesla, well, Tesla is actually one of our clients, and they're actually good at securing their um, their cars. They have a bug bounty program, and it's not every day that you can see some issues about them. But there are some people who could, of course, hack it, but it's really not that easy. You know, seeing those proof of concepts for them. So, do we have other questions? Going once, going twice, going thrice. Solved. I guess that's the last question. So thank you for. It's an honor to be here. So yeah, I'll end my stream now. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jaitala, for such an amazing, marvelous session. And before winding up this session, I am very glad and privileged to propose vote of thanks on behalf of Code Cyberdome. We are happy to declare our thankfulness to Mr. Jaitala, Security Operations Manager at Bud Crowd Incorporate, who spent his precious time for us by sharing his excellent knowledge for the Cyber Summit and graced this occasion with his presence. The talk on car hacking adventure was so informative, thoughtful, and inspiring. Additionally, we are grateful to all the participants for putting your valuable time for this fabulous concept that may happen in future days. ഹലോ നമസ്കാരം. സൈബർ സെക്യൂരിറ്റി സമ്മിറ്റ് 2021 ഭാഗമായി കോഴിക്കോട് സൈബർഡോം ഒരു ക്യൂസ് കോമ്പറ്റീഷൻ നടത്തി വരികയാണ്. അതിന്റെ 4ാമത്തെ ചോദ്യം അല്പസമയത്തിനകം സ്ക്രീനിൽ തെളിയും. എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് സ്ക്രീനിൽ കാണുന്ന നമ്പറിൽ നിങ്ങൾ വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് ചെയ്യണം. 4ാമത്തെ ചോദ്യം, ഒരു ട്രാൻസാക്ഷനുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഫോണിൽ വരുന്ന OTPയുടെ പൂർണ്ണ രൂപം എന്ത്? 1 മിനിറ്റ് മാത്രമാണ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഉത്തരം നൽകാനുള്ള അവസരം ലഭിക്കുന്നത്. താഴെ കാണുന്ന നമ്പറിൽ 9048999619 എന്ന നമ്പറിൽ എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക. ആദ്യം ശരി ഉത്തരം നൽകുന്ന ആൾക്കായിരിക്കും സമ്മാനം. 1 മിനിറ്റ് മാത്രമാണ് ഉത്തരം നൽകാനുള്ള സമയം.
മൈജി എക്സ്റ്റൻഡഡ് വാറന്റി. വാറന്റിയുടെ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഇനി നീണ്ട കാലത്തെ ഗ്യാരണ്ടി.
गाइस कुछ ऑर्डर करे क्या?
One margarita pizza.
एक गार्लिक ब्रेड.
और एक आइस टी.
ये कन्वीनियंट है पर पॉसिबल नहीं, मगर डेबिट कार्ड के बिना ATM से कैश निकालना कन्वीनियंट भी पॉसिबल भी. जस्ट डाउनलोड योनो कैश, करो ऐश.
ഓൺലൈൻ ഗാഡ്ജറ്റ് ഷോപ്പിംഗ് ഇനി നിങ്ങളുടെ വിരൽ തുമ്പിൽ. www.myg.in.
അപ്പോൾ ചോദിച്ച ചോദ്യം ഇതായിരുന്നു, ഒരു ട്രാൻസാക്ഷനുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഫോണിൽ വരുന്ന OTPയുടെ പൂർണ്ണ രൂപം എന്ത്? ഉത്തരം 1 ടൈം പാസ്വേഡ് എന്നാണ്. കൊല്ലത്ത് നിന്നും ഹരീഷ് രാജനാണ് ഈ ചോദ്യത്തിന് ശരിയായ ഉത്തരം ഏറ്റവും വേഗത്തിൽ തന്നത്. കൺഗ്രാറ്റുലേഷൻ ഹരീഷ്. അപ്പോൾ അടുത്ത ചോദ്യത്തിനായി ഞങ്ങളുടെ അടുത്ത സെഷൻ കഴിയുന്നത് വരെ എല്ലാവരും വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യുക.
Entire world is behind COVID-19 pandemic. Everyone is keeping social distance to save them and community. But predators were looking to our kids. These fools don't know they are unlucky. Kerala Police Cyberdome sniffed their presence.
ആ പിക്ചറിനകത്ത് തന്നെ നമ്മൾ അനലൈസ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കേരളത്തിൽ തന്നെ എടുത്തേക്കുന്ന പിക്ചേഴ്സ് പോലെ ഒരു കാരണവശാലും ഇത് വെച്ച് പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന During the COVID-19 pandemic lockout, we have seen a tremendous increase in the internet crimes or the cyber crimes. There have been a lot of cyber attacks basically upon banks. We have a lot of crimes on the social media, and generally on the internet crimes have been increasing to a great extent. We know that people have hooked on to devices, the people, the criminals, everybody is hooked on. And the new trend that we find now is one of the shopping scams that have come surfaced recently. We've got a lot of complaints on this aspect where advertisements for cheap electronic goods, supposedly to be sold through Flipkart and Amazon or Myntra, the reputed shopping apps, would be sent through social media. So you'll find that it's at a great discount, and people tend to really click on the link and try to purchase the item immediately because the stocks may run out. So you find that you are redirected to a phishing site which looks almost like the Flipkart site or the Amazon site, and people tend to believe that and immediately click and transfer the money, which actually goes to the fraudster. So basically we have received a lot of complaints from throughout the state that this scam is very prevalent now, it's widely spreading, and that's why we put out this advisory that you should be very careful while looking at the advertisements on the social media, because this will lead you to lose your money. It will lead you to a fraud site, a phishing site, which will ensure that you lose your money. So basically what you need to do is whenever you go into the shopping app, you should actually verify the address as to whether it's the right one, because the fraudsters, the phishing sites will be one or two alphabets may be different. If you say Flipkart, it will be like Flippy Cart or something of that sort, which is different from the original site. So basically, whenever you are using the internet marketing shopping site, you should actually verify the address and see it's the correct one. And it's better always to go and search in the Google or type the address and go into the site rather than clicking a link and going in. So basically, the public should be aware of this thing and ensure that they don't become a cyber victim in this scam. Thank you.
Cyberdome is a center of excellence for Kerala Police and is a pioneer in the country in public-private partnership for furthering cyber security. Cyberdome Kozhikode is organizing a virtual summit on cyber security on the theme Real Time and Real Attacks. As Superintendent of Police Information and Communication Technology, I hope that this summit will inspire, educate, and enthuse cyber experts to create a better cyber space for all of us. Thank you for joining hands with Kerala Police in this endeavor to make the cyber world a safe place for all of us. Thank you.
The scale and intensity of cyber attacks continues to grow rapidly, reaching record levels with millions of new malware infections, ransomware attacks, and malicious bots. New generations of threats creates a huge drain to the internet's infrastructure, costing enterprises billions of dollars. In this rapidly evolving threat environment, Cyberdome's unique and powerful managed security service is vital for any type of network, whether public, industrial, or financial. It provides formidable defenses against a wide range of cyber attacks while protecting data and reducing security risks. Using industry-leading technology and expertise, we secure and protect information assets 24/7. We transform the way our customers manage their information security and compliance programs. Cyberdome's 360-degree security perimeter, continuous 24/7 monitoring, detection, prevention, and recovery activities, incident response and forensics, prioritizing critical incidents and remediation needs, minimizing duration and impact of security breaches. A compliance review that fully meets global regulatory requirements and standards. Cyber threat intelligence based on network analytics from organizations and leading cyber agencies around the world. Online reporting system distributing selectively security incidents with executives and security personnel for immediate action. Don't wait till it's too late. Cyberdome's managed security service, total network protection. Cybercrimes are a real threat to the activities of governmental and business. To address cyber threats, you need a broad range of information security solutions. There is no single solution that can protect your people, data, and organization. Leading-edge technology must be balanced with information security solutions to identify risks, develop strategies, and implement best practices. Cyberdome provides holistic and comprehensive IT security services and solutions you can rely on. Our mission is to ensure that business IT infrastructure is equipped with tools and capability to prevent, detect, and remove cyber threats. We are committed to helping organizations plan, build, and run successful cybersecurity programs through the right combination of information security solutions, services, and products. Cyberdome comprehensive services and IT security solutions include security intelligence solutions that deliver actionable insight into your business, security program strategy, security architecture and implementation, enterprise risk and IT compliance, cyber education, training and awareness, managed security services, threat and vulnerability management, identity and access management, enterprise incident management and response. If you want us to help you plan, build, and run successful cybersecurity programs that achieve business objectives through our depth and breadth of cybersecurity offerings, please contact us today. The scale and intensity of cyber attacks continues to grow rapidly, reaching record levels with millions of new malware infections, ransomware attacks, and malicious bots. New generations of threats creates a huge drain to the internet's infrastructure, costing enterprises billions of dollars. In this rapidly evolving threat environment, Cyberdome's unique and powerful managed security service is vital for any type of network, whether public, industrial, or financial. It provides formidable defenses against a wide range of cyber attacks while protecting data and reducing security risks. Using industry-leading technology and expertise, we secure and protect information assets 24/7. We transform the way our customers manage their information security and compliance programs. Cyberdome's 360-degree security perimeter, continuous 24/7 monitoring, detection, prevention, and recovery activities, incident response and forensics, prioritizing critical incidents and remediation needs, minimizing duration and impact of security breaches. A compliance review that fully meets global regulatory requirements and standards. Cyber threat intelligence based on network analytics from organizations and leading cyber agencies around the world. Online reporting system distributing selectively security incidents with executives and security personnel for immediate action. Don't wait till it's too late. Cyberdome's managed security service, total network protection.
During the COVID-19 pandemic lockout, we have seen a tremendous increase in the internet crimes or the cyber crimes. There have been a lot of cyber attacks basically upon banks. We have a lot of crimes on the social media, and generally on the internet, crimes have been increasing to a great extent. We know that people have hooked on to devices, the people, the criminals, everybody is hooked on. And the new trend that we find now is one of the shopping scams that have come surfaced recently. We've got a lot of complaints on this aspect where advertisements for cheap electronic goods, supposedly to be sold through Flipkart and Amazon or Myntra, the reputed shopping apps, would be sent through social media. So you'll find that it's at a great discount, and people tend to really click on the link and try to purchase the item immediately because the stocks may run out. So you find that you are redirected to a phishing site which looks almost like the Flipkart site or the Amazon site, and people tend to believe that and immediately click and transfer the money, which actually goes to the fraudster. So basically we have received a lot of complaints from throughout the state that this scam is very prevalent now, it's widely spreading, and that's why we put out this advisory that you should be very careful while looking at the advertisements on the social media, because this will lead you to lose your money. It will lead you to a fraud site, a phishing site, which will ensure that you lose your money. So basically what you need to do is whenever you go into the shopping app, you should actually verify the address as to whether it's the right one, because the fraudsters, the phishing sites will be one or two alphabets may be different. If you say Flipkart, it will be like Flippy Cart or something of that sort, which is different from the original site. So basically, whenever you are using the internet marketing shopping site, you should actually verify the address and see it's the correct one. And it's better always to go and search in the Google or type the address and go into the site rather than clicking a link and going in. So basically, the public should be aware of this thing and ensure that they don't become a cyber victim in this scam. Thank you.
Cyberdome is a center of excellence for Kerala Police and is a pioneer in the country in public-private partnership for furthering cyber security. Cyberdome Kozhikode is organizing a virtual summit on cyber security on the theme Real Time and Real Attacks. As Superintendent of Police Information and Communication Technology, I hope that this summit will inspire, educate, and enthuse cyber experts to create a better cyberspace for all of us. Thank you for joining hands with Kerala Police in this endeavor to make the cyber world a safe place for all of us. Thank you.
The scale and intensity of cyber attacks continues to grow rapidly, reaching record levels with millions of new malware infections, ransomware attacks, and malicious bots. New generations of threats creates a huge drain to the internet's infrastructure, costing enterprises billions of dollars. In this rapidly evolving threat environment, Cyberdome's unique and powerful managed security service is vital for any type of network, whether public, industrial, or financial. It provides formidable defenses against a wide range of cyber attacks while protecting data and reducing security risks. Using industry-leading technology and expertise, we secure and protect information assets 24/7. We transform the way our customers manage their information security and compliance programs. Cyberdome's 360-degree security perimeter, continuous 24/7 monitoring, detection, prevention, and recovery activities, incident response and forensics, prioritizing critical incidents and remediation needs, minimizing duration and impact of security breaches. A compliance review that fully meets global regulatory requirements and standards. Cyber threat intelligence based on network analytics from organizations and leading cyber agencies around the world. Online reporting system distributing selectively security incidents with executives and security personnel for immediate action. Don't wait till it's too late. Cyberdome's managed security service, total network protection.
Due to the temporary unavailability of Speaker Alexis Figo, we have interchanged the time slots of talk Alexis Figo with talk of Ali Abdullahi. So our next talk will be Telecommunication, 3G and 4G Networks by Ali Abdullahi.
Hi and welcome back. Thank you for staying tuned with us. And here we are flagging off the next section of Cyber Security Summit 2021. It's about telecommunication, 3G and 4G networks. Attacking cellular radio networks is a permanent concern in all mobile network generations. In this talk, we want to demonstrate all risks and threats against mobile radio access networks from 2G to 5G, then illustrate a solution to defeat these attacks proactively. The technique that we want to use is a crowd dancing method that allows mobile network operators to detect fake base stations by adopting this hierarchy solution. This session will be handled by Mr. Ali Abdullahi, who is a cybersecurity expert with 9 years of experience working in a variety of security fields. Ali is a full-time consultant helping clients with product security testing, reverse engineering, penetration testing, exploit developing, red teaming, secure coding, and more. Giving him ample opportunity to use his skills in a diversity of ways. In addition, he is an instructor, author, and board reviewer at Hacking Lion Company. Ali is a self-conscious bug hunter, publisher of many vulnerabilities and CVEs. I welcome Ali Abdullahi to Cybersecurity Summit 2021. Over to you, sir.
Hope you're doing great. Welcome to my session on detecting fake mobile station using a crowd sensing technique at Kerala Police Cyberdome's Cybersecurity Summit 2021. This is Ali Abdullahi. I'm a cybersecurity engineer in almost 9 years. And I'm another instructor, an active bug hunter, as well as speaker and trainer at industry conferences, as you can see here. So I'm very happy to talk about a new topic and one of my recent research on detecting fake BTS and Node Bs or eNode Bs and all stations in all generations of mobile networks at this great conference and the great organizer. So if you're ready, we can start our session. So here I'm gonna talk about fake base stations and related news regarding fake BTS and IMSI catcher. As you know, when we are talking about IMSI catchers, actually we are talking about fake mobile stations, because whenever a hacker or criminal wants to set up an IMSI catcher in the mobile fields, they have to start a fake station to, for example, block legal connections, or trying to actually represent themselves as a legal mobile station and cell tower. So here I decided to mention some news regarding these issues. As you can see on the left hand side, you can see news regarding IMSI catching and fake stations on BBC. And the news is about the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, said that some report anomaly activities consistent with the use of called stingrays, which is actually stingrays is a technology and a product to set up IMSI catching, and it's some kind of mobile fake base station. And Stingray is a brand for a type of IMSI catcher and mobile phone surveillance devices, and it's like a briefcase. So the devices send out signals to trick mobile phones into transmitting their identifying, locating locations, and identifying all information. So and then writes news on Computer Weekly is about the an announcement from police force in England and Wales because will able to refuse to say whether they use surveillance equipment known as IMSI catcher that are capable of monitoring, for example, thousands of mobile phones following a ruling by a Freedom of Information Tribunal. So right now I'm gonna talk about the actual radio network or radio access network architecture. As you can see, this architecture is EUTRAN or Evolve EUTRAN, Universal Radio Access Network, which using 4G LTE. I choose this architecture and the picture because we have more LTE networks than 5G network, but the concept is the same because we have some mobile stations from 2G to 5G, but the name is different. In 2G we have BTS, but in 5G we have GMB, and in 4G we have ENB or Evolved Node B. And you can see some eNodeBs here, and they are connected together using X2 interfaces, as well as a connection with the core network. You can see MME and SGW, and so each cell tower connected to the core network using S1 interfaces. So whenever we are talking about fake base station and IMSI catchers, we are in this field. We are in radio access network. We, as well as a hacker and the device or any hardware or software which we want to set up to have an IMSI catcher or a fake station. Here is a sample of jamming attack against radio access networks. You can see jamming is 100 possible attacking scenario in all mobile network generations. You can perform jamming attack in GSM, in 3G, in LTE, and even in 5G. But the procedures, the hardware, the software, they are different in each generation. But for example, with this jammer, you can see it's almost $400. You can set up a jamming scenario against 2G, 3G, and 4G networks easily. So most of hackers and criminals perform jamming attacks because they want to have you as their victim to be in GSM network, because GSM is more vulnerable than other technologies, than other mobile infrastructures, so they can perform more attacks and the malicious scenario against their victims in 2G networks. So they choose jamming first of all, and after that deploy other malicious scenario. Here I actually mentioned the 3 different vulnerabilities in radio access network in 3 different categories. So the first one is lack of authentication and encryption, and the important item which we are going to talk about in this presentation is lack of rogue fake base station detection. So now I want to explain more about some radio access network attack examples, and in this slide I want to talk about sniffing. You can see a hacker or security analyst or any other person in radio access network can retrieve all information like voice data and network and some informational data regarding the mobile radio access network, because radio access networks are the most accessible part of mobile operator or mobile infrastructure. So when our phone, our SIM card is on, and we can set up a call or send a SMS, so we can perform all those attack, all those analysis against this network, because we are in this network whenever our phone is working. And as you can see, based on this screenshot, we have some informational and some actually valuable information regarding radio access network. This is some information in transmitting over the air between cell phone and the cell tower in LTE network. And here, another example of sniffing. You can see that an IMSI value is transmitting over the air, and as most of you know, that IMSI value, IMSI number, is the most valuable information in mobile networks because it is unique for each subscriber all around the world. And here we have an IMSI value in our captured traffic using Wireshark, and it's in clear text, so a hacker can take advantage and actually to exploit subscriber or even the mobile infrastructure using this information. Another example here is SIM details disclosure. You can see, for example, ARFCN and MCC, which stand for mobile country code, and other valuable information. For example, IMSI number. All of those are in clear text here, and a hacker, this information are very, very good and great to set up a malicious scenario for a hacker or criminal. And here TeamZ Sniffer as well, which is an open source project, so you can find all TeamZs in radio access network, and the usage of TeamZ is to reduce the usage of IMSI number, and TeamZ is a temporary value of IMSI number. So a hacker again can retrieve all TeamZ numbers in a radio access network. So we have actually in GSM we have different encryption algorithms. So if a hacker try to downgrade their victim to GSM network, so we have almost 4 different encryption algorithms, A5023, and A53 is the most secure one, or Kazumi, but A52 is not secure because it cracked before. A51 is cracked and vulnerable. You can easily decrypt all information which encrypt with A51 algorithm, and A50 has no encryption, and everything with this algorithm is transmitting in clear text. And here is an example of SIM cloning, and if a hacker has your IMSI number, so he or she can set up a SIM cloning attack against the infrastructure. And the SIM cloning is very, very dangerous because your SIM card is your identity, and the criminal actors trying to actually steal your identity to exploit privacy, availability, and confidentiality of other subscribers and maybe mobile network operators. And here is another example of RAN attack. In this case, it is denial of service using sending IMSI detach request to specific victim. So a hacker or criminal actor can actually threat your availability in mobile network, actually in radio access network, by sending lots of IMSI detach requests. So if it happened, you cannot still connect to the network because your SIM card, your IMSI number detached from the live services from the network, so you cannot anymore send a message or set up a call. And IMEI is another factor which is a threat inside radio access networks. So a hacker can change valid IMEI to invalid or fake one, or set up call and test the network behavior. And the requirement is easy, a Smocom BB software. And for example, in this screenshot, you can see that an invalid IMEI set to all zeros working inside a live network. So as you can see in this scenario, here network sent identity request to my phone actually, and the type of the identity was set to IMEI, as you can see. And I replied to the network with a fake IMEI, with an invalid IMEI set to all zeros. And here you can see the ciphering mode is completed, and my invalid and fake IMEI accepted on the network side. So actually I demonstrated all possible attacking scenarios inside mobile radio access networks. And now I want to share something interesting when we want to detect and reduce the risk of fake mobile stations and actually IMSI catchers. Some of those attacks are not related to IMSI catcher or even fake BTS, because to fix those attacks and address those vulnerabilities, we must consider some network hardening, security hardening, and other mechanisms. But the main challenge is fake base stations and IMSI catchers in all generations of mobile network, because, for example, set up or even those vulnerabilities regarding encryption, they're not possible in new technologies like LTE and 5G. But this concern, this vulnerability, this threat fake base stations and IMSI catchers are still potential vulnerabilities inside mobile radio access network, even in new technologies. So I segregated some useful parameters and mechanisms when we are going to set up a fake base station detector. The first one is request for downgrading. So if we observe any kind of downgrading inside a cell or a radio access network field, it could be a sign of fake base station or IMSI catcher, because one of the main procedure of those attacks is downgrading. So you must be careful about this parameter, downgrading. And even if you are trying to develop a software or a hardware to detect and address these radio access network threats, you must consider these parameters. The second one is response delay on cipher mode complete message. The third one is cancellation on encryption. Whenever you observe any kind of cancellation, encryption cancellation, it would be a sign of mobile IMSI catcher or fake base station, because in normal situation, the network or the network equipments, protocols, and communications will never trying to cancel any encryption procedures. So be careful about this one again. The next one is a high volume of paging group requests. This one is also a very dangerous parameter, because, for example, when a hacker trying to set up a fake base station or IMSI catcher, the hardware or the software will first of all try to send many requests of paging group to page all live entity in that field. The next one is same location area code and cell identifier for different ARFCNs. This is very tricky because each ARFCNs must have a unique LAC and CID, and you must be careful about this. And ARFCN actually stand for Absolute Radio Frequency Channel Number, and it's a code that's actually identify a pair of physical radio carrier for transmission, radio transmissions. So you must be careful about LAC and CID, and each and whenever you actually observe that some ARFCNs have the same LAC and CID, it would be a sign of Rogo, it would be Rogo mobile station or IMSI catcher. A very important parameter and procedure is that a cell and a cell tower, actually a sector in a cell tower, must represent other neighbor cells. If you receive nothing regarding introducing neighbor cells from a cell tower, from a radio equipment inside or test field, it would be a sign of again, mobile fake base station or IMSI catcher. And all IMSI catcher and fake station pretending to be the only cell in an area, because it is very important, if you are a hacker, to be the only cell in an area, in a cellular network. And this would be very helpful whenever you want to actually compromise all active devices, all active subscribers in a specific field. So to have a better deployment, to have a better solution, as a complementary solution, we must consider crowd sensing, because we cannot rely on fixed or mobile, and we must consider a hybrid solution based on crowd sensing. And crowd sensing would be a very helpful solution, because we are in a radio access network and mobility is very important and also an advantage for us. So in this scenario, I represent three types of deployments. The first one is fixed detection probes near the radio towers. It means that you deploy a fake BTS detector on near each cell tower, each node B, E node B, or GMB in your field, maybe in a city or in a country or in a specific region. The second one is mobile probes as a software. For example, you developed fake base station software and you installed it on mobile devices, mobile phones. But in this specific item, we want this solution and this mobile phone to each security expert's phones. So we have, in this scenario, we have some security experts, some telecom experts in our test area, in our specific regions, so to reduce false positives about detection of IMSI catcher and fake base stations. We need some experts to actually filter the results, to have a better and clear final results, which lead us to some criminal activities and maybe suspicious cell towers. And the third item is mobile probe as a software for normal users and people. We can install this software or give it to normal users and install on people phones. So also we can compare the result of results from security experts phone with people's phone to have a better understanding, better results and clarification of all parameters and items that I mentioned in previous slide. So we can combine all these three procedures together to have a better results regarding to finding any suspicious activity inside radio access networks. So once again, thank you very much for your time and your attention. I would be happy if you can connecting with me on Twitter and LinkedIn accounts. Stay safe and have a good day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ali Abdullahi. It's my privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of Kozhikode Cyberdome. We remain very much obliged to Mr. Ali Abdullahi, cybersecurity expert, who spent his precious time for us by sharing his excellent knowledge for the Cybersecurity Summit and graced this occasion with his presence. Additionally, we are happy to declare our thankfulness to all the participants for putting your valuable time for this informative and thoughtful speech on telecommunication networks. ഹലോ സൈബർ സെക്യൂരിറ്റി സമ്മിറ്റിന്റെ ഭാഗമായി കോഴിക്കോട് സൈബർഡോം നടത്തുന്ന സൈബർ അവയർനെസ് ക്യൂസിലെ അഞ്ചാമത്തെ ചോദ്യം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് മുന്നിലേക്ക് എത്തുകയാണ്. സ്ക്രീനിൽ കാണുന്ന വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് നമ്പറിലേക്കാണ് നിങ്ങൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഉത്തരങ്ങൾ 1 മിനിറ്റിനുള്ളിൽ അയക്കേണ്ടത്. ആദ്യം ശരി ഉത്തരം നൽകുന്ന ആൾക്കാർക്കും സമ്മാനം. വൈകാതെ സ്ക്രീനിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ കാണാവുന്നതാണ്. ചോദ്യം ഇതാണ്: ചിത്രത്തിൽ കാണിച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന CVV നമ്പറിന്റെ പൂർണ്ണ രൂപം എന്ത്? 1 മിനിറ്റിനുള്ളിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഉത്തരങ്ങൾ 9048999619 എന്ന നമ്പറിലേക്ക് വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക. 1 മിനിറ്റാണ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ചോദ്യത്തിന് ഉത്തരം നൽകാനുള്ള സമയം. ആദ്യം ശരി ഉത്തരം നൽകുന്ന ആൾക്കാർക്കും സമ്മാനം.
Instant Roshan.
Anston Roshan.
ANSTEN.
Anston
Roshan. Resula Rasil Chundam. Rasil.
അപ്പോൾ ചോദിച്ച ചോദ്യം ഇതായിരുന്നു, ചിത്രത്തിൽ കാണിച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന CVV നമ്പറിന്റെ പൂർണ്ണ രൂപം എന്ത്? ഉത്തരം കാർഡ് വെരിഫിക്കേഷൻ വാല്യൂ എന്നാണ്. ആൻസ്റ്റൺ റോഷൻ ഫ്രം വെസ്റ്റ് ഹിൽ ആൾക്കാണ് സമ്മാനം ലഭിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. കൺഗ്രാറ്റുലേഷൻ ആൻസ്റ്റൺ. The upcoming session of the Cyber Summit is handled by Karan Sharma, a security consultant. In this session, the topic covered will be HTTP request smuggling, JavaScript, prototype pollution attack, and GraphQL APIs hacking. In this short span of time, the structure of the topics covered are explanation of vulnerability, real-world example where the vulnerability is exploited, mitigating controls, where Karan Sharma is a security consultant at Bank of New Zealand. He is having over 10 years of hand-on work experience in pen testing, red teaming, bug hunting, security consultation, and training. He is an offensive security web expert and certified professional. He is an outstanding speaker on OWASP, AppSec, Mystican since last 3 years. He is having an excellent knowledge on web and mobile apps. He sounds good in mobile pen testing, security code review, security assessment, DevSecOps, red teaming, cloud security, security governance, security training, security consultant. Here, I welcome Mr. Karan Sharma. Sir, you may. It's all yours.
Thanks a lot. That was an awesome introduction. So I will try to keep up with it. First of all, I would just like to, give a huge congrats to the whole Cyberdome team, and I really hope, this sort of conference always go ahead like every single year. I'm really proud to be part of this conversation, of this particular conference. I hope everyone can hear me. And let's begin this talk. So a little bit about myself. I'm a pen tester. I've been doing pen testing from last 10 years. I do bug hunting in my part-time. I've done a bunch of certificates as well. I've done offensive security, web expert, offensive security certified professional, and a few other certifications as well. My true passion is for web and mobile application pen testing. And from last few years, I've started to concentrate more on DevSecOps. Because the security automation is really important. Also, I love doing code auditing as well. You can follow me on Twitter. I'm Root on Twitter, and I've also got a YouTube channel as well. And I'll share more details afterwards, probably at the end of the talk. Just a quick disclaimer before I kick off this talk. Everything that I'm going to cover in this talk is solely for educational purpose only. I take no responsibility how you choose to utilize this information. Also, I would still say that whatever I'm going to cover, please only use it for educational purpose. And if you come across any vulnerability, I would say just be white hat hacker and disclose any vulnerability that you come across responsibly. And please be kind to each other. Thanks. So these are the topics that we are going to cover today. We are going to cover HTTP request smuggling, JavaScript prototype pollution attack, and GraphQL API hacking. So the reason I've given my talk above and beyond name is because these are the vulnerabilities that you probably wouldn't see as part of OWASP top 10. So these sort of the category of vulnerabilities sort of fall outside of OWASP top 10, hence the name above and beyond. So the first vulnerability that we're going to cover is HTTP request smuggling. I'm pretty sure many of you are aware of this particular vulnerability, but if you're not, don't worry, we are going to cover and we're going to dive deeper into these vulnerabilities. So HTTP request smuggling. So this vulnerability was originally documented back in 2005. It was recently repopularized by the director of Portswigger. His name is James Carroll. And he represented this vulnerability, I guess, back in 2017. And again, since then, this vulnerability has arisen in popularity again, and I see a number of instances where this vulnerability is being exploited. So hence, I wanted to cover this particular vulnerability in this talk. So what is this vulnerability, right? You might ask. So this particular vulnerability arises when your front end and the back end web servers interpret the boundary of requests differently. So we will see how that pans out. But this particular vulnerability could be quite devastating because it could lead to phishing, it could lead to cross-site scripting attacks, it could lead to bypass authentication, authorization. I've seen some instances where this vulnerability was used to disclose user session tokens, API keys, and whatnot. So this vulnerability can be quite dangerous. To dive deeper into this particular vulnerability so you understand how this vulnerability arises, I'm going to use this particular graph, just going to use this particular picture. So here you've got an end user, and the modern web applications these days has either a load balancer in front of it or some sort of other reverse proxy sitting in front of a particular web application, right? So here we are talking about there's a load balancer here. And similarly, then you have a backend server, maybe again, like, another middleware of some sort is sitting between your application and your load balancer here, right? So this is like the very modern architecture of web applications in today's age. So what happens, as I was saying, the way this vulnerability arises, it's like when your front end and your back end servers can't interpret like the boundaries or can't decide on the boundaries of the requests, that's when this vulnerability arises, right? So what happens in web applications, due to the efficiency of the network, the web servers actually send multiple or number of requests on a single connection. And what happens with that, because it's fast, it's more efficient, the web servers tend to use the same connection to send multiple requests to the backend server. So your backend server receives the requests that your front-end server forwards, and then your backend server interprets those requests based on the headers, and we will look at which headers. So your backend server looks at the headers of the requests and interprets or parses or decides where the first request ends and where the second one begins. So this is quite important for your backend system to understand that, right? So the way your backend system or backend server understands or interprets where the first request is finishing and the second one is beginning, it uses these headers in the request. So the first header is the content length header, and the second header is the transfer encoding header. So we will look at what these headers are. So in the content length header, it looks like this. So in your, for example, say this is a post HTTP request. And in this request, you can see there is a content length header there, and the value of that header is 16, which means the length of the body of this particular request is 16 bytes. And similarly, on the right-hand side, we've got a transfer encoding header. And similarly, it's a post request, and we've got the transfer encoding header sitting in the request. The length of the chunk, or in transfer encoding header, is actually represented in hexadecimal, and then the end of the request is marked with 0. So your backend or front end, when it receives the request with the header with transfer encoding, it knows that where this particular request ends. So this is quite important for you to understand. What's the importance of these headers are. So the content length header, and you've got a transfer encoding header. So you might ask, how is this vulnerability caused again, right? So we definitely covered this in the very beginning. So when your front end and the backend servers, web servers, interpret these requests, you interpret the web requests differently. That's when the HTTP request smuggling vulnerability arises. And this is actually the perfect opportunity for any attacker to utilize this opportunity to probably send their own malicious payload to the web application. Because if that particular malicious payload is executed, say if the web app is vulnerable to HTTP request smuggling, it could lead to quite to severe vulnerabilities as well. So how is this attack performed? Well, as we looked at these headers, like content length header and transfer encoding header in the previous slides, so the way you perform this attack, you would actually include both the headers in a single HTTP request. So as you can see in this image here, what we are trying to do is, it's a regular request, but the things are a bit different. We've got a content length header and we've got a transfer encoding header sitting in the same request. Right? And here, similar to what I showed you previously around transfer encoding, we can see the length of the request is here, plus the end of the request is here, is marked with 0. But at the same time, we've got another request here, which is called which is fetching a resource called robots.txt, and it's all part of the same request. And this is how you perform the HTTP request smuggling attack. And there are various categories of HTTP request smuggling, and we will look at those categories in upcoming slides. So this is how you would perform an HTTP request smuggling attack. So here, what's going to happen is, it depends how whether your web server, whether your front end accepts the content length header or transfer encoding header. So it's all gonna it will all make sense when I'll show you a couple of more slides. But keep in mind, that's how the attack is actually performed, by including both the headers in the same HTTP request. So diving more deeper into this vulnerability, just to illustrate what I was talking about. So here you've got an attacker going to a victim's website, which is vulnerable to, say, HTTP request smuggling. So here, an attacker, requests a resource, for example, and then at the same time, attacker also includes a malicious payload in his request. And when the request is received by the backend, and when the backend server interprets that request or parses that request, if that request is malicious and the backend server is vulnerable to HTTP request smuggling, that malicious code would just sit there on that HTTP connection, which is between your backend and your front end. And when a normal user or a regular user comes and interact with that website, that malicious code is actually appended onto that victim's request, and that malicious code is sent back to your regular user. So as you can see, by including the malicious code and fooling the front end and the backend server using these content length and the transfer encoding headers, that particular malicious code is actually sent to the regular user. So this particular code could be anything. It could be a universal redirect where an attacker control website is sent as part of the malicious payload, and your regular user is redirected to an attacker control website. Similarly, it could also lead to a cross-site scripting vulnerability. An attacker could use a payload which could lead to leaking your session cookies, your API keys, and whatnot. So this could be quite dangerous. And I hope this makes sense, because I tried to sort of illustrate how the attacker managed code would be actually be quite devastating when it comes to HTTP request smuggling. And as I was saying, there are different categories of HTTP request smuggling. Here, there are 3 categories. So one is called CLT. All that means is content length and transfer encoding. What that means is that your front end respects the content length header, and your backend respects the transfer encoding header. Similarly, in a TECL category of this attack, your front end would respect the transfer encoding header, and your backend would respect the content length header. And in TET, which is your front end and the back end would respect only the transfer encoding headers. So these are the different categories of HTTP request smuggling, where these front end and back end servers are disregarding the whole RFC standard. Because according to RFC standard, if you have the content length header and the transfer encoding header in a single HTTP request, the web server is supposed to disregard the content length header and only regard the transfer encoding header. But what we see here is that RFC standard is completely disregarded, and hence this vulnerability arises. I hope that makes sense. So here in this example, what we are trying to do is we are using that CLT category of attack to poison the HTTP request. So this is like one example where the HTTP request smuggling can be very dangerous. So we are using the CLT attack. What that means? It means the front end respects the content length header, and the back end respects the transfer encoding header. And we will see what happens here. So here's your attacker, visits a random website.com, doesn't matter what site that is. And in attacker's request, which it's sending to the web application, as you can see, we are including the transfer encoding header, and we are including the content length header, right? And there is another request here. And the length of the request is 35, which is marked with the content length. And so attacker simply sends that request. Now, since this website is vulnerable to content length and transfer encoding category of HTTP request smuggling, so what's going to happen here is your front end is going to parse this request. It's going to look at the body of this request and say, oh, okay, this is the content length is 35. Cool. I'm going to parse this request and I'm going to send it to the backend server. So when it comes to the backend server, your backend server is going to regard only the transfer encoding header, and it's going to disregard the content length header, right? So it's going to say, oh, okay, but there's nothing because the request just ended at 0. So this request, which attacker, it could be any malicious payload or any other dangerous request that attacker included. So this request will just simply sit here waiting for your regular user to make another request, so it can be appended onto their request. And let's see how. So we know that attacker made the request, that robots.txt, which is here, now is sitting here, and it's just sitting on that HTTP connection. So what's happening now is your regular user is interacting with randomsite.com, and this particular user is looking for a dash profile resource, right? So he's probably trying to access his profile. So your front end is looking at this request, but since this request is sitting there on that HTTP connection, your backend is going to redirect or going to serve this user robots.txt, not the resource that user has asked for. So here, what's going to happen is your user will be redirected to robots.txt. This is just an example. This could be anything. As I said before, this could be a universal XSS. This could be an attacker-controlled resource, or it could contain cross-site scripting payload or whatnot. So as you can see how dangerous this particular attack could be. So this is a simple example of how to use HTTP request smuggling to poison the HTTP response. So here that request is, so your user's gonna get that robots.txt and your user will be redirected to that particular resource. So testing for this particular vulnerability, right? So say, for example, how would you test for this particular vulnerability if you are on a pen test or you're trying to find these vulnerabilities? Well, I really liked this tool that was presented by Dev Param. He introduced this tool last year. I think he introduced this tool in NahamCon, which was last year in 2020. So Smuggler is the tool which allows you to test for HTTP request smuggling in a safer manner. Because this vulnerability could be quite dangerous, it's I wouldn't advise you to go ahead and just start testing this vulnerability against some random website and you don't have permissions for, because it could have a really, really bad impact on the web application. So hence, if you, again, like not just this vulnerability, any vulnerability in general, you just can't test the target if you don't have a permission for. So Smuggler is a tool introduced by Dev Param, which takes a domain that you're testing for, and then you just feed the domain to this, and it will test HTTP request smuggling in a safer manner. Similarly, there's a Burp Suite extension available to test for HTTP request smuggling. I believe it is also available for a community edition of Burp Suite, but you may have to check that. And James' original research that he published has some really, really good examples of how to test this vulnerability safely. So I highly recommend that if you want to learn this technique, at a very deeper level, please go ahead and read James' research as well. So further learnings. So for example, say you like this, you like this particular topic, and you want to learn more about this particular vulnerability. Well, I will highly suggest that you watch Dev Param's talk at NahamCon from last year. Also, Web Security Academy from Portswigger, the creators of Burp Suite, they have these free labs on HTTP request smuggling to sort of to grasp this topic and and perform some hands-on on labs or practice for this particular vulnerability. It's free of cost, so you can go ahead and you can always learn more about it. And James' talk from DEFCON 27, I think that was the best talk, because obviously he repopularized this vulnerability, so he explained it really, really well. Real world exploitation. So where this vulnerability was exploited in real world. So let's take a look at some of the publicly disclosed reports. So one of the best one that I came across was, so this researcher, he found this vulnerability in MDM platform, which allowed him to pretty much compromise the overall mobile devices of a particular organization. So he could pretty much say he could wipe their mobile devices. He could send commands to organizations' mobile phones and whatnot. So you could see the impact of this vulnerability. It could be really, really dangerous. And a very well-known brands like Slack had this vulnerability, which allowed an attacker to do the mass account takeover. So all of these are publicly disclosed vulnerabilities on HackerOne. You could go ahead and you could read more about these on these on these relevant reports. Yeah, so these, just to sort of show you, it definitely has some really, really big impacts. So I think this is really important to know as well, that how to prevent against this vulnerability, because that's why we are here, right? We're trying to make sure, we want to make the internet a safer place. So we want to know how to prevent against this vulnerability. So let's look into it. Well, first thing is, what you can do to prevent against this vulnerability is to prioritize transfer and encoding over content length. So, as I was talking at the beginning of the talk, that when your web server receives a request which includes both the headers, transfer encoding and content length, it should only prioritize the transfer encoding header and it should completely disregard the content length header. And that's exactly what is in that RFC standard if you go and check. So that's one way to prevent against this vulnerability. The second thing is to disallow these requests, which contains both the content length headers and transfer encoding headers. This is one way to do it, by probably sending or returning 400 HTTP response codes, because that way you're not giving any information back to the attacker. So that's one way to another way to prevent against this vulnerability. Some other examples are, say, you've got a front end and you've got a back end web servers. If they are using, say, the likes of IIS, make sure both the web servers are on the same version. Make sure that, if they are both using IIS, then your front end is also using IIS 10.0 and the back end is also using 10.0. I'm just giving an example of 10.0. Use whatever is the latest web server version is available. Perhaps in the modern web application frameworks, or sorry, not the frameworks, but the architecture, this might not be possible, because your front end may be using like a load balancer and your backend is using a reverse proxy. So in that sort of scenario, what I just mentioned previously would come in handy. Also, you could normalize these requests. So your front end should normalize these requests before the request is passed to the backend server. So should just remove any ambiguity that is in that request. That way, by the time your backend receives that request, there is no ambiguity in that request, because that request is normalized by your front end server. So I hope this makes sense, and I hope I presented this particular topic to you in a probably more understandable manner, so you understand what this vulnerability is about. All right, so let's look at the other type of vulnerability, which is probably not very well known, in my opinion. So which is JavaScript prototype pollution attack. Okay, so let's look into it. Before we look at JavaScript prototype pollution vulnerability, I just want to give you like a bit of information, or probably want to share what JavaScript is to begin with, right? So everything in JavaScript is an object. So regardless, whatever you create, everything in JavaScript is an object. So things that are not object, they are called primitive types, or the data types, right? The likes of the strings, numbers, Boolean symbols, these are your data types. They're also known as the primitive types. So keep that in mind. Also, JavaScript is a prototype-based language. What that means is, it means when a particular object is created, it carryovers all the properties or the methods that prototype object has. So we will look at when I give you the demonstration what I mean by that. There are also some basic operations that an object can inherit, the likes of toString, constructor, and has own properties. So the vulnerability, let's talk about this, because this is very important. So how is this vulnerability caused, or how does this vulnerability arise in your web applications? So when an attacker controlled JSON objects, say an attacker is controlling a JSON object, and that JSON object ends up in in unsafe operations like merge, clone, or extend, or other dangerous operations, that's when this vulnerability arises, because attacker controls that JSON object, and within that object there is a payload which is going to change the way the global prototype is present in your web application, and we will look at that in more detail in upcoming slides. So what happens is, if an attacker manages to change the object prototype, whatever if an attacker manages to change the global prototype, whatever object you create afterwards in your web application, that particular object will inherit what attacker has populated in that global object. So keep that in mind, please, because once that's tampered, every single object that you're going to create afterwards will inherit those properties. Yes, this is a bad practice, because once an attacker can control an object prototype or overwrite prototype, it's really dangerous, because the game over for the web application. I know that's probably what you're thinking, and that's exactly why we've got a demo for this particular vulnerability. Let me show you quickly. So, as I said, everything in JavaScript is an object, right? So this is how you create an object in JavaScript. So simply, where x is equal to an empty object, there's nothing inside this object. It's just an empty object, right? Similarly, I can create another object, right? Y. If I do y, if I access this particular object, there's nothing inside these objects, right? But what if we want to create a new object? So let's create a new object. Let's create an object called person. But before we create an object, so what is an object? You might ask. Well, object contains key value pair, and we will look at how. So an object will have properties, and we will create some properties here. So we're creating an object called person, and in this person, we're gonna create two properties. We're gonna call it first name, and we will assign a value to this property. And similarly, we're gonna create one more property called last name. Okay, so here we have created a person object, right? Let's access the properties that we have created by simply using the dot notation here, and by giving the property name, first name, right? First name, Kern, and we can also access the last name property as well. And we've got a second, we managed to access the second property that we've created here, right? So this is how we normally create objects. But there is one another thing before we dive more deeper into this particular example. There's a thing called constructors. So you know how we created this object just in the recent example. So what are constructors, you may ask? So constructors are like the building blocks of your objects, or you could call it, these are like skeletons for your objects. You define a constructor, and whatever is inside the constructor, you would use that constructor to construct new objects, as its name pretty much giving it away. Like constructors are like skeletons for your objects, and you will use a constructor to create new objects. And we will look at an example of how to create constructors, and then how to use that constructor to create new objects. So let's look at how to create a new constructor. There's a best practice in JavaScript that if you're creating a constructor, the first letter of the constructor name should always be in uppercase. So just keep that in mind. I learned that when I was learning about JavaScript back in my days. Okay, so we're going to create an object. We're going to create a new constructor called car, and we're going to give this particular constructor two properties. We're going to say make and model, right? And this dot make is equal to make, and this dot model is equal to model. And this is how we create constructors. Please keep that in mind. So this is how we create a constructor. So if I do car, that's how you can access that particular constructor, and this is the skeleton of that constructor. And we will use this skeleton to create new objects. And how do we create new objects using this, using a constructor? And this is how we do it. So we're going to create a new object called where my car is equal to new, and then you need to give the name of the constructor that we defined above. And here I'm going to pass values. So say my car is Tesla and the model is Model S. So I've created a new object using the constructor. And if I go my car, like access that object, you can see the values that have been populated in this particular object. Look, I'm taking you step by step so you fully understand what JavaScript prototype collision attack is. So you understand what's going on behind the scene when it comes to JavaScript prototype collision. So similarly, my car dot make will give me Tesla. My car dot model will give me that particular property. And I'm just going to create this another object using constructor called your car. So where your car is equal to new car, and say your car is Toyota and the model is Camry. Okay, and similarly, you can access properties. I'm just being mindful of the time because I've got another vulnerability to cover. So I'm just gonna speed it up a bit. Okay, cool. So that's what that is. So we created two objects, right? So we created my car and we created your car. Okay, so say these two objects exist now. We created these objects using the same constructor. What if you want to add a new property to your object, right? Because we've got two properties here. How would you add a new property to your object? One way to add a property is that you add a property directly to your object. And the second method is that you would add a property to the constructor's prototype, and we will see both the methods how. So first method is that we are going to add a property directly to our object. So we do this, my car dot year. So this is the property that we want to add, and we're going to call it 2021, right? So if I go my car dot year, I can access that property. But if I go to your car dot year, that property does not exist because that property is not available on your car object. I hope that makes sense. So as I said, there's a second method to create it, and that is through the constructor. And how do you do that? You would access the constructor prototype. So we will do car dot prototype dot year is equal to 2020. So I'm assigning that value, and here you will do your car because this object didn't have that value before, but you will see now that value does exist because we use the prototype. Okay, and if you go car dot prototype, you can see the constructor has given the you can see that particular value, the property does exist under the constructor. How do we leverage this prototype chain to attack or find this vulnerability, which is the JavaScript prototype pollution attack? Let's look at how. So in JavaScript, when a particular property exists on an object, this is how JavaScript accesses that property. So it uses something called object dot get on property name. And in our case, we're going to say your car. Let's say my car because I created this property directly against my object. So just see the difference here and your car. Is that we didn't create that property directly on that one. So the way JavaScript will access that property called year, it's going to use something called proto. It's going to go one step above one step deeper into the prototype of that object, and it's going to fetch that property if it finds it. If it doesn't find it, it's going to go one step deeper, and it's going to keep going until it finds the null value, which is here. So it will stop here, because if it didn't find, it will only go up to this point. But if it did find, like say here, it will stop there. So similarly, leveraging this, let's do something, because we understand how to change the prototype. So here, say if I come here and change, or pollute, I must say, this object at a global level with a property called Cyberdome, and this value, say, it here, let's copy that, what value we want to assign to this particular property. So we've got a property called Cyberdome, and that's the value that we assigned. That Cyberdome is awesome. So now, if I create any object, like say where x is equal to, so this is a completely empty object, but if I go x dot Cyberdome, it's gonna give me that value because it's globally polluted. So no matter which object you create now, say where z is equal to another empty object, z dot Cyberdome, and that is polluted as well. So this is what a prototype pollution looks like. So when an attacker managed to control a JSON object and sends it to your web application, that's where this particular vulnerability arises, right? And I'll show you quickly so you fully understand this vulnerability. Say, for example, this is the code. Here, the web application is checking whether a user is admin or not. If a user is not admin, you are an admin console.log will not work, right? So in our case, this statement will not execute because admin property does not exist on the user. So it is undefined and our statement will not execute. This could also be a logic of a web application as well. So just keep that in mind. Here, in this example, we have polluted the global object here. As you can see, we added the admin property and we set that value to true. And you've seen that if you pollute it at the global level, no matter what object you create afterwards, it's gonna inherit that property. So similarly here, once that particular object is polluted, which is the global object, this statement will be true because admin is set to true. And if this statement is true, our statement will execute and we have an auth bypass. This is a very basic example, but this in some applications, this could be a logic as well. And you can see the power of prototype pollution where you have the ability to change the prototype of a global object. So what's the impact of this vulnerability? Well, there's so much. You could do authorization bypass. You can do cross-site scripting. It varies based on the application's implementation as well, like what's the logic looks like of your web application where you've implemented it. It could even lead to remote code execution as well. Real-world exploitations. There are heaps of places where this vulnerability was found. The very important one was in Kibana. It led to remote code execution. Yep, these slides will be available, so you can feel free to go and read these reports. How to test. There are some browser extensions available. There is a great research on this topic, and there's also a free lab that you can download from GitHub, and you can put this, spin it up on your laptop, and you can get yourself familiar with this topic. So how to prevent against this particular vulnerability? Well, it's just like any other web application vulnerability. Make sure that you're sanitizing users' input. You don't expect users to, you don't like simply accept the user-controlled JSON objects and just straight away pass those to those dangerous functions like, or dangerous operations like merge, clone, etc. Make sure you use the schema validation for your JSON input. It's really, really important as well. Last but not least, the last topic of this talk is the GraphQL. Little bit about GraphQL. It was originally created by Facebook as an internal project back in 2012. They open sourced GraphQL in 2015, and many organizations adopted it. It's a data query language for your APIs. Well, the last point is still debatable whether REST is more efficient or GraphQL is more efficient. I would leave that to your judgment. So what is the difference between REST APIs and GraphQL APIs? Let's see that in action. Okay, so this is a REST API example. Here, you're trying to fetch user's ID, and you will make one request, right? This is first request to fetch user's ID. Similarly, if you want to fetch user's posts, that's another endpoint. So you will make another API request, right? Similarly, if you want to access followers of that particular endpoint, you will have to call a third endpoint. So as you can see, to access ID, posts, and followers, we have to call this API. We had to make 3 API calls. So that's your REST API. Keep that in mind. GraphQL, well, as I said, they say it's more efficient, right? So all of that, what we did in REST API with 3 different calls, we have put all of that in one single call. Here, we put the user, including the ID, posts here, and we specified as well that we only want the titles of the posts. And next, we specified followers. And in the brackets, we also said we only want the last 3, and we only want the names of the last 3 followers. So as you can see, in REST API, we had to make 3 calls to fetch that data, whereas in GraphQL, we only had to make 1 call. And all of that data will be fetched in one call. And as you can see, here is the response of your GraphQL call. So I hope that's clear what a REST API is and what a GraphQL API is. So what happens next? Say when you come across a GraphQL endpoint, and as a pen tester or as a security researcher, what can you do with it? So it's very important that you know there is a thing called introspection in GraphQL APIs. By default, introspection should be disabled, but say you weren't doing a quality check and you are not a DevSecOps shop, you didn't perform any security testing, and you left introspection enabled in your production GraphQL endpoint. So if you left that enabled and your API is public, so anyone who has got access to that GraphQL endpoint of your API, they could understand the schema and all of the other information that they need to make a call to your API. So it's pretty much giving away everything that you need to know to call your GraphQL endpoint. So make sure that your introspection is disabled before you before you hit the live button on your API. So that's one of the things that you need to keep in mind. So that's what you have to do as a pen tester. If you come across any GraphQL endpoint, make sure whether the introspection is enabled or not. So that's the first thing to check. What if the introspection is disabled? Well, do it manually. Try to understand the API structure if you can. Try to understand the schema. Try to guess it if you can. If not, you could probably take some help from GraphQL IDE, which let you explore the GraphQL APIs, and they're making heaps of improvements to the GraphQL IDEs in the last few years, and it just keeps on getting better and better. So not all is lost if introspection is disabled. You can use these techniques. Last, but I think this is the second last, but there is another scanner. The extension which is available in Burp Suite by Doinsec, which is an independent research company. This allows you to sort of query that GraphQL endpoint based on different type of guesses, like brute forcing the known URL paths, by sort of searching for any exposed development consoles, and making all heaps of calls. It's like brute forcing against a GraphQL endpoint until you find like a valid schema. Another one is GraphQL map, which is from Swisski repo. I will obviously provide all the references. So you could use that scripting engine if you don't have any other way to interact with the GraphQL endpoint. Say, for example, if the introspection is disabled, these are the things that you can use, and they would definitely come in handy. It definitely helped me in my testing of the GraphQL endpoints, and I really hope that if you come across a GraphQL endpoint, you could probably make use of these tools. Right. So, what are the vulnerabilities in GraphQL APIs, you may ask? Well, all of these, just like REST APIs, we still have broken access controls. We still have insecure direct object reference like IDORs, right? We still have SQL injections, NoSQL injections. We could still use abuse this API to perform information disclosures and stuff like that. The last 2 points are probably specific to GraphQL endpoints because the way the GraphQL queries are structured. Because you have the ability to make a very nested query to a GraphQL endpoint, and if your API allows you to make a very nested query, an attacker could actually abuse that, because an attacker could add multiple layer of nested queries. So the backend system is taking more time to request that, to process that particular request, and perhaps in that, while doing that operation, the backend system could even crash. It depends how deep the query can go, right? So you keep in mind, that your GraphQL endpoints only allow a nested query up to some depth. There should be a limit. So all of these vulnerabilities are present in a GraphQL endpoint. So let's look at an example of IDOR, or insecure direct object reference. So say, for example, this is an API called to the GraphQL endpoint, and that's the primary key or the ID parameter in that request. So what happens, say, under your session, if you manage to change that or manage to manipulate that request, right? So say if you change it and if you still get a response back, well, that particular API is vulnerable to IDOR, because you have managed to access another person's ID or data using that primary key, which could be ID. Other types could be, based on an email address or other primary keys that might be there in that endpoint. Yeah, so GraphQL IDOR leads to information disclosures. Yes, they are. They definitely do. SQLi example. Well, here, this is just a simple example. Like, we just put a single quote in the API call, and we get a SQL error message. This is your typical SQL injection, right? By just simply putting single quotes everywhere and see if the application scream or the application throws any error message back, which could lead to, sort of indicates that there may be a chance or opportunity of a SQL injection. Keep in mind, though, if you enter a single quote in these requests, and if you don't get a response back, but that doesn't mean that there is no SQL injection. Well, it could be a blind SQL injection, right? There may not be a response from the backend server. So in those scenarios, what you can do is you could probably change your payload to a blind payload, something like a sleep payload, which would, once sent, the backend would take some time or would sleep the query for some time before it responds back to you. So in those scenarios where you probably know that there could be a blind SQL injection, to prove that, you may have to use those blind payloads like the sleep functions and the likes. So this is like a simple example of that, of a typical SQL injection with an error-based SQL injection. Real-world exploitations. Yep. So these are publicly disclosed reports on HackerOne. As you can see, like a decent payout if you find vulnerabilities in GraphQL endpoints. The one that I really like is this report where an attacker or a researcher managed to find the internal beer consumption of a company through GraphQL endpoint by exploiting that vulnerability. It's quite funny, I think. Yeah, so there are like other vulnerabilities as well. Publicly, disclosed reports, best practices, right? How to prevent against, or how to sort of protect your GraphQL endpoint if you are using GraphQL, right? And again, like you could probably take the same methods of prevention and you can apply that to your REST APIs as well. Like maybe not be like depth limiting, probably not more applicable to REST. So first thing, right? Rate limiting. Well, rate limit your APIs, like how many times someone can call your APIs. That's really important. You should throttle after some time. Like say, if your API is only allowing 100 calls per minute, after 100 calls, your API should throttle to like say 2 calls or something like that, or you may ban that IP address which is trying to make number of calls to your API. But that again, that depends on completely on your application logic and your appetite, like how many requests you can handle. Yep, and this is a no-brainer. Disable introspection, because enabling or leaving introspection enabled in your GraphQL endpoint is like giving away so much information about your API. Depth limiting, as I was referring to this particular vulnerability, that how deep a particular query can go in your GraphQL endpoint. So you have to sort of set a limit there. Like maybe you can only go like 2 nested deep, and that's pretty much it. Yep, so query cost limitation, it pretty much goes hand in hand, like how long it takes to process a particular query of a GraphQL. Again, that solely depends on how deeper a query can go, and that would be like, and that would depend on the compute that particular endpoint is running on as well. So query cost limitation, that's really important. Well, these are the references. Hopefully you would find more information if you probably want to dive more deeper into any of these topics that I've covered. There's lots of information available through these links. And I really, really hope that you found something useful out of the session. And again, as I said, due to time limitation, I could only cover these 3 in this manner. Otherwise, I would have loved to dive more deeper into each of the vulnerability. But I really hope that you found this session useful. And I would really like to thank to the whole Cyberdome team for giving me the opportunity to present here. And thank you very much. And you could follow me on Twitter, and here's my YouTube channel. Thank you very much.
It was really a worthwhile talk. We had such an inclusive valedictory session on cloud security. It's my privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of Kozhikode Cyberdome. We remain deep in debt to Mr. Karan Sharma, who spent his precious time for us by sharing his excellent knowledge for the Cyber Summit and graced this occasion with his presence. The topic was so thoughtful and really made us to think. Additionally, we are happy to declare our thankfulness to all the participants for putting your valuable span of time for this fabulous session.
Thank you.
Now it's time for lunch break. The afternoon session of Cybersecurity Summit 2021 will start at 2 p.m. So stay tuned to YouTube and Facebook pages of Calicut Cyberdome.
മൈജി എക്സ്റ്റൻഡഡ് വാറന്റി. വാറന്റിയുടെ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഇനി നീണ്ട കാലത്തെ ഗ്യാരണ്ടി. ഓൺലൈൻ ഗാഡ്ജറ്റ് ഷോപ്പിംഗ് ഇനി നിങ്ങളുടെ വിരൽ തുമ്പിൽ. www.myg.in. മൈജി സ്മാർട്ട് ചോയ്സ്. എക്സ്ചേഞ്ചിന് സമയമായി. ഗാഡ്ജറ്റ്സ് പഴയതാണോ? മൈജിയിൽ മാറ്റിയെടുക്കാം.
गाइस कुछ ऑर्डर करे क्या?
One margarita pizza.
A garlic bread.
और एक आइस टी.
ये कन्वीनियंट है पर पॉसिबल नहीं, मगर डेबिट कार्ड के बिना एटीएम से कैश निकालना कन्वीनियंट भी पॉसिबल भी। जस्ट डाउनलोड योनो कैश, करो ऐश। ये सेफ है पर पॉसिबल नहीं, मगर डेबिट कार्ड के बिना एटीएम से कैश निकालना कन्वीनियंट भी पॉसिबल भी। जस्ट डाउनलोड योनो।
Entire world is behind COVID-19 pandemic. Everyone is keeping social distance to save them and community. But predators were looking to our kids. These fools don't know they are unlucky. Kerala police Cyberdome sniffed their presence.
ആ പിക്ചറിനകത്ത് തന്നെ നമ്മൾ അനലൈസ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കേരളത്തിൽ തന്നെ എടുത്തേക്കുന്ന പിക്ചേഴ്സ് പോലെ ഒരു കാരണവശാലും ഇത് വെച്ച് പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല. During the COVID-19 pandemic lockout, we have seen a tremendous increase in the internet crimes or the cyber crimes. There have been a lot of cyber attacks basically upon banks. We have a lot of crimes on the social media, and generally on the internet, crimes have been increasing to a great extent. We know that people have hooked on to devices, the criminals, everybody is hooked on. And the new trend that we find now is one of the shopping scams that have come surfaced recently. We've got a lot of complaints on this aspect where advertisements for cheap electronic goods, supposedly to be sold through Flipkart and Amazon or Myntra, the reputed shopping apps, would be sent through social media. So you'll find that it's at a great discount, and people tend to really click on the link and try to purchase the item immediately because the stocks may run out. So you find that you are redirected to a phishing site which looks almost like the Flipkart site or the Amazon site, and people tend to believe that and immediately click and transfer the money, which actually goes to the fraudster. So basically we have received a lot of complaints from throughout the state that this scam is very prevalent now, it's widely spreading, and that's why we put out this advisory that you should be very careful while looking at the advertisements on the social media, because this will lead you to lose your money. It will lead you to a fraudster, a phishing site, which will ensure that you lose your money. So basically what you need to do is whenever you go into the shopping app, you should actually verify the address as to whether it's the right one, because the fraudsters, the phishing sites will be one or two alphabets may be different. If you say Flipkart, it will be like Flippy Cart or something of that sort, which is different from the original site. So basically, whenever you are using the internet marketing shopping site, you should actually verify the address and see it's the correct one. And it's better always to go and search in the Google or type the address and go into the site rather than clicking a link and going in. So basically, the public should be aware of this thing and ensure that they don't become a cyber victim in this scam. Thank you.
Cybercrimes are a real threat to the activities of governmental and business. To address cyber threats, you need a broad range of information security solutions. There is no single solution that can protect your people, data, and organization. Leading-edge technology must be balanced with information security solutions to identify risks, develop strategies, and implement best practices. Cyberdome provides holistic and comprehensive IT security services and solutions you can rely on. Our mission is to ensure that business IT infrastructure is equipped with tools and capability to prevent, detect, and remove cyber threats. We are committed to helping organizations plan, build, and run successful cybersecurity programs through the right combination of information security solutions, services, and products. Cyberdome comprehensive services and IT security solutions include security intelligence solutions that deliver actionable insight into your business, security program strategy, security architecture and implementation, enterprise risk and IT compliance, cyber education, training and awareness, managed security services, threat and vulnerability management, identity and access management, enterprise incident management and response. If you want us to help you plan, build, and run successful cybersecurity programs that achieve business objectives through our depth and breadth of cybersecurity offerings, please contact us today. The scale and intensity of cyber attacks continues to grow rapidly, reaching record levels with millions of new malware infections, ransomware attacks, and malicious bots. New generations of threats creates a huge drain to the Internet's infrastructure, costing enterprises billions of dollars. In this rapidly evolving threat environment, Cyberdome's unique and powerful managed security service is vital for any type of network, whether public, industrial, or financial. it provides formidable defenses against a wide range of cyber attacks while protecting data and reducing security risks. Using industry-leading technology and expertise, we secure and protect information assets 24/7. We transform the way our customers manage their information security and compliance programs. Cyberdome's 360-degree security perimeter, continuous 24/7 monitoring, detection, prevention, and recovery activities, incident response and forensics, prioritizing critical incidents and remediation needs, minimizing duration and impact of security breaches, a compliance review that fully meets global regulatory requirements and standards, cyber threat intelligence based on network analytics from organizations and leading cyber agencies around the world, online reporting system distributing selectively security incidents with executives and security personnel for immediate action. Don't wait till it's too late. Cyberdome's managed security service, total network protection.
Cyberdome is a center of excellence for Kerala Police and is a pioneer in the country in public-private partnership for furthering cybersecurity. Cyberdome Kozhikode is organizing a virtual summit on cybersecurity on the theme Real-Time and Real Attacks. As Superintendent of Police Information and Communication Technology, I hope that this summit will inspire, educate, and enthuse cyber experts to create a better cyberspace for all of us. Thank you for joining hands with Kerala Police in this endeavor to make the cyber world a safe place for all of us. Thank you.
During the COVID-19 pandemic lockout, we have seen a tremendous increase in the internet crimes or the cyber crimes. There have been a lot of cyber attacks basically upon banks. We have a lot of crimes on the social media, and generally on the internet, crimes have been increasing to a great extent. We know that people have hooked on to devices, the people, the criminals, everybody is hooked on. And the new trend that we find now is one of the shopping scams that have come surfaced recently. We've got a lot of complaints on this aspect where advertisements for cheap electronic goods, supposedly to be sold through Flipkart and Amazon or Myntra, the reputed shopping apps, would be sent through social media. So you'll find that it's at a great discount, and people tend to really click on the link and try to purchase the item immediately because the stocks may run out. So you find that you are redirected to a phishing site which looks almost like the Flipkart site or the Amazon site, and people tend to believe that and immediately click and transfer the money, which actually goes to the fraudster. So basically we have received a lot of complaints from throughout the state that this scam is very prevalent now, it's widely spreading, and that's why we put out this advisory that you should be very careful while looking at the advertisements on the social media, because this will lead you to lose your money, it will lead you to a fraud site, a phishing site which will ensure that you lose your money. So basically what you need to do is whenever you go into the shopping app, you should actually verify the address as to whether it's the right one, because the fraudsters, the phishing sites will be one or two alphabets may be different. If you say Flipkart, it will be like Flippy Cart or something of that sort, which is different from the original site. So basically, whenever you are using the internet marketing shopping site, you should actually verify the address and see it's the correct one. And it's better always to go and search in the Google or type the address and go into the site rather than clicking a link and going in. So basically, the public should be aware of this thing and ensure that they don't become a cyber victim in this scam. Thank you.
Cyberdome is a center of excellence for Kerala Police and is a pioneer in the country in public-private partnership for furthering cyber security. Cyberdome Kozhikode is organizing a virtual summit on cyber security on the theme Real Time and Real Attacks. As Superintendent of Police Information and Communication Technology, I hope that this summit will inspire, educate, and enthuse cyber experts to create a better cyberspace for all of us. Thank you for joining hands with Kerala Police in this endeavor to make the cyber world a safe place for all of us. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Cybersecurity Summit 2021. I hope everyone had a good lunch. Today's second half, we will start with social engineering, the art of human hacking. Social engineering, in the context of information security, refers to psychological manipulation of people into performing actions or divulging confidential information. In other words, tricking the human mind to steal confidential information. A famous quote says, "A chain is only as strong as it is weakest link." The weakest link in any security system is the human being. Recent trends shows that most of the cyber attacks begin with social engineering tactics. Phishing is one of the popular types of social engineering attacks. The valuable and sensitive information are captured by social engineering attacks, and by using that information, the cyber criminals destroy the larger cyber ecosystem. Nowadays, financial frauds are using the social engineering methods to steal bank related confidential information. The rate of these type of crimes also increased in recent years. There are a number of tools and techniques available to assist the social engineering attacks, and it has become very easy for anyone to perform a social engineering attack. This session will be handled by Mr. Adarsh Nair, Head of Information Security at USD Global and voluntarily served in the Kerala Police Cyberdome as Deputy Commander. He is an expertise in information security auditing and management, business continuity, data privacy, risk management, ethical hacking, penetration testing, digital forensic investigation, and a wide range of vulnerabilities and threats identification. He was awarded for outstanding contribution in the field of cybersecurity, the top contributor recognition from Kerala State Police Chief, and Hall of Fame from Google. He was a co-leader of the Open Web Application Security Project and an advisory board member of EC Council USA. I hand over this session to Mr. Adarsh Nair. Sir, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the wonderful introduction. Hi all, good afternoon. Hope all of you are good and staying safe. Today, we would be talking about a very interesting topic. It's called social engineering, the art of human hacking. Before getting into the topic, so this is a brief profile about myself, which is already covered by the anchor. Okay, so as we all know, the cybersecurity is one of the hottest topics at this current point of time. Irrespective of the organization and irrespective of the individuals, we all are giving that much importance to the cybersecurity. Why the cybersecurity is that much important? Or simply, why we need security, either in the cyberspace or in the physical space? The basic objective of security is to protect something. In the physical world, we have to protect our valuable assets. In the cyberspace, we have to protect our valuable assets in the cyberspace. So that is the objective of ensuring cybersecurity in all our systems. So basically, providing protection to the valuable assets, whatever available in the cyberspace from unauthorized intrusion or unauthorized access. That is the main objective of cybersecurity. Before getting into social engineering, I would like to tell you something about these three terminologies, because this is highly important in terms of security and which is considered as the basic pillars of information security. They are confidentiality, integrity, and availability. It's commonly called as CIA triad. So let's come to confidentiality. So the confidentiality is something like to protect the secrecy or to protect the information from unauthorized access or unauthorized exposure. just one example of confidentiality or an example to achieve confidentiality is using encryption. If we use encryption, we can protect the data from unauthorized exposure. Second is integrity. So integrity is protecting the valuable information from unauthorized modification. So unauthorized modification in the sense each and every data or information that is supposed to be modified or supposed to be changed only by authorized people. That is the objective of implementing or ensuring integrity. Only authorized person is able to change the message content or the service. Third one is availability. If we are considering the confidentiality integrity, the availability is at most important, because even though we have a strong confidentiality and integrity systems in place, if we are not able to ensure the availability, all the effort that we put to implement confidentiality integrity would go in vain. The reason, I will tell you one example. Let's say I want to send an email. For example, I'm using Gmail. So the basic expectation from my side is, whenever I want to send an email, I am able to send that mail, right? Suppose if I am accessing Gmail for sending an email and it is showing a server error, what should be my reaction? If it is occurring again, definitely I will move to next service provider. So that is the importance of availability. So along with confidentiality and integrity, availability also plays a vital role. One example of a threat against availability is our DOS attack, denial of service attack. Okay, so this is just a basic understanding about the CIA triad. In this current scenario, as we all know, so the world is moving through a very challenging situation, that is the COVID-19 pandemic situation. As compared to past years, a number of people and a number of offline businesses are being migrated to cyberspace. That means due to the pandemic challenges, the utilization of digital technologies and utilization of digitalization methodologies have been increased. At the same time, the cyber crimes or cyber attacks are also increased. The specialty of cyber crimes is there is no need to have a physical presence to commit the crime. Anyone can initiate a cyber attack from any part of the world, or in short, it is beyond the borders. That's why the cyber attacks are increased along with the increased migration to the cyberspace. These are some main or some high level cyber threats or cyber attacks that is commonly seen in our cyberspace. The one category is related to some kind of weaknesses available in our applications and our software. If some weaknesses are available in the application, the chances are very high that the people can exploit that weakness to hack the system or to get the unauthorized access. One example is SQL injection or cross-site scripting. The other category is the malware and ransomware attacks. As we all know, 2 years ago, WannaCry was one of the biggest hit in terms of ransomware attack happened in cyberspace. Early last year and in the Q4 of 2019, the Maze attack happened. So the ransomware and malwares are another category of cyber threats or cyber attacks that we all are facing. And the other category is social engineering. The social engineering attacks are considering as one of the most critical and most challenging one, because even though the organization had implemented very strong and robust systems in terms of firewalls or endpoint detections or the antivirus solutions or the proxies, whatever it is, even though they are implemented very strong and sophisticated systems, if some of the links or some of the users are vulnerable to social engineering attacks, all the efforts put to implement those controls would go in vain. That is why social engineering is considering as one of the most critical and the challenging one. The phishing is one of the category of social engineering attacks. While we talk about social engineering attacks, phishing is considered as one of the most common and like that we are most commonly reported in cyberspace. Now it comes to social engineering. Social engineering is a kind of attacking methodology in which the confidential information are being collected using or collected by tricking human mind or the psychological manipulation of human mind to get confidential information. We will come into more details about social engineering in next few minutes. This is an interesting topic or interesting quote. As we all know, all the organizations and network infrastructure companies or the service providers, they are implemented a lot of security systems, firewalls, then proxies and all, right? But if one of the user is vulnerable to social engineering attacks, what is the point to have that strongest systems in place? So that is the peculiarity of this code. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. That means even though a chain is made up of very strongest metal or material, suppose the one link is a weakest one, or one link is made up of very weakest material, the entire system or entire concept of security is being compromised. In every security system, the end users are being considered as the weakest link. That's why the cyber criminals are targeting the people or targeting the end users as their victim to start the attack. So we already talked about the social engineering. It's a kind of psychological manipulation or the tricking human mind to steal confidential information. The attacking methodology or how the criminals are approaching the victim it varies from case to case. The most of the time, the first phase, those people are trying to get or trying to obtain the confidence of the victim, and as a next step, they will be asking or they will be directing the victim to certain steps that is already fabricated, already predefined by them in order to steal confidential information. For example, some of the end users of a computer, or in common, the people would be getting the call from customer care stating that, sir, I am calling from your bank or your credit card department. There is one suspicious transaction happened in your card, and unfortunately, they are giving a lot of information about our card, our name, our last 4 digits, or our address, or our last transaction details. These details are being collected by the attackers by some means, and by using that information, initially they would be getting or they would be capturing the confidence of victim. Once they got the confidence of that victim, as a next step, they would be asking, sir, I would be sending an OTP to your mail, OTP to your mobile as an SMS. Please share it with me. Immediately, I will block the card and I will refund whatever amount you lost as part of that fraudulent activity. This is the way how the hackers or how the attackers trying to convince the people or trying to get confidential information. So basically, they are trying to create a panic situation. Let's say if I am hearing about there is $50,000 or $100,000 transaction happened in my credit card, definitely I become panicked. So they are creating the panic situation, and immediately they are suggesting or they are providing a solution. Sir, I can immediately block your card and I can make a refund for you. So creating the panic situation and directing us through the solution, whatever suggesting by them. So that is the beauty, or that is the way of executing the social engineering attack. When we talk about social engineering attack, we definitely talk about this person. His name is Kevin David Minnick. He is considered as the father of social engineering, and he would be considered as the most successful hacker in the world. He started his social engineering activities at the age of 12. He was born and brought up in Los Angeles, state of California, America. Then at the age of 12, by using his social engineering techniques, he was able to travel the entire Los Angeles without paying any dollar. By implementing or by using social engineering methodologies, he were able to collect the information about the Los Angeles public transport system, ticketing system. Then by using the details, he fabricated the ticket, and by using the ticket, he traveled across the Los Angeles without paying any money. After that, he entered into many of the federal systems, telecommunication systems, and many big organizations, infrastructure networks. In the year of 1999, he was arrested and sentenced for 5 years. Even after he released from the jail, he was not supposed to use computer for the next 3 years. And on of his interview, he conveyed that he had done all these activities without using any sophisticated tools. He just used the techniques of social engineering, tricking the human mind and the psychological manipulation. Then he collected confidential information. And another one point, this is highly important, that will give a support to our claim that social engineering is one of the most critical and challenging one. That is, social engineering cannot be blocked by technology alone. That means by implementing technical solutions, we can't defend social engineering. Social engineering 100%. That is why it is considered as the most critical and challenging cyber attack. This is one interesting cartoon I got from internet. Like what we discussed earlier, the people are trying to get the confidence of the victim by some means, and by using or by exploiting that confidence, they would be collecting or they would be acquiring confidential information from the victim unknowingly. So that is highly important, unknowingly. That is why it is called as a psychological manipulation or tricking the human mind. The social engineering, it would be considered as a broad umbrella. So within the social engineering umbrella, there are different types of social engineering. As I pointed earlier, phishing would be considered as one of the most commonly seen social engineering attacks. So what is phishing? Phishing is the attackers are creating fabricating emails which looks like a genuine one, but it is not, and they are sending that fabricated emails to the victims or the end users. When an end user receives that email, at first glance they would be thinking it is a genuine one. By believing it is a genuine one, there is a chance that they would be supplying whatever information it is asking. Let's say the phishing email is asking them to provide their credit card details, or asking them to provide their bank account details or their social media account credentials. That is enough, because once the attacker got this information, they can do by using those information whatever they want. So that is called phishing. So we would be talking more about the phishing in our coming slides. Another one is pretexting. So pretexting is something called pretending to be someone else. Okay. Moreover, we can relate it with an identity theft. One example, I would say, a hacker or an attacker is approaching to an organization and stating that he is from the server servicing company, and there is one email or there is one compliant service request raised from your company stating that one of your server is not working properly. So I came here to service your server, and he can show the fabricated identity card and all. This is one example of pretexting, that is pretending to be someone else. In the phishing part, in most of the cases, they are trying to create a panic situation, but in pretexting, most of the time they are trying to get the confidence from the victim or get the confidence of the victim. That is pretexting. Other is baiting. Baiting is something they are offering something if we share some of our information. One example, let's say there is one mail or one SMS is coming to us stating that you won $100,000 as the lottery. In order to get this information, you have to fill the details in the below link. Once we click the link, sometimes it is asking some highly sensitive information like our personally identifiable information, PIA data, or our social security number, or our email, date of birth, anything. So once we provide those details, they would be offering some kind of items. Let's say they would be offering some PDF files or some textbooks or some music files. So by offering something, they would be collecting the confidential information. Then quid pro quo. The baiting and quid pro quo can be considered as similar, but they are different in some aspects. Okay, so quid pro quo is something like we are getting or the attackers are calling to a victim and asking them that, hey, I know that you are facing some issue with or some speed issue with your internet. Okay, so I can help you. I am calling from this department or this service provider company or this modem manufacturer company. I can troubleshoot your modem. For that, I need your credentials. So it is offering a service, and by exchanging the credentials, he would be sometimes he would be servicing or he would be extending the service to your issue, and also he would be exploiting or he would be utilizing that credentials for doing some unwanted things. So that is called quid pro quo. The last one is tailgating. So tailgating, the other name is piggybacking. Most of the companies or most of the restricted areas are being protected by using access control mechanism. That means if an authorized person wants to get into the room or get into that particular restricted area, he is supposed to flash his identity card or his access card. Without an access card, nobody is able to get into the room. So that is a concept. Okay, let's imagine one employee flash their identity card and he get into the room. Before the door closes, an unauthorized person or someone else is also get into the room. This is called tailgating or piggybacking. One common scenario, because see, the common nature of human being is we are always willing to help others. Let's imagine one situation. Suppose if I am flashing my ID card to get into a restricted bay or restricted room. At that time, I noticed that another person is standing just behind me, but his hand is full of boxes. And I realized that he is not able to flash his ID card because he has a lot of boxes in his hand. So what I will do, I will keep the door open and ask him to get in. So the helping mentality is the common nature of human being. So that helping mentality is being utilized or being exploited here. So this is about tailgating. So in a nutshell, so these are the different varieties of social engineering attacks that we are seeing commonly in cyberspace. Okay, now we are looking into more details about phishing attacks. So phishing attacks. As I pointed earlier, phishing attacks are one of the type of social engineering attacks in which the attackers are fabricating fake mails which looks like genuine one and sending it to the end users or the victims to collect confidential information. In general, most of the phishing mails can be categorized into two types. One, a phishing email which has or which contains a link, or another category is which is having an email attachment. In terms of link, okay, suppose if a mail stating that the mail is from Facebook and there is some suspicious activity happened in your Facebook and we are advising you to immediately change the password, and they would be providing a link. Once we click the link, let's imagine that is a phishing mail. Once we click the link, two things can happen. One is it can navigate us to a different page or different phishing page that looks exactly similar as the Facebook one, but actually it is not, and asking us to provide our credentials, our username and password. The second chance is once we click the link, it may download some malwares into our system and thereby infecting our system. Let's say ransomware. If we click the link and some ransomware infected our system, our entire data being encrypted, right? Second category is have a file. That means the phishing mail is having an attachment and the attack is embedded some kind of malware or ransomware in the file itself. Once you download the file and if you execute that, our system will definitely be infected with that virus or that malware. This is something happened at the time of WannaCry. So the WannaCry is that the WannaCry ransomware is mostly spread through phishing emails, mainly through the attachments. And once the end user or the victim downloaded and clicked the file, the system definitely being infected by the ransomware. So basically, the objective of a phishing mail is to collect the confidential information. Let's say the banking details or credit card details or social security numbers or any other personally identifiable information or any other confidential information. And by using the data, the attacker can further initiate the other dimension of attack. Okay, if we consider some past cyber attacks happened in our industry, some major cyber attacks. So if we study how it originated or from where it started, it is clear that most of the attacks or most of the biggest data breaches attack started from a phishing attack. That means by sending the phishing mails, then collected information about collected the user credentials or the employee credentials. Then by using the credentials, they initiate further attacks. That is a new trend of cyber attacks. And another one important factor is most of the time the phishing emails are using the current situation or the present situation. As we all know, the world is going through a very challenging situation, that is the COVID-19 pandemic situation. So the attackers are using the COVID-19 themed phishing emails to trick the human being. That is why the current situation or the present situation is being used to create the topic of phishing emails. Because let's say if I am getting an email about COVID-19, let's say I got an email stating that you are one of the person who is selected for early vaccination. For registering, please click here. So like I have the curiosity and I am very much eager to get vaccinated. So once I get the email, the chance is very high that I would be clicking that email and I would be providing the details. That is why the people are choosing the current or the right relevant topic to initiate the phishing attacks. This is just one example of phishing attacks that happened. Costco is one of the famous and largest retailer in United States of America, like our Flipkart, Walmart, and Flipkart and Amazon kind of thing. So this is the one mail that Costco sent to, or pretending that Costco sent that mail to their end users for stating about their some unsuccessful delivery, and it is asking them to provide some details in a particular form, or some asking for certain details. It's a pure phishing mail. If we consider, or if we look into that from address, it is clear that the mail is being originated from a domain at cbcbuilding.com. 99.9%, most of the organizations and biggest retailers are sending emails from their domain. Let's say if Flipkart is sending emails, it's stating @flipkart.com. From Facebook, for example, customer care @facebook or .com or facebookmail.com. So from the from address, it is clear that the mail is originated from some different entity other than Costco, and it is a clear indicator of a phishing attack. I would like to point one term, which is called social engineering indicators. That means that indicators would be helping the end users to distinguish the phishing mail and the genuine mail. So in this case, the from address is one of the social engineering indicators stating that, or giving a warning to the end users that it is a phishing mail. The phishing attacks or phishing categories are different types. So first one category is deceptive phishing. So this is a very common one, like we saw earlier. It is sending some theme-based, let's say COVID-19 based email messages to random people or a mass people or mass amount of people to get their confidential information. It is not particularly targeting a set of people, rather than it is sending to a larger audience. This is very commonly seen as a general phishing attack. This is one example of a Facebook phishing email. This is the one mail that, let's imagine one of the Facebook user got this email saying that there is one message is waiting for him, and if he want to see that message, he has to click on the link and he has to provide the Facebook credentials. When we analyze this mail, there are a lot of social engineering indicators. The first one is, absolutely, it is the from address. The from address is @s16 blah 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 something server.info. If it is from Facebook, it is something like @facebookmail.com or facebook.com. So that is a indicator or social engineering indicator one. Second, most of the time, even though the banks are sending emails, most of the time they're addressing their customers. Let's say if I am getting an email from State Bank of India or HDFC Bank, it will address Dear Others. So they know their customer name. So they would be giving the salutation or addressing their customers directly. Another one, if we analyze one button, we can see one button, go to Facebook button here, right? When we hover our mouse on top of that button, we can see the link on our browser. Okay, browser address bar or the bottom tab bar. It is stating that the button or that link which is embedded with the button is navigating us to a different page. It's totally different from Facebook. So it is clear that it is a social, it's a phishing mail and it is not a genuine one. If it is a genuine one, absolutely the go to Facebook button will take us to the original facebook.com domain. So these are the various ways, or these are the different things that we need to consider when we got an email. So during the pandemic time, during the initial time of COVID-19, the most of the countries announced their lockdown states and lockdown situation and all. At that time, a lot of emails being circulated in the cyberspace, particularly about COVID-19 test results or COVID-19 advisory notes or COVID-19 vaccination, something like that. And they spoofed the name of World Health Organization, that is WHO, to get the confidence from the victim. But actually it is not originated from the WHO, and WHO is also circulated a lot of advisory stating that there are a lot of phishing mails are being circulated in the cyberspace by using the WHO template and WHO name. So this is one of the classical example of capitalizing the crisis situation. That is a crisis capitalization. The COVID-19 crisis situation is being capitalized by the cyber criminals. Next category is spear phishing. So spear phishing is, instead of sending it to a larger audience, it is identifying or targeting a small set of people. Let's say the attackers are targeting only the people who are working in health department. So if they choose or they just narrow down their target to a health department, the phishing mails or the content of phishing mail is 100% aligned to the health information or health department related information. Another one example, if someone want to target ABC, an organization called ABC, the emails would be triggered or would be sending to the people who are working or who are related to the ABC organization, and the theme of the message would be something about their past event or their future event, so that they would be easily caught the people. That's why they are choosing the right theme and right topic to get the confidence from the people. So this is about the spear phishing. Another one category is CEO fraud. It is called whaling. Okay, it is not only targeting the CEO, instead it is targeting the entire executive leadership. As we all know, the executive leadership would be having a lot of confidential information. So they are targeting the CEO or targeting the executive people to get the most critical and most vital information about that particular organization. So this is one of the advisory which is being circulated by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, United States of America, about BEC scam. B is the business email compromise attack. Okay, so I will tell you one example or one real scenario that happened few years ago. Few employees of one of the famous instant messaging application company got an email from their CEO stating that or asking them to send their tax information or tax statement. When the employee received the mail from CEO, they thought, yeah, my CEO want my information. Maybe something, maybe for some for my salary increment or some other other things. So what I will do, if I got a mail from CEO, few of them send their tax statement back to the CEO. So actually what happened, initially the attacker compromised the organization's email server or email system, or the CEO's email or the mailbox, and from there they triggered these attacks to their employees. So this is called business email compromise. This is a category, or we can relate the BEC scam with our CEO fraud. So another one category is phishing. So in the phishing emails or in the phishing attack, they are purely relying on the email system. But in the phishing, rather than sending emails, they are directly calling the victims or the end users. In the beginning of our conversation, I pointed about an incident that people would be getting a call from call center or the bank stating that they're calling from credit card department or a bank and asking you to furnish certain confidential information. That is one of the classical example of phishing. Getting a call and asking us that, sir, there is an offer for you. Your credit card, let's say you have an upgrade offer for your credit card. We would be upgrading your credit card to the next platinum or the diamond card, and your credit limit would be increasing to $100,000. So they would be offering something or creating a panic situation and trying to get the confidential information from the victim. The confidential information may be about the credit card number, CVV, or the expiry date details, or their banking credentials. So this is called phishing. So another one category is smishing. So smishing, instead of that voice call, they are using SMS. They are sending SMS to the people to convince them that this is the genuine one and try to get the confidential information. One example is, most of us receive the mail from some unknown sender or some automated email system, automated SMS system, stating that, hey, you won $100,000 as the lottery amount. If you want to avail or want to get those amount, you have to click in the below link and you have to furnish certain details. Yes, like some of them or some of the victims would be furnishing those details, and by that the hackers would be getting the information, maybe some confidential information about that victim, and those informations are being used to initiate further targeted attacks. This is about the smishing. So these are some examples or some smishing attacks happened in the past. The first one is the very recent one that happened in 22 March 2020. It happened in UK. It stated that there is a COVID-19 relief package announced by the UK government, around £458 as the relief amount. In order to get that amount, they have to furnish their details or their some information via that link. The UK government clearly published an advisory about these kind of attacks, because it's clearly a scam and the people should be aware of it. So this is some of the examples of smishing attacks that happened in the past. Okay, so then comes to an interesting thing. So what are the factors behind the success of a social engineering attack? Or what are the motivating factors that is that is forcing or that is catalyzing an end user to share their details? We can categorize that factors into 5. If we consider or if we analyze the phishing emails or the phishing or the smishing emails all the emails can be categorized into any of these 5 categories. First one is excitement. It's a human nature because excitement. If we read some interesting headlines, we have some curiosity to know, hey, what exactly it is. Let's say we saw one on news about is COVID-19 vaccine safe? Beware of COVID-19 vaccine. So it just catalyzes our excitement factor, and then we will be clicking that, and maybe it is a malicious URL and is downloading or triggering some malware to our system, or it may be asking us to log in somewhere to read about that news. So that is the excitement factor. Anxiety. Okay, what is this? Because that anxious mindset is always with us. Let's say I am getting an email stating that, hey, others, I know who you are. I have your complete browsing history. If you don't want to publish that in the public, you have to give money, or you have to send me some details, blah blah or something. Then definitely the people would be thinking about it. So what's wrong about my searching history? Yeah, let's see what he has. So I have to know, or sometimes I become panicked, or sometimes I become curious about that email. So that anxiety factor is being exploited here. The third one is greed. So one example that we already pointed, that if you are getting an email or a message stating that you want $100,000 as lottery, if you want to avail that information or avail that amount, you have to pay $1,000 or $100. So what the people will think? So even if I pay $100, I'm getting $100,000. So the greed factor is working there. Fourth one is trust. That's a human tendency or human behavior to trust everyone. So that's why most of the attackers or hackers, they are trying to acquire or trying to obtain the confidence or trust from the victim. That would be the first phase. Then they would be moving to their further attack steps. Last one is empathy. So empathy is nothing but, let's say we are getting an email stating that because of COVID-19, I lost my job. I want to take care of my brother, sister, and all. I am suffering from these diseases. So working out the empathy situation and try to get or sending an email, and sometimes it should have a link, and once we click the link, it would be asking us to furnish some details. So these are the main 5 factors that catalyzing the success of social engineering. Okay. So next. Okay, so I have 2 windows here. Both are the login pages of a Facebook. Here, one is, I would say, one is a phishing one, and another one is a genuine one. How can we identify it? Let's imagine I am browsing these links using my mobile browser. It's very hard to identify. Okay, but let's say I'm just open the just maximize the window. I can see that the URL is facebook.com/login. Then we can move to other one. What it is? It is facebook.com, then another domain, right? So this is highly important, and this is one of the important things that we need to consider when we are browsing some URLs. Here, the facebook.com is the actual domain. Here we can trust that, and we have to be very careful about the spelling, the facebook.com. And having the padlock doesn't mean that it is a genuine mail or genuine website. So the intention of having the padlock is nothing but to ensure that all the communication is being happened is in an encrypted format. But here also it's having what I would say, having a padlock, and it is HTTP, yes, but its real domain is something different. It's securitytech.xyz. So the facebook.com is a subdomain of securitytech.xyz. So we have to be very careful about its real domain, and I can create any number of or any subdomains by using my real domain. If I want to use keralapolice.gov.in, then I can create a subdomain of keralapolice.gov.in or kerala.gov.in. That is even possible. So be very careful about these links. Okay, so this is the Facebook and the Facebook example. So this I already covered. Like, we have to be very careful about the real domain. So any domain comes just front of the real domain is a subdomain, and we can't trust the subdomain itself, because the domain belongs to that particular organization or particular entity. If it is Facebook, it is facebook.com. If it's Google, google.com. If it is Amazon, it's amazon.com. That should be the real domain. So how we can identify a phishing mail? So as I pointed earlier, the phishing mails, it's very easy to identify. One, the most of the genuine phishing mail should have a personalized greeting. If it is not a personalized, that is one of the social engineering indicator. Links to click. If there is a link, and you should be very cautious about the links, and to be very careful about to which website it is navigating. Attachment to download. If there is an attachment, make sure that it is genuine one, and it doesn't have any malicious content. Request sensitive details. If the mail is asking you to send sensitive information, be very careful, and please don't provide any sensitive information back to that mail. If you have at least 0.01% of doubt, you have to contact back directly to that entity. Let's say if it is Facebook, you can directly go back to Facebook and ask, hey, I got this mail. It is a genuine one or not. You have to verify that sender first. Sense of urgency. And it's creating a panic situation, like your account is being compromised or some suspicious login happened. You have to change your password immediately. It's creating a sense of urgency. So be very careful about the mails if you think it's creating a sense of urgency. Grammatical errors. The most of the genuine mails is perfectly crafted, and it won't have any, I would say, any kind of grammatical errors and any kind of spelling mistakes. From unknown source, absolutely, we have to ensure that it is from the right source. There are multiple ways to spoof the email ID, but still you have a chance and you have a way to identify it. Then contact information. If they are not furnishing the right proper contact information in that website or in that mail, it is a suspicious element or it is a social engineering indicator. Okay, so how we can defend phishing? So as I pointed earlier, so the phishing is one of the, or not only the phishing, the social engineering attacks are one of the highly critical, and we have to defend it. The best and the primary thing that we have to do is the user awareness. The end users should be aware of how they can identify the phishing mail. What should they do? What should they do once they receive a phishing mail? Or how they can verify, or what are the precautions that they can take in order to get away from the phishing mail. If you have a link, think twice or thrice whether I am supposed to click the link or whether I am expecting this mail or not. If you are not expecting that mail, absolutely it's a kind of a phishing mail. Let's say I don't have any account in Axis Bank, but still I am getting a mail from Axis Bank stating that your account is being compromised. Be very careful about that. Just think, hey, I don't have any account in Axis Bank, so why should I click it? Hey, it's a phishing one. So think twice or thrice. The site security, that means if you are browsing any web page or something, be very careful about the URL. Make sure that the real domain is the right one. Click or check your online activities or account activities regularly. If you are giving a sensitive information, be very careful. Password hygiene, that is highly important. You should be very careful about the passwords. Like it should be a combination of capital letter, small letter, or uppercase letter, or special characters, the digits. It should be a combination of all these. So there is a recent survey happened by the Splash Data, and according to their study, it's stating that the most commonly used password is 123456, and second place is password. So we should be very careful about the passwords. It shouldn't have any relationship with our personal life or our company or our mobile phone number or our vehicle number, nothing, because the people can easily guess it. So you should keep your passwords as strong as possible. Always use multi-factor authentication because it would help you to protect even though your account, somebody else got your password. The two-factor authentication, which is one of the famous one, you can make use of that. Along with the password, you have to supply your credential, your OTP, in order to log into the account. Okay, so in a nutshell, the social engineering attack is something that we need to be very careful, because it can evade the technological protection. Because whenever we are getting a call, or the victim or the end users or being a victim of the social engineering attacks, the reason because the other people are so smart to convince the end users, and they are exploiting the human weakness, the 5 trust or the 5 factors that we already seen in the previous slides, the greed, anxiety, the panic situation and all, they would be exploiting it. So along with the technical solutions, the user awareness and the basic internet or basic cyber security and information hygiene, or the basic password hygiene, definitely will help us to protect from social engineering to an extent. Okay, so that's about the today's session. And if you need the presentation, just drop a mail to this email ID. I'll be sending the deck to you. So I recently published a book on the social engineering aspects. It's particularly talking about the COVID-19 based social engineering, not only COVID-19, the crisis capitalization, like how much the cyber criminals are utilizing the pandemic situation to trigger the social engineering and other cyber attacks. These are the references, and this is my contact details. If you have any further clarification requests, you can reach to me. I am very happy to give more information about the topics, and also I'm available in the Discord channel. If you have any queries, I would be answering your queries via the Discord channel. So thanks team, thanks the viewers for spending 1 hour with me. I hope I can give you a bit idea about or some information about social engineering and phishing attacks. And thank you team, and thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. I am very glad and privileged to propose vote of thanks on behalf of Kozhikode Cyberdome. We are happy to declare our thankfulness to Mr. Adarsh Nair, Head of Information Security, who spent his precious time for us by sharing his excellent knowledge for this Cyber Security Summit and graced the summit with his presence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here comes the next topic on web cache poisoning. Web cache poisoning is an advanced technique whereby an attacker exploits the behavior of a web server and cache so that a harmful HTTP response is served to other users. Also, with more and more companies moving their application to cloud and opting CDNs to improve application performance, attackers have found their way to exploit cloud-based cache attacks. In this talk, we will be looking into how attackers will be identifying and exploiting web cache-related attacks along with mitigation techniques. The mastering of this lot will be by Ramandeep Kaur, who works as a software engineer for IBM PTC at India Software Labs. She has 6 years of experience in various roles in IT and worked for projects under AT&T, Concilio, and Harman International. With over 3 years of experience in information security, she has been a speaker, volunteer, and an active member of Women in Cybersecurity and InfoSec Girls community. I welcome Ramandeep Kaur for an wonderful session.
Hello, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, Ramandeep, you are audible.
Okay. I'll share my screen and then I'll talk about myself. I'm very thankful to the Kerala Police Cyberdome Summit 2021 organizers to giving me this opportunity to speak on this platform. And I'm sharing the slides. I hope it is visible to everybody. Please confirm.
Yes, it's your slides is visible and webcam feed is also there.
Sure. To begin with, I'll introduce myself. As been told, my name is Ramandeep Kaur. I work for IBM as a penetration tester. I'm in this field from last 5 years, and in IBM we mostly deal with the web security testing of internal IBM products, and I have also been an active member of cyber women in cybersecurity and InfoSec girls community. I have written a few articles for security intelligence and other online blogs. That's all about myself. And here I am to present myself on the very evident security topic, that is web cache poisoning. So, before I could start with my topic, I would like to speak about the some introduction about it. So, as we have all noticed, due to increase in the competition, a user is not user latency is not acceptable. Hence, the modern nested applications focus on the good user experience with significant improvement in web performance. The increased use of websites and web application demands higher bandwidth and server resources. However, organizations can still continue providing high internet performance levels without increasing the operational cost. This also requires storing frequently accessed web content and services locally. A hardware or a software based web cache placed in between the users and the web service reduces bandwidth requirements, server load, and latency. And this frees up the resources while improving performance for users, which has led to the invent of caches and CDNs. So, before I start with my topic, here is a small diagram where to understand how a web cache poisoning vulnerabilities arise, it is very important to have a basic understanding of caches, how the caches work. So here, if a user has to send a new response to every HTTP request separately, this would likely overload the server, resulting in latency issues and poor user experience. So caching primarily is a means of reducing such issues. So as seen in the diagram, a user is able to request a resource from a website for the first time, and for the second time the same particular user or any other number of users are able to get the resource of the same request from the cache, and that's how the cache works. When we talk about HTTP cache, the cache sits in between the user and the website, where the cache saves the responses to particular request. Cache serves a copy of the cache response directly to the another user without any interaction to the backend. As we have seen in this diagram, in the subsequent request, there is no interaction with the website. The responses are through the cache. So, if we talk about HTTP cache, cache sits between the user and the application server, where they have and serve copies of the certain responses. As we see in the diagram above, the three users are trying to fetch the same resource one after the other. So, as being told, the advantages of caching involve the performance of the websites and the applications can be significantly improved by reusing the previously fetched resources. And web caches do reduce the latency and the network traffic. So nowadays, if we take an example about an e-commerce application, we cannot afford, or for no matter any other application, we cannot afford latency when there are huge number of users who are trying to access their website all over the world. And that's when caches come into the picture. Moving on to my next slide. So since we have already, we want to talk about web cache poisoning. And and it's very important to understand what are the caches and why were caches invented. So we are through the advantages and what is a HTTP cache. And if we look into this particular diagram again, we see we will be able to understand a very subsequent flow of the caches. The first user is trying to access the website. and the response is through the all the responses we are receiving are through the websites, and the subsequent requests are from the cache. And the same has been told in my next slide about the web cache flow. So a user accesses a website. The browser sends an HTTP request to the web cache. If the requested object is stored in the cache, the web cache responds with the object. If the requested object is not stored in the cache, the web cache requests the object from the origin server and sends the response to the browser. If the object is cacheable, the web cache retains a copy of the object so that subsequent requests are served locally from the web cache. And when we talk about web caches, we shouldn't forget about the cache rules which are implemented. And these cache rules work on the web proxies, or we can say CDN networks. CDNs are the servers that sit between your end user and your server. Each of these servers are designed to cache your content according to the cache rules you set in the various HTTP headers outlined below. So if we talk about cache, there has to be some sort of cache rules which will be defined on top of a CDN or for your browser to cache your responses, so that anytime a user is trying to access a resource, depending upon the cache rules, the responses are delivered to it. So this is a particular diagram of all the users sitting in Asia Pacific, Europe, North America, South America, which are trying to access resources from a web server which is located in a particular area. And in between these web server and the users, there is a CDN network. Through this CDN network, based on the cache rules, which are designed as per through the HTTP headers, which we'll talk in our next slide. So why are we even talking about HTTP cache headers? Because cache headers are the ones which define the rules, and this is done through the HTTP headers cache control and the pragma. So these cache rules are applied to the CDNs which sit in between the users and the backend. When we talk about cache control directive of any HTTP header request, as given in this slide, so it is used to explicitly tell proxy caches or the browsers about the information of the cacheability of the document. So in this particular request, if we see, there are few HTTP directives, HTTP header set, which expires cache control and the pragma. When we talk about cache control, there are certain values given to it, which are no store, no cache, must revalidate, post check, pre-check. So what are these cache? Like suppose if a cache control directive is set to no store, what does it mean? No store cache control directive tells us that cache should not store anything. And when we talk about don't store anything, as in tell it not to cache the document. Always revalidate with the server before sending the response to a user. And cache control no cache directive tells us a cache will send the request to the origin server for the revalidation before releasing a cached copy. Cache control directive, if it is set to private, the rule says it is intended for only single user, must not be stored by a shared cache, and a private browser may store the response. When we talk about the cache control directive to be public, the responses may be cached by any cache. And the most important directive we'll talk about here is maxage. So what does maxage say? This directive tells us maximum amount of time a resource will be considered fresh, and it also overrides the expires header if in case it is set. Must revalidate is any cache which is trying to any resource HTTP request which is trying to access a resource from the server. It should always be revalidated through the server, and then only the cached response must be sent. So this is all about the cache control HTTP headers. So why are we so these are the particular rules set in our HTTP request to understand the cache rules. We do have other other HTTP headers to control the flow, that is Pragma header. Pragma header should only be used for a backwards compatibility with HTTP 1.0. Caches where the cache control HTTP 1.1 header is not yet present. Also, if a pragma is set to no cache, is same as the cache control no cache. In that, it forces caches to submit the request to the origin server for validation before releasing a cached copy in case the cached copy is present in the cache. So since we have spoken about the rules of the caches and we also know what a cache is, let's talk about different types of caches available. So we do have private browser caches. A private cache is dedicated to a single user, and this is all depending, it also depends upon the infrastructure of a particular organization, how they want to build their cache. And there is also a shared proxy cache. A shared proxy cache is a cache that stores responses to be reused by more than one user. So if we look at our diagram here, first diagram tells that there is supposed to be no cache stored. Suppose a client is trying to access a particular resource from a web server, it is always validated from the original server. It is not the response is not shared until unless there is a validation with the original server. And if we look at the diagram of the shared cache, so the initial request, the first is going through the web server. The subsequent identical requests are served by the shared cache, which is more efficient, as in it will reduce the latency on the internet. And if we talk about the private cache, the first request of each client is going through. Subsequent identical requests are not even sent, but served by the local cache, most efficient, except for the first request. So private cache is intended for a single user. Okay, so these are the kind of caches and the cache rules set. Now, if we move on to our topic, which is web cache poisoning. So what does a web cache poisoning mean? Web cache poisoning is an advanced technique whereby an attacker exploits the behavior of a web server and a cache so that a harmful HTTP response is served to the other users. So what we mean by the HTTP response which is served to the other users being harmful. So as we all know, caches store a particular response. What if a response which is stored in the cache is injected with a malicious payload? That is when the web cache poisoning comes into picture. And there are various ways to exploit the web cache poisoning vulnerability. We'll talk about it in next slides. So what is the basic problem with the caching? Here, whenever a cache receives a request for a resource, okay, let me show you the slide. Yes. So this is a particular HTTP request. Okay. Yes. So this is there are two requests here. The first one says that first and the second response both are same basically, but there is a difference in the language, which is the unkeyed input. So how does a cache realize that which response has to be served to the which user? Same problem has been discussed here. Whenever a cache receives a request for a resource, it needs to decide whether it has a copy of this exact resource already saved, or it can just reply with that, or if it needs to forward the request to the application server. How do caches handle this problem? So when we talk about cache keys, this is another concept here, where this is there are few specific components of a HTTP request that are taken to fully identify the resource being requested. So there is a problem with the cache. Suppose there is a request which is trying to fetch a particular response, but how do cache realize that the response has to be served through the cache or has to be asked to the original server? To help us with that, there is a concept of cache keys. So if we look at the red color content here, the particular things about a HTTP request are set in the cache as cached keys. That's how a HTTP request query goes through the cache or the original server. Here, caches identify equivalent requests by comparing a predefined subset of the request components known collectively as the cache keys. Components of the request that are not included in the cache key are said to be unkeyed. And the concept of cache key and the unkeyed is very important to look into the web cache poisoning vulnerabilities. In my next slide, if we see, there are suppose there are two users which are trying to fetch the same response from a particular host, but if we look into the there is a difference in the language. So if a cache has saved a response of user 1, which is language equals to PL, the second user will also be served with the same response despite of it asking for a different language, which is EN. So hence this is a problem with the cache keys, that cache thinks the following two requests are equivalent. The page will be served in the wrong language to the second visitor, and any difference in the response triggered by an unkeyed input may be stored and served to the other users. And in case if it happens to be that the unkeyed input here is injected with a malicious payload, which we'll talk about in our respective slides, injected with a malicious payload, the second user will be served with the same payload. And this is what we are going to exploit in web cache poisoning vulnerability. Since we are through a couple of web cache keys and the type of caches we have, so what if when someone intentionally sets out the unkeyed input like HTTP headers to poison the caches? That's how we have discovered one way of poisoning caches. Yes, so what will be the impact of a web cache poisoning attack? So yes, so that all depends upon what exactly the attacker can successfully get cached. And if an attacker is able to cache a very malicious payload into the cache responses, that is one way we can decide the impact of the web cache poisoning. Second would be the amount of traffic on the affected page. If the affected page has to be a home page of a particular application and there are n number of users accessing that home page, you can imagine the amount of the malicious content can go to those users. So when we talk about the impact of web cache poisoning, how does this impact happen? We'll talk about the methodologies to find the vulnerabilities. Okay, so how do we actually define a particular vulnerability which has to happen through web cache poisoning? First step will be to detect the unkeyed input. Since I have shown a particular request here in my this slide, that any content which is not a cache key is called as the unkeyed input. Unkeyed input are the ones which are utilized by an attacker to input the malicious code into the HTTP responses, which will be served to all the end users which are trying to access those responses from the cache. To detect an unkeyed input, so what will be what can we think about, like, do we really need to go manually and check for unkeyed input? And suppose if there is an application which has almost 2,000, 3,000, more than 3,000 requests, how do we manually identify the unkeyed input? We'll talk about it in our next slide. And okay, after we have detected the unkeyed input, what will be our next step? It will be to explore the input potential and also to inject into the cache. After injecting it into the cache, we have to map the cache rules so that we can define the amount of users that injected malicious code can reach to. And then we have to find the targeted page where we are trying to inject the malicious code. We'll talk about the methodology to find the vulnerabilities here in little detail. First, let us look at the first step, which is the detect the unkeyed input. So when we try to detect unkeyed input, the first thing which we can try is automated paraminer burp extension. Paraminer here in as I have shown in this slide, in this screenshot, if we see how does paraminer work, we can take any particular request here. Whenever we have crawled our application in burp suite, we can take any particular request, we can right click and send it through the paraminer. Paraminer again in response will fetch all the issues with the cache poisoning and will try to identify a secret unkeyed input which is reflected in the response as well in the issues. Or we can directly go to the extensions and the paraminer output and check what are the secret input headers present there. As in this screenshot, we can see that issue detail is unlinked input was identified based on the following evidence. Response attributes that only stay consistent in one probe set are italicized with the variable attribute start. Successful probes were found unlinked param, which is our unkeyed input, x forwarded host. So paraminer found an unkeyed header x forwarded host on the homepage of a website. So we'll try to find out how we can perform cache poisoning in our next step. So first step is to identify unkeyed inputs through the burp extension paraminer that automates this step by guessing header or cookie names and observing whether they influence the application's response. Next step are to assess how much damage you can do with it, then try and get it stored in the cache. This was our first step, which is automated with the help of paraminer. Okay, so when we talk about cache poisoning, this is a very basic poisoning attack which we are going to learn here. If we look at the request and response, after we are through our first step, which is running a couple of requests through the paraminer, we can see that X forwarded host header here, which is highlighted in red, is reflected in the response. So paraminer immediately spotted an unkeyed input, X forwarded host header, has been used by the application to generate an open graph URL inside a meta tag. So this is a meta tag and the paraminer has just explored that there is a open graph URL which is reflected in the response. This will be our first step for the basic poisoning. Okay. If we look at the second step, which is to identify the malicious input, where we can, next step is to explore whether it is exploitable. We'll start with the sample cross-site scripting payload. It is confirmed we can cause a response that will execute arbitrary JavaScript against whoever views it. Yes. So this is a normal script payload which is injected into the X forwarded host header and it is reflected in the response. And whosoever tries to fetch this particular response with the help of it will be stored in the cache, and when a particular user tries to fetch the response with the help of the cache keys, this particular script payload will be presented to it. Okay. If we see here in this particular request that the cache control directive is also set, which says public and no cache. Don't let the cache control no cache header dissuade you. It's always better to attempt an attack than assume it won't work. You can verify first by resending the request without the malicious header and then by fetching the URL directly in a browser on a different machine. So we can just check for this particular malicious response, which is cached or not by sending it without even yes. You can verify first by resending the request without the malicious header, which is the X forwarded host, to check whether verify first by resending the request without the malicious header and then by fetching the URL directly in a browser on a different machine. This was about the basic poisoning, where a paraminer helps us in identifying the unkeyed input which is reflected in the response and can be cached. Okay, if we talk about our next slide, which is discrete poisoning. So basic poisoning was the one way we can perform the web cache poisoning attack. And second way to exploit this vulnerability would be discrete poisoning. If we look at the request and response here, we see that there is a where yes, max age response header which says cache control max age is supposed to be 1800. In discrete poisoning attacks, we have an unkeyed input, the X host header, being used to generate a script import. So here we can see we do have a X host header unkeyed input value which is identified by the paraminer, and in the response we can see that it is being used to generate a script import. In the response, it is being used to generate a script import. Okay, the response headers age and max age respectively specify the age of the current response and the age at which it will expire. Taken together, these tell us the precise second we should send our payload to ensure our response gets cached. So here we will send our malicious request to be cached as soon as the max age of that particular cached response expires. That's when it is called as the discrete poisoning. And how we can do that? By identifying and looking at the cached response whether max age has been set or not. Okay, so in our next slide, we'll talk about the selective poisoning. So what does selective poisoning do? If we look at the particular request and response here, there is a cache key present which is marked in the red as user agent. So user agent here is our cache key, which allows only Firefox 60 users to be able to access this particular cached response. Yes. So this initially looks almost identical to the first example, which we have seen in the discrete poisoning. However, the very header tells us that our user agent may be part of the cache key, and manual testing confirms this. This means that because we have claimed to be using Firefox 60, our exploit will only be served to other Firefox 60 users. We could use a list of popular user agents to ensure most visitors receive our exploit, but this behavior has been given us the option of more selective attack, and hence it is known as the selective poisoning. So we spoke about selective poisoning, discrete poisoning, and basic poisoning. These are the few ways we can exploit a web cache vulnerability. Let's move on to the next slide. Yeah, so in our next slide, we have seen that there is a, we will talk about the CPDOS, which is cache poison denial of service attack. So what is basically a cache poison denial of service attack? Cache poison denial of service is a new class of web cache poisoning attacks aimed at disabling web resources and the websites. With CPDOS, a malicious client can block any web resource that is distributed via content distribution network or hosted on a proxy cache. We have discussed about the proxy caches to help the web applications have a better user experience. Nowadays, all the web applications do use nested modern applications. They use content distribution networks, or they are hosted on a proxy caches to help us with the user experiences. And through the CPDOS, a single crafted request is sufficient to restrain all the subsequent requests from accessing the target content. Yes. So how do we explain a CPDOS attack? we can see in this particular diagram that there is a client and we do have a cache and a server. So the malicious client, when it is trying to send a request to the cache or the server, what it does is it will add a malicious header into the request. Yes, so step 1 says that add the malicious header into the request, and when a particular when this cache key will look for the caches, it will not find the caches in the responses. The request will be redirected to the server, and the server realizes that this particular content is not available with it. So what the origin server will do, it will send a 400 bad request while accessing a particular request which is by a malicious client. The server realizes that the content which is asked by the malicious client is not available, and hence it will respond as with a 400 bad request. So there is some type of error with this particular malicious request. Hence, what will happen is this particular response will be cached, and this particular response which is cached will be served to a authenticated user, which is happening in the step 5. So in step 5, a very legitimate user is trying to access the same resource from the same host. Since these two content here from the HTTP request are cache keys, when the legitimate user is trying to access the content of the same particular resource, as many times it will try unless the max age header is set in the cache control, the legitimate user will keep receiving 400 bad requests, and this is known as the CP-DOS attack, where a cache poison denial of service is happening at disabling the web resources, aimed at disabling the web resources and the websites. So in the diagram, we have seen that a single crafted request is sufficient to restrain all the subsequent requests from accessing the targeted content. This was about the CP-DOS attack. So in the CP-DOS attack, we have various ways through which we can perform the CP-DOS attack. One way to perform CP-DOS attack is through the HHO. So that is basically aimed at the large amount of request is sent to the cache or the web server, which it is not able to handle, and hence due to the oversized header, the CP-DOS attack happens. Like that, we have couple of various ways through which we can exploit the CP-DOS vulnerability. Okay, so when we talk about web cache poisoning, what could be the defenses against the web cache poisoning? The most robust defense against cache poisoning is to disable the caching. So, okay, first defense would be to disable the caching, and or else what we can do is avoiding taking input from the headers and the cookies is an effective way to prevent cache poisoning. Or else we can identify the unkeyed inputs in your application. The ideal solution is to outright disable them. Or what else we can do is we can patch all the client-side vulnerabilities even if they seem unexploitable. So these are the few defenses we can approach to help us with the web cache poisoning vulnerability. Okay, so since we spoke a bit about the web cache poisoning, and we started from very basic, talking about the caches and various HTTP header controls which are set to help us with the cache rules. We spoke about the various type of caches, the private browsing cache and the shared caches, how the particular cached content can exploit the vulnerability web cache poisoning, and what are the various ways of web cache poisoning, and what are the various defenses one can look into to prevent yourself from the web cache poisoning. And yeah, this was all about the web cache poisoning attack. In case anybody wants to reach out to me, they can variously fill in, reach out to me through the LinkedIn or through my Gmail, which I have mentioned here. And before I end my session, I would want to talk about a few things about the women in cybersecurity. So when I started my career as a Java developer, and slowly I moved my shifted my career from a developer to a security enthusiast. And back then, when I started working as a security analyst in my company, and I have worked in various organizations, we do see that there is you know lack of diversity whenever we look into the field of information security. Uh, if there is a team of 10, we can see that there are hardly 2 women there for any kind of information security work. I don't know what could be the reason. I don't have the data here with me, but then I do think there has to be some sort of awareness among the women to come to this platform, because this platform is very wide and it is open to all. There is no niche that only men can be hackers. Women can also, prove their point here. So I would tell everybody, whosoever is joining, to go ahead and do reach out to schools, colleges, or anybody is looking forward to start their career in IT, that there is a field called information security, and you can build a very successful career here, so that in future we do see a lot of women hackers who are there in the team. If there is a team of 10, there are at least 4 to 5 women working there. And that's how I will end the session today here. And again, I'm very thankful to the organizations of this summit 2021 to help me with this opportunity. I hope I contributed to an extent to help people with a very small topic, which is web cache poisoning. And in case in any way I can be useful further, please do reach out to me. That's all from my side. Thank you very much.
So that was a fantabulous session by Ramandeep Kaur. It's my privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of Kerala Police and Cyberdome Kozhikode. We are grateful to Ms. Ramandeep Kaur, software engineer, who spent her precious time for us by sharing her excellent knowledge for this Cyber Security Summit. The talk was an outstanding one and informative, which threw light on the web cache poisoning. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thanks a lot.
ഹലോ നമസ്കാരം. സൈബർ സെക്യൂരിറ്റി സബ്മിറ്റ് 2021 ഭാഗമായി കോഴിക്കോട് സൈബർഡോം ഒരു സൈബർ അവയർനെസ് ക്യൂസ് പ്രോഗ്രാം കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ആ പ്രോഗ്രാമിന്റെ 6ാമത്തെ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ഇപ്പോൾ സ്ക്രീനിൽ തെളിയും. എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് 1 മിനിറ്റിനുള്ളിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഉത്തരങ്ങൾ സ്ക്രീനിൽ കാണുന്ന വാട്സപ്പ് നമ്പറിലേക്ക് വാട്സപ്പ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടതാണ്. അല്പസമയത്തിനകം ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ സ്ക്രീനിൽ പ്രത്യക്ഷപ്പെടും. അപ്പോൾ ചോദ്യം ഇതാണ്: ഇത്തരം മെസ്സേജുകൾ സ്ക്രീനിൽ കാണുന്ന ഇത്തരം മെസ്സേജുകൾ അയച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നടത്തുന്ന തട്ടിപ്പിന്റെ പേരെന്ത്? എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഉത്തരങ്ങൾ 9048999619 എന്ന നമ്പറിലേക്ക് വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക. 1 മിനിറ്റ് ആണ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആൻസർ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള സമയം. ആദ്യം ശരി ഉത്തരം നൽകുന്ന ആൾക്കായിരിക്കും സമ്മാനം. സോ എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് ആൻസേഴ്സ് അയക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ചോദിച്ച ചോദ്യം ഇതാണ്: ഇത്തരം മെസ്സേജുകൾ സ്ക്രീനിൽ കാണുന്ന ഇത്തരം മെസ്സേജുകൾ അയച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നടത്തുന്ന തട്ടിപ്പിന്റെ പേരെന്ത്? ഉത്തരം സ്മിഷിംഗ് എന്നാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ചോദ്യത്തിന് ശരി ഉത്തരം നൽകിയിരിക്കുന്നത് ഷാദിൽ ആണ്, മണ്ണാർക്കാട്ട് നിന്നും ഷാദിൽ. കൺഗ്രാറ്റുലേഷൻ ഷാദിൽ. മറ്റൊരു ചോദ്യം സ്ക്രീനിൽ തെളിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ചോദ്യം ഇതാണ്: അക്കൗണ്ടുകൾക്ക് പാസ്വേഡിനു പുറമെ സുരക്ഷ ഉറപ്പു നൽകുന്നതിനായി ഗൂഗിൾ, ഫേസ്ബുക്ക് ഫോളോ ചെയ്യുന്ന പുതിയ സംവിധാനം എന്താണ്? ഈ ചോദ്യത്തിന് ഉത്തരം അറിയുന്നവർ എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് സ്ക്രീനിൽ കാണുന്ന വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് നമ്പറായ 9048999619 എന്ന നമ്പറിലേക്ക് ഉത്തരം വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക. 1 മിനിറ്റ് മാത്രമാണ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആൻസർ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള സമയം. ആദ്യം ശരി ഉത്തരം നൽകുന്ന ആൾക്കായിരിക്കും സമ്മാനം നൽകുക. അപ്പോൾ ചോദിച്ച ചോദ്യം ഇതായിരുന്നു. 7ാം നമ്പർ ചോദ്യം: അക്കൗണ്ടുകൾക്ക് പാസ്വേഡിന് പുറമെ സുരക്ഷ ഉറപ്പു നൽകുന്നതിനായി ഗൂഗിൾ, ഫേസ്ബുക്ക് ഫോളോ ചെയ്യുന്ന പുതിയ സംവിധാനം എന്ത്? ഉത്തരം 2 ഫാക്ടർ ഒതന്റിക്കേഷൻ എന്നാണ്. പയ്യന്നൂരിൽ നിന്നുള്ള റമീസ റഫീഖ് ആണ് ശരി ഉത്തരം നൽകിയത്. കൺഗ്രാറ്റുലേഷൻ റമീസ.
The scale and intensity of cyber attacks continues to grow rapidly, reaching record levels with millions of new malware infections, ransomware attacks, and malicious bots. New generations of threats creates a huge drain to the internet's infrastructure, costing enterprises billions of dollars. In this rapidly evolving threat environment, Cyberdome's unique and powerful managed security service is vital for any type of network, whether public, industrial, or financial. It provides formidable defenses against a wide range of cyber attacks while protecting data and reducing security risks. Using industry-leading technology and expertise, we secure and protect information assets 24/7. We transform the way our customers manage their information security and compliance programs. Cyberdome's 360-degree security perimeter, continuous 24/7 monitoring, detection, prevention and recovery activities, incident response and forensics, prioritizing critical incidents and remediation needs, minimizing duration and impact of security breaches. A compliance review that fully meets global regulatory requirements and standards. Cyber threat intelligence based on network analytics from organizations and leading cyber agencies around the world. Online reporting system distributing selectively security incidents with executives and security personnel for immediate action. Don't wait till it's too late. Cyberdome's managed security service, total network protection.
Hi all, we welcome you all for the next topic based on modern infrastructure components. Continuous build and development tools, message brokers, configuration management systems, resource management systems, and distributed file system are some of the most common systems deployed in modern cloud infrastructures, thanks to the increase in the distributed nature of software. Modern day pen testing is no more limited to remote command execution from an exposed web application in present day scenario. All these applications open up multiple doors into a company's infrastructure. One must be able to effectively find and compromise this system for a better foothold on the infrastructure, which is evident through the recent attacks on the application stack through platforms like Shodan, paving way for a full compromise on corporate infrastructures. To be precise about the speaker, Mr. Ashik Kadar is a senior PT technical lead working for IBM ISL PTC application security and having 8 plus years of experience in cybersecurity domain. He is an excellent cybersecurity enthusiast. In addition, he is an author in Pentest Mag and SecurityIntelligence.com. He patents idea on MPL security on data in transit. He's been published on IP.com. I welcome Mr. Ashik to carry ahead with the session.
Hi all. So I hope I'm audible here.
Yes, Ashik, you are audible.
Yeah, and my screen visible too.
Your screen is shared. Could you show your slides, please?
Yeah, I am bringing my slide up. So just wanted to know. Not visible?
It's not your slide being shown. It's your.
Let me try once again.
Uh,
Is it visible now?
yes, Ashik, it's visible. You can go ahead.
So hi all. So myself, I'm Ashik. So I've been in the industry for over 7 years right now, and I've been a pen tester right from the beginning. Currently, I work for IBM. The PTC is the team name, and I work as a technical lead. And it's been 7 years since I've been into pen testing, and currently still I do pen testing work along with my day-to-day lead job. So networking was my first love. In fact, I was very passionate about networking initially. So I was very passionate about doing my CCN and CCNP initially during after my graduation. Somehow fell into network pen testing, and from there I do all sort of testing now: network penetration testing, infrastructure, container, Kubernetes level testing, and web application API, the client. So I'm involved in all these testings from past couple of years. Also, I guess you've mentioned already about being an author with Pentest magazine. Wrote some couple of articles on SSL related issues, and also have a published patent on MPLS security. So let's not waste time about myself. I'll directly dive into the topic. So infrastructure itself, the name itself is very huge, and there are a lot of components these days. And there's a lot of chaos to be actually happening these days with respect to the modern infrastructure. So before starting itself with modern infrastructure, I just wanted to know what we are dealing with today. So mainly I'll be going through the difference between the traditional architecture against the current day architecture, how the applications are hosted, what are the backend systems, what are the support systems for these applications to be working up and working. And with microservices coming in between, it has been even more chaotic, and there's a lot of open source tools used to manage the infrastructure. So I'll be just walking through that and basically heading on towards exploiting certain components which are hosted inside, which are found in common in these infrastructures. So here is an image of a traditional application infrastructure. Probably back then, there's just a client, that's your web browser, and there is this server where different frameworks are installed and your application inside your application server. And client just accesses the server, and there's just a storage layer that is the your database, which feeds in the information as well as stores information based upon the request and responses. So this was as simple as it got. Now, then later they, from this entire architecture, they started moving into, they started breaking up an application into multiple small chunks or pieces and deployed it in each instances. So it means a single box or probably 2 to 3 VMs became now about 50 or 60 VMs. And for balancing the load, again, another 100. So it went on multiplying. So that's when this whole crazy diagram comes into the place. And with cloud into the picture, it becomes even more, tedious. So if you see here, there is 2 application servers. Probably this is for load balancing, and there's a HTTP server for static content here. And behind there's the whole chaotic other services that you see. One, there would be the Elasticsearch, the RabbitMQ for messaging services, the big data, the Hadoop cluster, the DBMS clusters, lot more things. I mean, it's different people choose different products to manage this. So basically what you mean by this is these are those backend services which manage these application servers and other components from probably failovers or it's all about management. So to manage these microservices and these servers, you create more software, right? So that's what I'm trying to explain in the next slide. So initially, software allowed us to solve complex things, and then we started making more software because we wanted life to be much more easier. And to keep those multiple softwares working, we created more softwares to handle those softwares. And then that's where in Jira comes into place, the CI/CD pipelines and message queues and configuration management systems, which I'll be walking through in the future slides. And also to isolate these softwares, containers came into the picture. So containers, clusters, and on top of that, Kubernetes to manage these clusters. It's just one whole lot of orchestration happening inside a data center. So so the whole purpose of this is, what I was trying to get at is, generally you have a web application here. Consider there is a web application here, and there is 2 to 3 firewalls, and there is proxies, and there is this web protecting the web application. Now, what if an attacker attacks into this application? And once he's here, there is whole plethora of internal, components which could be messed around with, because if you mess around with one component, the entire cluster, which consists of the whole microservice architecture, could be blown off. And the typical problem here is that the operations team or the admins fail to misconfigure these components which support the application, mainly due to probably I would say that they're not worried because they're very, very much focused in this firewall area where the first point of attack. So generally these services which you see, the RabbitMQs and the Elasticsearch, generally these components do not come with authentication by default. And even though if it comes, they don't wish to configure because they don't in the open the attacker deployed. Now what I will be going through throughout the remaining part of the session is that what if there are 2 things. What if an attacker gets inside this application server or takes a remote code execution and takes control of the server, how he would pivot deep inside the network. And I mean, in a real-time scenario, there's just not 2 application servers. There would be more. there would be a cluster of application servers, instances, backend services running. So there is plethora of things to do if an attacker enters. Also, this would also help if you are doing a red teaming and you get into the data center and you're given a red team task where you have to compromise components, so on and so forth. That is where this is whole leading to. So since there are like tons and tons of services which could be deployed here, there's no time to cover all those things. I've chosen the 4 best that have come across during my experience, and I would be presenting them on how to exploit them, or how to identify their weaknesses and probably exploit them as well. So the first component I would be talking about is Elasticsearch. So while I would be going through these components, each component here would be an instance. So for example, if my first topic is Elasticsearch, probably Elasticsearch would be sitting somewhere here, and I would be explaining what that Elasticsearch is, how to identify them, and how to exploit them. So think that whenever I'm talking about a component, it's nothing but an instance, a VM instance or a Docker instance installed here. So the first one would be an Elasticsearch. Elasticsearch is a most major component used in today's infrastructure. Basically, Elasticsearch, as the name says, it's nothing but this particular instance does the search engine and the analytics for any queries. It could be via the application. For example, you have an application and you want to search from some of the resources. Elasticsearch would be the driver which gives the result back, and very quickly and efficiently. And also, Elasticsearch is used for analytics. For example, you have logs, you have tons and tons of logs, and you want to search for a particular log in a very less amount of time, then Elasticsearch is used. So Elasticsearch is not primarily for search, but it is used for multiple other reasons as well, one being for the analytics. So Elasticsearch, so allows you to store, search, and analyze huge volumes of data quickly and in real time, and giving back answers in milliseconds. So this is the main advantage of using Elasticsearch. The main advantage is there's very less latency. You can store a number of data, and the search is very simplistic and very fast compared to other database-related queries that you try to search. And also, it is used for analyzing huge volumes of data. It is used for data and analytics as well. So multiple, you can so basically an admin would install this and use it as per their requirement. So when during the initial design phase, they would see where the Elasticsearch would fit into their data center and what would be the purpose. So this is an instance, and obviously your application server or probably another service could be accessing this particular instance inside your infrastructure. And this is hosted on port number 9200 or 9300. So the communication happens via 9200 and 9300, probably. So port numbers can change. During my assessments, I've found 9210, 9230, 92350, 92115. So the ports can differ, but these are the default ports that that is there as per the documentation. You can change it anytime. Also, so basically, what kind of data is stored? I told you, right? Like data is stored. What kind of data is stored? Basically, the data is in the format of JSON. So whatever happens, it's in the JSON format that the communication happens. Like if there is a request by an application to search some content, then it would be a JSON request, and the response also would be in the form of JSON. Since it is a JSON format that has been used, that is why it has been so effective. Okay, so how the data is stored? Data is stored in the form of index. Like it is if you know about hierarchy of your Linux, then it's like it's the same hierarchy. There is an index called /. Inside that there is another directory. Inside that there is another directory. Like that, inside that directory there are content. So this content is called as documents. Okay, you can insert a document. You can insert any document, or else you can delete some document depending upon the action performed by the particular application. So yeah, and there is also mapping. Mappings are nothing but if a data, say for example books, if you consider books, there is author, a particular author would have written about 10 books, and these 10 books should be searched, right? So the mapping is that that author is mapped to these 10 books that is written. So when someone search in the application that probably a book name, then the application gives it to the Elasticsearch. It searches in the hierarchical format, that is /author, then inside author, the author name, inside author name, the book name, and inside you can search as you go. So Elasticsearch does that for you, and every data is stored in JSON format. Now, if you say this as an instance, this is an Elasticsearch instance. I told you, right? Like consider that as one machine inside your infrastructure. So whenever a request comes here to search something, then it searches in this format. It first goes and checks for the indices. Indices is nothing but a topic or something like that. So inside that, authors and shards are nothing but documents. So documents is where the section of the book that you're searching for, it will search and provide it to the person who's asked in the web application, something like that. So there's more details into it, but I'm not getting into. But these are the primary things that you have to know to deal with Elasticsearch, at least with respect to pentest point of view. So how do you talk to these instances? How do you talk or get this information? Now, this information you could get via something called as Elasticsearch offers REST APIs, RESTful APIs. I hope you all know that REST uses JSON format for to and fro data communication. So by simple, so first thing is just open your browser or use your curl and just put this 9200 port and with the IP here, and then you will get a response back. And there is another, if you want to look for logs, this is another Elasticsearch query. So if you see, there are two logs here, and you're searching under errors indices. Under errors indices, error is a directory, suppose inside the Elasticsearch. Inside that, underscore search is an operation. This operation, you're searching for only error messages out of these two logs. Yeah, this is a way to search. You will get a response back in JSON, and you analyze that data, whatever comes back. So these are the two simple REST APIs that I wanted to show. So before even pen testing, how would you know that there is Elasticsearch there? Now, assume that you're inside the infrastructure and you run Nmap. So I've not included Nmap commands, but yeah, just run a port scan on a provided IP or a list of IP or a subnet, and in case if you find 9200, 9210, then probably you can go ahead and check whether Elasticsearch is running or not by simply putting this URL in the browser, or probably running a curl request from your attacker's machine or from your own machine. Okay, so next is how do you, once you identify there is an Elasticsearch instance running, how do you start your enumeration? There is a Metasploit module. This is how you load a Metasploit. There's an auxiliary module called as Elasticsearch enum indices. What does enum indices do? As I told you, there is indices, right? Meaning directories inside the Elasticsearch instance where data is stored inside it in a hierarchical format. Basically, that is what you're trying to do. You are trying to enumerate all the indices inside a given Elasticsearch instance. So just set the port, set the target IP, set the R port, and just hit run. And yeah, this is from an actual assessment. So this is the response that you get. Every single thing is a indices. So inside each indices, for example, WDC01, comma is there, right? Comma is one indices. Inside WDC01 daily, the first indices, you have other data hidden inside, like, or there are existence of other data, but here for now we are just enumerating the indices. So these are the list of indices that you find. and the documents inside these indices. So the moment you run this command, you will get this output. Now, this itself is an issue because one thing which Elasticsearch has to implement is they have to implement authentication, and no one does so because they feel that authentication is an extra added layer which will cause latency or downtime, or probably might slow down the search. So they don't implement, and that's a catastrophe within itself because you have access to so much of trillions amount of data. So similarly, the next thing, enumerating nodes. This is all the enumeration process that we are doing right now. Enumerating ports, you just put in your browser the IP colon. So here is a different port. If you see 9500, so you just put underscore mapping, you get all the mappings. I told you, right? Each and everything is mapped. Data is mapped. That is what you are seeing here. All the mapped information. What type of data it is, double data, string data, everything, country name, DMA code, everything you're getting information. You can also query the nodes and the mapping by using these commands. You can also enumerate the user by, since there is no user, there's no authentication, it's of no use, but at least you will get some information of, the number of shards a particular. So there's a default user which is just no user and there's no login to it. But yeah, whatever you do there is a default user and whatever. So this particular user has 5 shards, nothing but 5 documents, and when it was created, etc., etc. So the other vulnerability, once you go through the enumeration phase, next you there's a file upload functionality. There is a put method enabled here. You use netcat. This is the IP and this is the port. Again, now there's a different port. So all I try to do is just put a PHP file inside, and that gets added into the cluster. So that was a wrong screen. I'll show this screenshot. So here what I'm doing is I'm uploading xyz.php, and you see in the enum indices I can see xyz.php uploaded there in the instance. So like that you can poison, you can do a number of things once you start uploading. You can poison the entire cluster. So yeah. So next thing, you can, apart from that, you can also delete the objects or the instance. So here I create, here I delete. Just by giving the delete command and the name of the file, you can just delete it. So if you see, there are many records here, right? Many indices here. Just take one, put it here, and that particular data will be deleted permanently from Elasticsearch instance, which in itself is a huge issue. Okay. Recently, I wouldn't say recently, probably this is probably 2 to 3 years old vulnerability. So there was an issue with Elasticsearch version 1.3 and 1.4, where probably you could perform a remote code execution. So you don't have to do anything, just this payload. Elasticsearch initially had a feature called Groovy scripts. What this Groovy script does is that whenever you do a search, right? So suppose you want to do a search. I showed you a search query, right? Initially, so that search query will open a sandboxed JavaScript, will execute a sandboxed JavaScript, and it performs some actions. So the problem was that you could bypass that sandbox to execute commands here. Like for example, here I'm trying to run whoami command on the instance. So this is the script to bypass the sandboxed environment. Basically, you can perform remote code execution on the Elasticsearch instance. Okay, that's it for Redis. Moving on, that's it for Elasticsearch. Next thing would be Redis. So Redis is again used commonly by most of the admins or operations team or a DevOps team to use it as an alternate database and a cache management tool. So basically, the difference with Redis is than the Postgres or SQL is that Redis is stored, the data is stored in the memory. not in the disk. So if probably it is stored in the disk, then the read write would be very slower, right? Comparatively, fetching the data from in memory. So that is why Redis came very popularized, and currently it is used because it is much more faster, and it is open source, and it is in memory, and the data stored is in the format of key value. Key value. So for example, here, if the key name is name, and the value inside that you have to write is John Doe. So if you query next time, if there is a database query for name, then John Doe will be the answer for it. So yeah, this is the way it is stored in the memory. So when I say memory, it's probably RAM here, not the hard disk, to be precise. Okay, so one more feature about Redis is that keys can contain strings, hashes, lists, sets. It could be a sorted set. So there is no, you don't have to define, because in MySQL you have to define what kind of data it is before even applying the data to it, to a particular table, right? You need to mention what kind of data it is. Here it is dynamic. You don't have to mention. You just put a name, and in the value you can either put a list, or you can put a hash or a string, or anything you want to. You don't have to define what that data is for that data structure. And in mainly specifically in since Redis is stored in your RAM, that is in memory, if the Redis instance goes down, then the data is lost. So to counter that, what Redis did is Redis started something called as Redis persistence, where you take a screenshot of the data that is present in your memory, that is RAM, and save it in the file. And save it in the file as in your hard disk. So generally what happens here is that basically you save it in the file format, right? The file format is called as dump.rdb. So you can also mention how many seconds, after how many seconds you want the backup to happen, like take a snapshot from the RAM, and how many times. So the command for it is save. The moment you say save, you type the command save, which I'll be showing you in the future slides. The data gets saved into the hard disk. Okay, so Redis runs in port 6379. You can connect to this particular port via Redis CLI. And the problem again with Redis is it doesn't come with authentication by default. And yeah, so you can directly run Redis CLI and go with your probing commands and exploit the Redis database, which we're going to see further. So how do you connect to a Redis instance? You can either connect to a Redis instance locally by just putting Redis-CLI, and it will directly connect to the port, or you can connect it remotely by giving Redis CLI -h IP and port. Okay, so yeah, so here if you see, as an example, I have mentioned, okay. So if you see, I have logged into Redis, and I have done a query here, get name, it returns name. So a key value is name, a key name is name, and the value inside it is 0. Let's see how to set it in future, in the further slides. Okay. How do you first enumerate data? First thing, like you want to know whether Redis server is running or not, whether it is responding to your queries. To do that, you load the MSF module, and you run the command, this auxiliary module, that is scanner Redis server, and just put in the IP in the R host, and if you have to change the port, change the R port, and just run it, and you will find the response. By the response, it's just the initial information of the command inside is executed as info. So the moment you get into the Redis console and type info, you get the basic information of the running Redis server, and that's what is shown in the MSF console here, in the Metasploit here. Okay, you can also use netcat to enumerate. Just put netcat -nv and IP address and and the port number, and it will and just type after that you just type info, and it will give all the information about the current running Redis server. So if there was an authentication involved here, then probably if you typed info, nothing would have come across. It would have given some authentication error or not. So generally Redis, I have not seen in my assessment 80% of the times there's no authentication involved. So basically you can do a lot of things here. Yeah, so same thing using Redis CLI you can do. Just log into your remote instance and type info, you get the same response I showed you earlier. Once you log into the Redis, how do you log into the Redis? Same thing, Redis CLI -h, give the IP, and you log into the remote instance. And by chance you get inside the Redis CLI, then you can clear, you can flush all. You can just give this command called flush all, and it will flush all the keys that are there or stored inside the Redis. And also the flush db command also will flush everything, all the database, because in Redis there are multiple databases. It is in the form of database 0, database 1, database 2. So each database has key and value pairs inside them. So if you do flush db, then that db is flushed, that database is flushed. You can also, if you don't want to flush the database, but only the keys inside the database, then you can probably do a db name and flush all. It will flush everything inside that database, but the database will be still alive. Okay, exploiting. Now we've seen enumeration. We've seen certain how to delete databases. Now how to literally attack. One attack scenario you find in Redis is that since it is a file inside a system, so if, say for example, there is a server and there is a PHP application, or your application which is written in PHP resides in the same server, Redis and your PHP application resides in the same server, then it's a huge problem. So what you can do is you log into your Redis console, and first thing you want to know is whether it's an Apache or Nginx. So you need to know the location of your default web server's location. So what you do is that now the whole task is we are creating a web shell here, right? So we are creating a web shell and putting inside the default Apache or Nginx web directory. So the first step you do is you log into your PC and just log into your Redis instance via your PC. That is this, and then you set the directory. So what you do is you set the config directory to your web directory, that is /user share nginx html, considering nginx is my web server, and then do a concept. You create a DB. So you create a DB in the name of PHP. That's the trick here. So you're creating a DB file name in the name of redis.php, and every DB has a key value, right? And you're giving the code as a key value. So this is the vulnerable code. So what you're doing is, this is the key name and this is the key value. So test is the key name, and the value you're putting is nothing but the malicious code. And when you save it, it gets saved as redis.php inside this location. So next thing is, I told you, right, to take a snapshot, you have to put a save, or else it will be in the RAM. Once you type save, it gets saved into this directory as redis.php the moment you set save. So after that, it's very simple. You've created a web shell. All you have to do is go to that website, put a /redis.php, and just give the command. You're into that machine now. You've completely compromised it. Another way of attacking Redis is via SSH. SSH uses a key-based authentication, right? You can, if the target server has Redis installed, and that target server uses public key-based authentication, and there is an SSH also inside that instance, then you can use this particular exploit to get inside. just identify the home of Redis. So it will be home Redis dot SSH usually, and get inside that. So once you know this, next thing is you need to create your SSH. You need to generate the public and the private key, and this is the command to generate public and private key. SSH keygen -t RSA. RSA is the algorithm. So once you do that, what you're doing is passing the public key content. This is still you're doing it in your machine. You've not even touched the Redis instance. So what you're trying to do is you're putting all the contents. What gets generated here? Two files get generated here. One is the public key and the private key. What you're doing is you're putting the public key into a file called foo.txt in your machine, and then importing this file into your Redis instance. So the next step, what you're doing is by executing this command, you're importing this file into the Redis instance. So the command here is this. You're just naming a key and passing the contents of foo.txt to this key. That means the value of crackit would be foo.txt, contents of foo.txt, which is this. Next thing is just save the public key to the authorized key files. That to do the next step would be to again log in, now log into the Redis instance and set the directory to Redis instance.ssh folder. Set the config file to authorized keys. Save it. That's it. So now your public key file is inside your target IP's authorized key file. Okay, inside the Redis instance, you have your public key, SSH public key, saved, which means all you have to do is from your attacker's machine or your machine, you just have to type SSH command and the IP, and you're into the Redis instance. Okay, that is about Redis. Going to distribution configuration management. These are okay, with the growing strength of instances, application instances, and the number of replicas that are there for load management, you need some sort of a centralized configuration management systems to manage these instances, application instances. For example, suppose you do an update or configuration update or an application code update in application A, which I see here. The same thing, the same configuration or the changes should be applied across all the instances. So what happens is you maintain a centralized configuration store so that if change is made in one application, the same change is applied to others as well without you doing it manually here. This would take care of doing it automatically within milliseconds. Everything, all the replicas would be updated with the changes made. Okay, how it works is that when an application, so this particular centralized management system, a component, I would call it as a console or zookeeper. That's an open source component. What it would do here is that it would be in touch with all these application instances. It would be connected, and in the form of agents or in the form of centralized way. So what happens is this keeps track of all these application instances. The moment it finds out that any one application has gone through any change, probably it could be the server instance went down, application instance went down, or there is some configurational changes done to this application, it immediately takes note of this, stores it into its DB, and the same information would be fed via the DB to all the other instances instantly. So that is what it is called as a synchronization of processes. Maintenance, also it is used in maintenance of infrastructure. Okay. So distributed configuration management is done via two types. There are two types. One is the agent type and the other one is ensemble type. So we're going to go through both. Ensemble, what I showed you in the previous was the ensemble type. Ensemble type is nothing but there are multiple, instances of DCMs, that is data distribution configuration management systems running here. If the application makes some changes, it will come and inform the instance, DCM instance. This is called as ensemble format. The agent format is nothing but every application installed here has a small agent running here in a particular port. So what happens is that if there is a change in the application, the agent gets to know, the agent communicates with all the other agents installed in other application instances. Try to simplify it, so hopefully it is understandable. Same thing I've mentioned here. So agent type is a lightweight agent in every instance. Every instance has a small agent installed in it. Rather, DCM ensemble type is centralized configuration where all the application instances communicate with that centralized DCMs. So Apache Zookeeper is a type of ensemble type DCM, and console will be the agent type DCM. So you will see a lot of these things, especially in a Hadoop cluster. You will see a lot of consoles or Zookeeper. And basically, what is Apache Zookeeper or console? We'll be discussing it further. So you will see in large data centers, these things will be a mandatory thing to be installed to manage huge clusters. Okay, coming to the HashiCorp console. So as you all know, console is a agent type, a DCM. So that's what I mean to say here, that everything is installed here in each application instance is installed here, and they communicate with each other. The moment, say for example, service E made some changes or it went down, the agent immediately tells everyone, or if there is a configuration change made here, then that information is passed on to everyone. Okay, so if you ask me which one is better, I guess it depends upon the architect, security architect, how he wants, whether he wants the agent type or the ensemble type. It depends from infrastructure to infrastructure. Okay, HashiCorp console works in port 8300 or 8500. So these agents, if you see, it works across 8300. These agents also have a small web application inside it to manage, to do the administrative work of these agents. Yeah, by default, they do not have authentication again, which means it is wide in the open. If you hack this agent, then you are into the application instance as well. So yeah, how do you basically, there is a major SSRF issue with respect to
It was a fantastic session. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of Cyberdome Kozhikode. We remain very much obliged to Mr. Ashikada, Senior PT Technical Head, who spent his precious time for us by sharing his excellent knowledge for the Cyber Security Summit and graced this occasion with his presence. Additionally, we are happy to declare our thankfulness to all the participants for putting your time for this informative and thoughtful speech on modern infrastructure components. Thank you. ഹലോ നമസ്കാരം. സൈബർ സെക്യൂരിറ്റി സമ്മിറ്റ് 2021 ഭാഗമായി കോഴിക്കോട് സൈബർ ഡോം നടത്തുന്ന സൈബർ അവയർനെസ് ക്വിസ് തുടരുകയാണ്. അല്പസമയത്തിനകം നിങ്ങൾക്കായുള്ള ചോദ്യം സ്ക്രീനിൽ തെളിയും. സ്ക്രീനിൽ കാണുന്ന വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് നമ്പറായ 9048999619 എന്ന നമ്പറിലേക്ക് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഉത്തരങ്ങൾ എത്രയും വേഗം വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ ശ്രമിക്കണം. ഓക്കെ, നിങ്ങൾക്കായുള്ള ചോദ്യം ഇതാണ്: സൈബർ കുറ്റകൃത്യങ്ങൾ ഓൺലൈനായി റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നതിനുള്ള ഇന്ത്യൻ ഗവൺമെന്റിന്റെ പുതിയ പോർട്ടൽ. ഈ ചോദ്യത്തിനുള്ള ഉത്തരം 9048999619 എന്ന നമ്പറിലേക്ക് 1 മിനിറ്റിനുള്ളിൽ വാട്സ്ആപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക. ആദ്യം ശരി ഉത്തരം നൽകുന്ന ആൾക്കായിരിക്കും സമ്മാനം. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പോൾ 8ാമത്തെ ചോദ്യം ഇതായിരുന്നു: സൈബർ കുറ്റകൃത്യങ്ങൾ ഓൺലൈനായി റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നതിനുള്ള ഇന്ത്യൻ ഗവൺമെന്റിന്റെ ഏറ്റവും പുതിയ പോർട്ടൽ ഏത്? ഉത്തരം www.cybercrime.gov.in. ശരി ഉത്തരം നൽകിയിരിക്കുന്നത് കൊല്ലത്ത് നിന്നും ഹരീഷ് രാജ് ആണ്. കൺഗ്രാറ്റുലേഷൻസ് ഹരീഷ്. നിങ്ങൾക്കായുള്ള 9ാമത്തെ ചോദ്യം സ്ക്രീനിൽ തെളിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ചൈൽഡ് പോണോഗ്രാഫിയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് കേരള പോലീസ് നടത്തിയ ഓപ്പറേഷന്റെ പേര് എന്ത്? എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഉത്തരം 9048999619 എന്ന നമ്പറിലേക്ക് അയക്കുക. 1 മിനിറ്റാണ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആൻസർ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള സമയം. ആദ്യം ശരി ഉത്തരം നൽകുന്ന ആൾക്കാർക്കും സമ്മാനം. എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഉത്തരം സ്ക്രീനിൽ കാണുന്ന നമ്പറിലേക്ക് അയക്കുക. ചോദിച്ച ചോദ്യം ഇതായിരുന്നു: ചൈൽഡ് പോണോഗ്രഫിയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് കേരള പോലീസ് നടത്തിയ ഓപ്പറേഷന്റെ പേര് എന്താണ്? ഉത്തരം ഓപ്പറേഷൻ പി ഹണ്ട്. തിക്കോടിയിൽ നിന്നും രാകേഷാണ് ശരി ഉത്തരം നൽകിയത്. കൺഗ്രാറ്റുലേഷൻസ് രാകേഷ്.
Guys, कुछ ऑर्डर करे क्या?
One margarita pizza.
A garlic bread.
और एक आइस टी.
ये कन्वीनियंट है पर पॉसिबल नहीं, मगर डेबिट कार्ड के बिना एटीएम से कैश निकालना कन्वीनियंट भी पॉसिबल भी। जस्ट डाउनलोड योनो कैश, करो ऐश।
Hi all, welcome back. How to generate evidence-based assurance on cybersecurity posture of the entities operating in the country. What are the cybersecurity assurance practices and methods adopted by nations? Indian Computer Emergency Response Team conducted empirical research to answer these questions and approach of build experiments, implement, test in field, and is used to test the effectiveness of the initiative in cybersecurity assurance domain. In this talk, it is proposed to share experiments and experience of certain in cybersecurity assurance, metrics and measurements approaches, and effectiveness of programs of certain, along with roles and responsibilities of certain. To make us know the beauty of this topic, I am introducing Mr. Ashutosh Bahguna, a scientist at Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, a national nodal agency of Government of India to counter cyber threats. He is responsible for international and national cyber exercises, crisis management in cyberspace, financial sector and energy sector security, and involved in working groups at regional and international level. He leads the team of cybersecurity assurance at CERTIN. He is acknowledged speaker and trainer in cybersecurity domain, both at domestic and international venues. Mr. Ashutosh Bahguna, now you can master of the session.
Thank you. So hello all. So I have this topic for today's this session was cybersecurity assurance and sharing our experiments and experiences. What certain did in the domain of cybersecurity assurance. So thank you for the introduction. So as said, I am looking after the National Cyber Crisis Management Plan, cybersecurity assurance and benchmarking in country, cybersecurity exercises, both at domestic and international level, the cyber physical security, industrial controls, OT cybersecurity, and the security in the critical infrastructure. So let me start with giving you the brief introduction about the Indian Computer Emergency Response Team. Most of you are already aware about, but how I put up in the terms of the pillars. So these are the 5 pillars we consider the Indian Computer Emergency Response Team CERT India is doing. First is the reactive. That means when there is some incident or some cyber attack or the crisis situation. So it's the national nodal agency to react to those cybersecurity incident response. Do that on the 24 cross 365 days. So that's the reactive part. In proactive, we are sharing the alerts, advisories. Some are in the public domain, some are in the restricted in natures, and that's going to the chief information security officers or the to specific organization or to the specific sector only. And we are sharing the threat intel with the organization in the automated way that can be consumed from the by the organizations. We are monitoring what is going wrong in the types of the vulnerabilities there in the Indian cyberspace, type of the exposures there, type of the attacks that may impact the our critical sectors and organization, and we are providing the proactive information in that. In the monitoring, to monitor the cyberspace, we have the 2 projects. One is the Cyber Swachhata Kendra, that is the botnet cleaning center, and another is the National Cyber Coordination Center. Basically, that is to maintain the status, what is going on and what types of traces, infections and things are there. Then the cybersecurity assurance, this group and activities I'm leading. So we will discuss some of that in coming slides. So that's building the assurance by doing the cybersecurity exercises, doing the various kind of the moderated tabletop exercises, by doing the skill assessments, and at the international level by doing the international cooperations and international bilateral communication checks, bilateral knowledge sharing and things like that. So that comes under the international cooperation things. We are enabled under ITX section 70B, but only the few cases we have to use the legal powers and things like that, because the most of the the incident response and activities involved are based on the referral or trust that is between the CERT and the organization. So that's yes. So incident campaigns, as people are aware, and on the daily basis, something is popping up in our social media, or we are getting through the news and media channels and different sources. Different campaigns and different attacks are there, and let's say we have seen the espionage. That's the continuous activity. Now the most challenging is the supply chain attacks. That's the both software based and the hardware based supply chain attacks. Those are the intelligence grade threats, and it's very difficult to deal with those challenges when the supply chain is through the multinational and many organizations are involved in that, and those products and softwares and the tools are installed in the critical infrastructure of the country. Ransomware, crypto mining is still, they are making the money out of that, and it's happening. So it comes in the we did one of the study at the Asia Pacific CERT level and Asia Pacific level with the 4 and 5 I think 5 national CERTs, and for the prediction for 2021, and the common theme, common attack which is predicted is the ransomware. With the change in the techniques, now it's they are doing, it's called a double dip. That means before encrypting the data, they are taking out the data, and if you are having a clean copy or backup copy to replace your data, so they came up with the the blackmailing and threat that they are releasing that data into the public channels and the internet, and saying that here is your 1% of data, and if you are not paying, we are going to release your data in the public channel. And with the privacy act and law in place, that will be the very difficult for organization to make the decision in some these circumstances. So that was the common came up the ransomware, the prediction for 2020. Another attack, which was the COVID-19 related disruptions and the new patterns, work cultures, new infrastructure is exposed, and it happened in the sudden way, in the very because nobody expected that this will happen so fast. The security controls were not properly in place, and everything was done on the ad hoc basis, and many things become exposed over the internet. So COVID-19 related changes what we did in the work from everywhere, work from home, and the infrastructure we expose is of course under the is predicted to be under the attack. One of the came up is the second chain of attack, that is from the data leak over the dark web, and what the criminals are the sharing or selling over the dark net. So that data from that data, there will be increase in the second wave of the attacks on the organization. Already they have one attack that their data is breached. Now that data is sold, and they will come again under that attack. So that kind of the trends and things we are. So again, the business email compromise and the spear phishing on the and that was the another, and one more was predicted for 2020 was coming up is the that how the with the emerging technologies, like we talk about the 5G, let's say, and the IoT or 5G, and that there are many myths related to. So how the 5G is going to impact the security? Is this only so 5G is not only about the speed. Of course, it's a speed also, but the moments is in a place, and everything, the life of a citizen is connected, and digital dependency is higher there in that situation, and so the negative state or non-state actors can exploit. So we have a then large attack surface to compromise, and impact is directly on the the common citizens to protect. So those trends are coming up, and we already have seen in the critical infrastructure like black energy, industrial, And in IoT domain, we have seen the Mirai botnet breaker, and of course there is a remote administration toolkit in ICS and SCADA system. So in many times the vendors are keeping them open even across the boundaries of the countries, and many of the times those remote administration toolkit itself are vulnerable to the attacks, and that's the really troublesome. That means that somebody can exploit that RAT access which is given to the vendor to manage the platform and things like so. That's becoming the and so that's the one of the I mean the technical aspects we deal with and we are aware about that is the problem. So, but a lot of the talks and the discussion I have been is that we consider and we did and we are doing very well in the technical aspects. I mean, as a community as a whole. So we have a good malware analyst, we have a good auditors, we have a good VAPT specialist. Still we are lacking the manpower capacity building in the domains specific to the the critical sector where there is a ICS or maybe the emerging space like smart cities and things like that. So, but still we expect that we are doing good technically. What the concern me and what you can take out from this the entire session is this. So beyond technical aspects, what's happening in the cybersecurity? Are we keeping eye there? I mean, are we aware about those things? And if we are aware, what we are doing to deal with those things. So hybrid threats. So those are the aspects I want to give up to through this summit and forum to people to consider their research and development, to consider in their the assignments. So hybrid threats, what's that means? So hybrid threats came up as a concept that when the malicious state or non-state actor can use a mix of like the military and non-military and the cyberspace mix of the strategies against some target or some country to undermine their decision making. That means that at an individual level or at a national level or the critical decision making at an international level, if they can influence the decision making of the target, then it's becoming a trend. So they exploit a different vulnerability. So every country, every nation is having a different sort of vulnerability. I'm not talking about the technical issues, but the the kind of the history you have, kind of the the ideologies you have, and the social vulnerabilities, weaker section, and different types of. So the target thinks that from the cyberspace, how we can influence and undermine those who are in their target. So that's the hybrid threats. So when we consider and do the risk assessment of the the ICT and IT system, that's fine. We do that, and then we put up the controls. But what about the conducting the risk assessment of the state or organized or country? Not only based on the technical things, but also from that the cultural aspects and geographical location and the history and the criticality. So those need to be, that kind of vulnerability assessment, risk assessment needs to be done. That comprehensive exercise is here, and based on that, the controls and the things need to be the solution need to be provided. So social cybersecurity is another domain. So in social, how this cyber and mobile and the gadgets and everything, how this is impacting the the society as at large. So is this making the people hanging too much on their phone? What kind of the impact is on the social relation and social fabric of the community? In one of the case, when there was a mob lynching due to the the WhatsApp circulation of the the child lifting or something like that was happening, and it was circulated as a disinformation over the social media. and in the rural part of the country. So I visited there. I was there, and those local people, they, I mean, they, whoever is foreigner there or from the outside, they are thinking he's going to damage their kid, cause a damage to their kids, and so they are, they are doing that. They are having that very strong feeling there. They are guarding their villages from the tourists, and even that happens. So in that situation, as a strategy, the local police and what they did, they recruited some local guys from that area. So and who can speak in their language, and then they try to convince them. It's not like that, to try to convince to the society or the villages and rural part. But you will not believe that the people or that area were not ready to believe the people of their own community who is speaking their own language, who lives there, but they are having a more trust on what is there in the circulating on the WhatsApp. So that's very disturbing, that where we are moving as a society, and these things. So there are other aspects also, what this is doing on the the online and media and information. So there is a situation of content confusion. So content confusion means that even the educated people are not sure what is there in social media, or the information they are consuming is right or not. So what the people are doing is that they are, what is suitable for their already formed opinion, they are considering this must be true news, and what is not, they said that, oh no, this is fake news. So those study on those domains needs to be done, and we have to see where we are going and how we can protect that. Behavioral aspects in cyber security. So behavioral science, that means we are doing a lot of the technical research, lot of the data and analysis, and lot of the simulation tools we developed, and even to protect. But still the phishing is the successful, or the wishing or the sharing of OTP, or even the APT, even the advanced persistent threats and targeted attacks. The easy entry point is the human being. We will come to that discussion also. So a behavioral aspect. So when we are circulating, suppose do's or don'ts, or we are conducting the awareness sessions, is this enough, or is working or not? That's the question. So, and if it is not working, so how we can improve our the awareness initiatives. So one of the things, and we came up, is the behavioral aspects of the humans are not rational beings. There are many cognitive biases. There are many. We are not the rational. So we are having a biases and things like that. That's why the people click and share and come under the tricky questions, and what they saw on the web. So behavioral aspects is that, can we deploy the behavioral science aspects into the employee or the people behavior, so that they move towards the more secure behavior, instead of only giving them the one-sided sessions, or or circulating do's and don'ts and circulating some booklets. That's fine that we are doing, but we have to have come up with something that's already done in the the health sector, that there are different models. They tested what is a successful and what failed when they try to intervene and change the behavior of the people in the, like the hygiene, or like in a similar way in the when to go to the when to go for the hospitals or for the doctor consultations, especially in the backward areas and rural regions. So those aspects are tested. So we need to bring that part, behavioral sciences, into the cyber security. Misinformation, disinformation, you already know. So there is a situation of the content confusion totally. So people are not sure what to believe and what not to believe, and a vulnerable mind or the young are the targeted by different kind of the the campaigns and such things. Even the at the there is a can be the election influencing and things like that, because of the misinformation or disinformation, and one is the the more dangerous version is the weaponization of the information. Weaponization of information means that keep that information critical and release that in a public when that will cause the maximum damage to the target. So such issues is there. So another is the opinion shaping. What we consume over the media, what we do in the cyberspace, what the people do, citizens do. So that shape their opinion, and that also then affect their, the decision making in the even in day-to-day activities. So if you are watching the televisions and getting frequently exposed to the advertisements, so definitely when you will go to the market, you are not going to ask for a toothpaste. You are going to ask for a bhaiya, give me the Colgate, because you have seen that advertisement too many times that your opinion got shaped like that. Colgate and toothpaste are synonyms. So that's how that today the massive data on the social media and people are getting from different fields are getting influence and not able to make the proper decision. Rational thinking is what is doing. So we have to do something in that domain. There are historical, ideological and social vulnerabilities. Those are getting exploited from the cyberspace. So malicious and the threat actors are using that for different purpose. Like the one that is there is the negative psychology. So some of the negative psychology games and stuff and contents are there. So that's also our responsibility, is to protect the young and vulnerable. So these are the the vulnerabilities in larger context, not only technical vulnerabilities, and we have to safeguard and move in that direction quickly to to protect the citizen, protect the interest of the country. The people-centric cybersecurity is coming up. Today we talk about different like DMGs and firewall and this thing, and zero trust security and that security around the critical infrastructure. But what we can see is what we can predict and see is that the speed we are running towards the technological advances, and people are turning and converting their home into a new network. There everything is going to be connected, and as we said in the 5G, we are expecting everything is to be connected to the of the society is connected to this backbone. So in that scenario, it will be no longer the the zero trust or web server based security or ICT or organization based security. So what we have to do is that we have to come about around the citizen based or the people centric cyber security. We have to protect the tangible and intangible interests of the citizens of the country. So that's where we have to shift our the focus towards. We cannot restrict ourselves to only protecting the data centers. So let's take it towards the people. Also in that from the technical point of view, we also need a cyber diplomacy. We need a strategies in place, and assurance that what we are doing is sufficient or not, or should we do something more, and how we can improve. So that assurance part. Negative psychology I already discussed. And in our country, that one of the problem is the digital divide, and we talk about that user has to do this and do that. But if there is a digital divide and illiteracy, and the people are using the smartphones, but do they have the access to the cyber security? I mean, the digital divide and the resources, if they are not having the proper resources, even in the this log COVID-19 situation, you may have seen the different in areas the people are using a very innovative techniques, sharing the devices, or in some area the school was teaching using the the loudspeakers and to maintain the social distancing, things like that. So everybody is not having the access like in the metros and the cities. So we have to think and consider about them. So first is the digital divide that may that may create a gap. The government is pushing up the things and doing very well to bring and include everyone into that platform through the Digital India program. And we have to also ensure that there is access to cyber security, both from government and from the community side also, to those people who are, who we call is that rural part or the weaker section of the society. So those are the objectives that those are the domains and objective we also should consider, because these are the problems of the cyberspace, of course, and we have to deal with these dimensions also, along with the technically we grown well, but we as a global, not only India but as a global community, we have to work more on this. Even in the international forums and in the global scenario, if you understand the cyber security, when internet is not having any boundary, but still there is the common norms understanding, and something is started, but it's very, in a limited way, so that needs to be stuff. So let's discuss what we start doing in the assurance. So assurance is a state of mind, in which one is free from doubt. So that is what is the difference then between the confidence and assurance. So confidence we can have without the facts. So I can say I have a colleague that he will do that. So is that confidence is supported by some facts? Of course, maybe the past performance and things like that. So the assurance is the confidence which is generated from some facts. So if I'm saying how this organization doing in cybersecurity, so okay, maybe we can. Some people will say, okay, we are doing the annual assessment, or someone may say that we are doing the SOC monitoring. So that's the for organization. So then we can ask the state governments or the sectors how you are performing. So in the cyber security, what do you think your controls are sufficient or not? So how they will generate that assurance, how they will measure it, what are the metrics available, so that they can identify any gaps and improve upon those things to enhance their cybersecurity posture. So for our organization, okay, I purchased, take example, I purchased a firewall, I put up it here, I purchased another box of security box and place is there. So how I will generate that assurance? So okay, definitely you will see that, okay, you will do the SOC monitoring, log monitoring. That's the organization level. So what's the criteria, such criteria for a state level? And then at what's the criteria and the metrics at a national level that we can draw the assurance that what we are doing is we are moving in the direction where we should put up our resources, where we should put up our budget. So these are the practices which is considered in the assurance and benchmarking. So benchmarking is different. That's the evaluation against the standard and best practices. So we are more on the assurance part. So to have a confidence in what we are doing in the cybersecurity measures. So you may have heard about the Global Cybersecurity Index and Cyber Wellness Profile from ITU, and they have this 5 domains, and then under the subdomains, so 5 domains are like legal measures. So what country is doing, like India is having IT Act, the criminal legislation, regulation and compliance, regulators are not there, or there. Technical measures, do they have national or sector level certs, any standards they are following, certification like ISO 27000 and sort of. So organization measures, is there policies in place, roadmap for governance, responsible agency, any national benchmarking, and what the nation and country is doing in the capacity building manpower development, certifications, professional certification, standardization development, and cooperation. So interstate cooperation, international public-private cooperation. So how the countries are doing this? So these were the we have done this the significant categories in from the the national benchmarking that what the the countries are doing in benchmarking and assessing their postures. So significant categories came up that what the countries are doing is the cybersecurity development reports. That means the many countries are developing the annual reports on cybersecurity, and which covers the this is the global scenario. So what is the nation countries are doing? So they are developing an annual report, that report contains the what types of attacks and vulnerabilities were there, and what was their experiences, what the new initiatives they have taken, and what are their future plan in some cases. So that's the one method to assess what is happening and to have the picture and posture of country in place. Cybersecurity exercises is considered by countries, but mostly those exercises, many exercises are without the matrices. That means they are only for major assessment. The clear assessment was not there. I mean, clear assessment where the organization are or where the sectors are and what they need to do, in which domain they need to improve, how was their performance. So those measures and matrices are missing from the cybersecurity exercises, but this is done widely adopted across the countries. The statistical data and trend reports like a national search, they are putting up the data of the incident trend, defacement, malware infections. Those reports and trends are what the nations are doing. Some countries are having the cybersecurity compliance and audits. So top 100 organizations in some cases, selected critical sector organizations gone through the cybersecurity audits by the government, and some only very few, I think, maturity models and indexes. 2 or 3 nations countries are having a formal maturity models, like the Oxford CMM, you may be aware about that, and indexes, and like the National Information Security Indexes, I think from South Korea implemented that. So they have those indexes and maturity model to assess that how the the country is doing in the cybersecurity. And the surveys, some did the survey, business survey, organization survey, state survey, that what is the posture of the awareness of the people and things like that. So they measure from that yardstick. Okay, this is how we are doing in the cybersecurity. Some very few, I think, having this cybersecurity related laws and regulations in place, not related to cyber crime, but cybersecurity related law and regulation, and set up a supervisory agency to look after those laws and regulations. So these are the significant, I mean, the 7 most common thing that is happening to assess the, the posture and the status of the, the country, that how they are doing in the cybersecurity. In the cybersecurity assurance in India, so what in CERT, as part of CERT, we are doing is we have cybersecurity maturity ladder and moderator driven self-assessment of critical organization. This we are doing on a continuous basis. So we are providing the maturity ladder, that where you stand to the organization and what you need to go to the next level, what you have to do, what steps you have to take to move to the more maturity. So that maturity model is there. Then moderator driven self-assessment. So we ask them for the self-assessment, but this is not self-assessment only by them. This is the moderator driven who explain and guide them through the entire self-assessment procedure. So another is the remote profiling in some cases, in some critical cases, that we are taking that the role of the we can say the profiling as the attacker or the to the organization, that how their infrastructure, cyber infrastructure, looks to the external people, how limited and how spread how their landscape, that vulnerability landscape is there, where they can get exploited and things like that. Incident trends and reports, we are publishing these things on the websites and reports also. We have a monthly and annual reports on cybersecurity development in country. We are doing try to generate the assurance on the vulnerability assessment and penetration testing qualities by doing the empanelment of auditing organizations, National Cyber Crisis Management and Incident Response Plan. So National Cyber Crisis Management Plan tells about that, how to react to the incident and how to react to if this become a crisis, cyber crisis. And to test them, there are the cyber security exercises. And this we are conducting a year around. So these are cyber security as a tool we consider as assurance in India. So National Cyber Security Exercise, annual exercise we are conducting ICE, Indian Cyber Crisis Exercise. So Indian Crisis Exercise 2021 is planned in April. And last exercise we conducted for I think for 3 days with more than 100 organizations. Till date, we completed around more than 50 exercises, more than 1,500 organizations, something like that. Then the cyber crisis tabletop exercises, for the board member and senior management of the critical organizations or the financial institutions or the regulators, to have the scenario in place and play that scenario from the strategic point of view, from the policy interventions, from the resource allocation. So those cyber crisis tabletop exercises are played with and designed and played with them. And one of the things is that in our cyber security exercises is that we are using the matrices. That means we score the performance. We score how they are doing when there is a steady state, when there is a no attack. Do they maintain the situational awareness? How they react to the situational awareness? We record and give marks and allocate marks to the based on the how they are doing in the when there is a initial stage of the attack or the discovery stage. So what is their response? What they are doing during the attack phase? How was their performance? Was when the attack was ongoing? Then how fairly they graded in the incident investigation, artifact collections, and artifact investigations. Then how they fared in the response, recovery, external, internal communications, media, public channels, how well they are doing there. So those are clearly marked, and overall scores and the stage-wise scores are provided. Along with that, that they are able to measure that in this stage and this type of activities they need to improve and upgrade their skill sets. So, and one of the most thing is that there are many simulation platforms available in the markets, and people are saying that this is better and that is better, and ranges and things like that. And some are playing the going inside organization and then playing some PPT and doing the step that we are doing red teaming for that. I am not against that, but what we did that we never replaced the human with the machine. So the actual incident handler is there, who is having an experience of 5 to 10 years, at least 5 years. So and they are driving the organization through entire exercise. So the machine and the flag submission or capture the flag is not there. So participants are interacting with the real incident handler of the CERT, who can teach them better and guide them better and drive them better, depend on their the current skill set, and he's driving them to the better position. So that's what we are trying to do in the this Indian cyber crisis exercise. Sector specific exercises, sector specific scenario exercises we are conducting. We conducting for finance sectors, energy sectors, and so specific exercises along with their regulators, like with the Reserve Bank of India, like with transmission power certs. We conducted this for those the power sector companies. And then it's very much important to have the the international working relationship, and if there is a MOU in place or the document in place of the cooperation, then it needs to be tested whether it's working or not. So annual exercises is conducted with the Asia Pacific CERT level. So we are participating, and even CERT is a working group member there, and designing and conducting a part of a designing and conducting this Asia Pacific CERT international exercises. We as a India and CERT India also conducted various international various international event and exercises at various forum, such as the GFCE and Asian CERT incident drill is there. That's also annual drill in which Asian countries participate in that exercise. Bilateral with different countries we are conducting for the communication check, and technical collaboration in technical the incident handling, or if the similar attacks are happening across the two countries, how we will cooperate, how we will share the information, and how the analyst and decision maker work together from both sides of the nation, so to counter the situation. So through those methods and those assessment, we try to gather that confidence, try to measure on an annual basis that how fair we are doing. So some thing about the experiments, some experiments I will share with you is the how what we did, that we selected top 3 significant categories, what is happening across globe, and we thought that can we investigate them further. So we selected cybersecurity exercises, we selected cybersecurity compliance and audits, we selected maturity models and indexes, and then we asked the question that are we globally doing them effectively, our matrices used are effective and sufficient, how we can and what we can improve. So that's what I put up in the bid. So to build experiments, implement and test it. So we started that. So first experiment, we did the application of matrices and cognitive and pedagogical principle in design of cybersecurity exercises. So the cybersecurity exercises, different people are conducting, different organizations are conducting different exercises, but they are missing, they are missing what the participant needs of the participant. So they come up, they run their highly technical or highly, the sophisticated scenario, and that is not having any meaning because that participant is not up to that level, and he can only understand bit of it. Okay, so that's how the exercise are generally conducted. It's designer of exercise, planner of exercise are not keeping the stakeholders in that thing. So it's only designer knowledge. Okay, they consider, okay, this is the real problem, I will go with the APT. But when they consider the participant, they are not even aware about the basic phishing attack, how to deal with that. So that what we did is that we try to understand the cognitive requirements of the participants, where they stand in the cybersecurity ladder, what is their understanding. And then there was an assessment of learner attainment, how much this participant is able to get from this exercise. So that is basically effectiveness of exercise. How we can do that assessment, that this organization or employee of this organization or security team of this organization is able to move to the next higher level of a thinking. They can apply their higher order thinking, So, and then we also common way of thinking about the common vocabulary for cybersecurity exercises. So we thought of, there are different people conducting the globally different exercise definitions, different type of scenario. Can we have a common vocabulary in place for cybersecurity exercises? So this we've done. This is the around 8-month exercises and the 3-phase exercises. And what we did is the We developed the trainings, exercise, simulation packages, and assessment for participants to improve their cognitive capabilities to remember. So you remember, I know the basic definition related to cybersecurity incident handling, to creating. Can they design and develop improvement plans in cybersecurity incident handling? So many of the training sessions, so how you assess, so the people are explaining the cross-site scripting is this, is the definition, SQL injection is this, and this is how to do the countermeasure of this. And that's getting repeated in the various training. So what is happening with the participant is that he's not, that participant is not getting improved in their critical thinking skills are not there. So this is from the Bloom's revised taxonomy. We'll come to next. So these are the thinking level, understanding level of a human. That's remembering, only knowing the definition. So today, after maybe getting the 10 cybersecurity exercise, the person may only know that, okay, SQL injection is the this 1 equal to 1 or something like that. So that's the remembering, knowing the basic definition. Okay, this is the incident handling. But do they understand? Do they have the ability to explain concept related to incident handling? Can they apply that knowledge if there is a really incident? Can they analyze the artifacts, technical artifacts, and incident? Can you evaluate their, the incident response procedure? And can they create their improvement plan? So our objective is that through this package of this experiment is to move the people from the organization from remembering. They know basic definition of incident handling or whatever the cyber security we are going to teach them. Can we move them to the skill set of the higher order? They can apply, they can analyze, they can evaluate, and then they can create new. Maybe someday he can write a. See, if you are going through the SQL injection definition and example or demo and hands-on, that's a perfect fine. You may move to the applying level or maybe the analyzing level. But to move to the creating, that means to produce a new research paper or the research and tool or development of tool for techniques for defending the SQL injection. You need to have this higher order of thinking. That's the creating. So can you write a new recipe? Can you deliver a solution for that SQL injection or that phishing? So we have to move people from that to that higher level of thinking. This is there. Remembering, understanding this taxonomy. So we applied this taxonomy and to move the people. So we started from the organization. They were there, remembering, understanding, and some of them have the knowledge of understanding of that. So we created a 3-phase. We created a paper-based exercise, a training material, simulation packages, simulation of the drills and exercise, and moved them to finally we called a debriefing. Ask the people to come at CERT and write the improvement plan. So we took them from the basic definition to writing their own plan in 8 months of the time very successfully. So that should be the objective. We should measure that. So when I have this good example to explain this, if you'll ask for A for, so people will say that if everybody will, mostly the people will say A for apple. That's the remembering. So, but only knowing A for apple will not make you. You cannot make. You cannot make an apple cake by knowing A for apple. So understanding means you move to a little higher, you understand the color, texture, flavor of the apple. Okay, that's the understanding. Still you cannot make an apple cake. Then you apply that knowledge. And you apply that knowledge and create a cake. And then you analyze how this cake is. Then you evaluate against the best practices, best cakes, best recipes in the world, and maybe one day you will create and deliver your own recipe, and that may be the super hit. So we have to move people and our people to that higher order of thinking. That's the objective. So these are some of the exercises we conducted: the Manthan, Samadhan, hybrid exercises, tabletop exercises, simulation Indian cyber crisis exercise 2019, and the various tabletop exercise. So basically, it's the building the muscle memory, like you are driving the car. So first time, you have to use everything. Where is the steering, gear, clutch? You have to be very, very careful. You are using 100% of your mind and memory, brain, everything to drive that car. Once you become an expert, then you may be calculating something else and you are driving the car. So where is that memory? Maybe in your muscles. So when you practice the crisis, then when the crisis will happen or the black swan day will come, and at that day, that may not be situation you already practiced, but you will be at least the calm and able to, uh, do the communications and do the control the situation. So the second experiment is to measure and improve quality of cybersecurity audits in critical sector organizations. So objective is to plot the vulnerability landscape, what types of vulnerabilities are there in different sectors, organizations, and visibility on quality of audits. What the audits they are doing? Are they going to complete cyber infrastructure audit or only the limited web application audit? So that is the we are going to do assessment of posture of critical sector organization, how well they are doing, and then after what we are going to do after plotting this data and collecting the grassroots data, asking the data from the critical sector organizations to plot this, is to have a decision making for the advisories, policy interventions. So we can push as a cert, you have to do this, is not this is the best practice to do this, and resource allocation. So sometimes the organization may not have the proper resources in place, so that this will help in the decision making. So some of the the sectors, how the sector, this is the example slide. So what kinds of audits are happening in the public essential services, transport sector, finance, energy sector, and things like that. Third one is the third experiment. Actually, did since it's a public channel, so I'm not allowed to share the exact result of the exercise. But if sometimes results of the experiments, but if sometimes you are in a closed group or maybe in the certain, so definitely if you are thinking and working towards these dimension of the cyberspace or the assurance, so definitely we can get in the touch and we can share and work on that. So moderator driven cyber security posture assessment. Why that? The surveys are boring. So if you will send the survey by the email and things like that to the organization, that do you have CSO, do you have plan? They will. These are the boring. So or if it comes from the by regulation, then they think, okay, you just put up with some, do something and complete it. Why they are boring? There is no immediate value. So respondent thinks that what he is getting after putting up his 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or half an hour for completing these questionnaires. So there is no immediate. So we thought is to convert the survey, converting survey to conversation. So can we convert this survey to conversation? People are that we are very good when we talk in the stress-free environment and do that. So we created that stress-free environment, conversations with people. We invited them there. First, we give them the different roles and part playing and role playing basically in the cyber security in the hypothetical scenario, so that they become comfortable in the situation, and then we started the conversations, and in those conversations then we help them into doing their assessment. So it's kind of a self-realization. So that's the value of self-realization. The self-assessment, that may be the question by some expert, may be that why the self-assessment? He may say, okay, I am at the top. What is the meaning of that? He may say, मैंने ये भी कर लिया, I have done this, I have done this, I have done this. Basically, when you put them through the conversations, when you ask them for then the assessment through those conversations and putting them into the situation, sharing your experiences, then when they do their own assessment, that's the realization for them. instead of some other people are doing for them. So when they realize, okay, cybersecurity is really important, or these things should be done, that is the value of the a network of the friends in cybersecurity. That's how to deal with the this kind of the attacks and situations. So they come forward for that. So we provided the immediate value also. We conducted some such conversation environment exercise for them. We prepared a learning and key takeaways immediately and shared with them. And these are your key takeaways of the day. So they get those immediate values and benefit from that. We conducted 8 such sessions there along with the tabletop exercises. And we collected data on 21 open-ended questions. So no question is not mandatory. You can be anonymous, things like that. So in 6 dimensions, we put up what the initiative, challenges, and priorities you have. Technical measures, organization, legal measure, capacity building, awareness, augmentation have done, cooperation, information sharing, what you are doing as an organization. And then we came up with the analysis of that. We came up with what are the top initiative, challenges, and priorities. And more than, I think, 100 organizations and entities participated across the country, and we got a kind of an indication, okay, that those are the mainly the 2 key challenges, 2 key priorities, 2 key technical measures. Those things are lacking. So based on that, we have that assurance, okay, this is what our posture is, and from there, what we need to do to improve this further. This is what I was talking about, and this is right now, we are designing the simulations. So shift towards the secure behavior. Like how to train the behavior of people, designing simulation for those training that so that at least they think before when they click, they stop and they think, and what can be this link is that at least that can be. So basically the APT. So we were planning to have this to break this chain. This type of attack is that intelligence gathering, point of entry, CNC, and lateral movement. And then there is the critical data, and it's taking out. So what we thought that how we can cut this chain is the one, this intelligence gathering and point of, so sharing of unnecessary information, over sharing of the information, and point of entry if it is through the the human error or phishing or things like that. So we can cut this first and second by doing this experiment. If this is a successful with some of the organization, we will start initially, and we'll see that whether those models of the behavior interventions in the cybersecurity works or not. So if we are able to cut this chain, then maybe for CNC server and 3 and 4, we planned for the the doing the monitoring aspects, visibility on the network, what is going on. So how we can improve that in the organizations, entity. And that's for this, when the damage is done and that breach happened. So what can we have in place for them, for the training and media communication? Today denial is not a solution. You cannot deny. It's dangerous if you deny. There must be a clear communications in case of the cyber attacks and things. Responsible reporting and the responsible disclosures. Communication in situation of the crisis is very, very important aspects to deal with handle with the incident and crisis. So that's we are working on right now. So thank you all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashutosh Bahuguna. We had such a inclusive validity section on cybersecurity assurance. It's my privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of Kozhikode Cyberdome. We remain deep in debt to Mr. Ashutosh Bahuguna, who spent his precious time for us by sharing his excellent knowledge for the Cyber Summit and graced this occasion with his presence. The topic he delivered was so thoughtful and informative. Additionally, we are happy to declare our thankfulness to all the participants for putting your valuable span of time for the session. Hi all, our next topic is related with local privilege escalation techniques, which are far beyond checking the Windows or kernel version, looking for uncoded service paths or checking SUID binaries. Moreover, a local privilege escalation could make a huge difference when trying to comprise a domain. Several tools have been created to find possible privilege escalation paths, but most of the tools for red team and pen testing just check for a few possibilities. So, pen testers need to use several tools and do some manual recon to check for everything. During this talk, Mr. Carlos will introduce the attendees to privilege escalation world and present a suite of open source privacy enumerators that he has created called Privilege Escalation Awesome Script Suite. The goal of this suite is to check and highlight every possible privacy path so professionals do not need to execute several different tools that can find the vulnerabilities. At the moment, this suite contains the most complete and user-friendly privacy enumerators for Windows and Unix. He will also do some demos about how to avoid AVs and exploit some vulnerabilities to escalate privileges. The expert who handles this topic is Carlos Polop, who is a Spanish telecommunicator engineer by the UPM Mastering Cybersecurity by the UC3M OSCP, CRTP, and OSWE. He has worked as a pen tester in PwC Spain, as security specialist in the DoD of Spain, and is currently working as senior pen tester in Section 1 based on London. He is also a hackathon and CTF player. Now I welcome Mr. Carlos Polo to handle this session.
Hello, hello. Thank you very much. I suppose you can hear me.
Yes, Carlos, we can hear you and your screen is also visible. Thank you.
Oh, okay, amazing. Okay, so let's start. Hello, thank you very much for the presentation. This is Carlos Polo. Today we are going to talk here about easy privilege escalation. First of all, I want to thank you, the organization, for creating this amazing conference about cybersecurity, and I want to thank you them also to invite me to give this presentation. I hope you are going to like it. I hope you are going to learn something new about privilege escalation, or if you don't know anything, I hope you will have a nice introduction to this world inside cybersecurity. So I was already presented. I'm Carlos Polo Martin, Pentester Senior, and if at the end of this conference you have any questions, well, I suppose I will be in the Discord channel. But also, if at some point you need to contact me because you have a nice idea for the tools that I'm going to present here, or maybe you just want to contact me about some doubt or anything, feel free to contact me in Telegram, Twitter, or for the more traditional one, via email. So, okay, so the talk is called Easy Privilege Escalation, and what we are going to talk about is what is local privilege escalation. First of all, we are going to do some brief introduction for the people that doesn't know mostly anything about privilege escalation. Then we are going to talk briefly about local privilege escalation in 2019 and 2020. Then I'm going to introduce you the Peace Suite, which is a suite of tools, of scripts that I have created in order to try to find privilege escalation paths as fast as possible. And then we are going to do some demos of Windows and Linux and, well, and MacOS. We'll see that later. So, what is local privilege escalation? Okay, for the people that doesn't know that, imagine that you are doing some kind of hacking or red team assessment or pen testing assessment, and you manage to get inside a box, inside a machine, with a user that doesn't have any special privilege. So the privilege escalation will be the task to change, to move to another user with different privilege than yours. And for example, if you manage to get root privilege, to get a cell as root, you will be able to escalate privilege, horizontally, because you will be obtaining more privilege. So what people aims to do, escalating privilege, is to obtain different privilege that they should not be able to have. And the question then is, why should someone want to do this? Well, there are different reasons why you want to do this, and the most obvious one is that as root, as another user with more privilege, you will be able to do more actions, and that's amazing because you will be able to control better the host where you are, and you will be able, for example, to get better persistent techniques, so you will be stealthier inside the box. Also, if you manage to escalate to a super user account as root, you will be able to move laterally more easily, which means that if you enter in a box as user 1, then you escalate privilege using some stealthy technique as root, and then you get a cell, for example, as user 2, and you start doing more noisy things with user 2, the blue team and the system administrators are going to think that that the user 2 was the user compromised, so they are not going to know what is really happening there. Also, as a super user, as a root, you will be able to access a lot of more things inside a box. As a regular user, you will be able to access memory, and all of us probably know about the tool Mimikatz that you can use to extract credentials from memory, but there are also similar techniques for Linux that will allow you to get credentials from memory. Or you can just access the other users' files, and if you are lucky enough, you will be able to find clear text credentials inside other users' folders. So that's why escalating privilege is actually useful, because you can perform more actions, you will be more stealthy, and you can access more resources. So that's why people usually, good and bad people, usually wants to escalate privilege. So maybe some of us, are you thinking that privilege escalation is a topic from the past, that this is not happening anymore, or you really don't know what is happening nowadays? So if you just do a quick research in Google, just looking for Windows local privilege escalation, in 1 to 5 minutes, you will be able to find at least these titles that I have put here, where a lot of CVEs were given during 2019 and 2020 to privilege escalation vulnerabilities that were abused, that could have been abused during this time to escalate privilege. So definitely local privilege escalation is not a topic from the past, but something that is happening nowadays. Well, I will be very surprised if all of you don't know about the latest pseudo local privilege escalation that managed to abuse pseudo from the past 10 years to locally escalate privilege. So this is definitely something that is happening. The best defense is probably maintaining your systems and all the third-party software that you are using updated, but also there could be some misconfigurations inside the system that could allow an attacker or a pen tester or red teamer to escalate privilege inside your host. So a part of making sure that you're updating all your systems, you need to harden your systems in order to know that you don't have anything misconfigured that could be abused. And that's what I create the PS suite. This suite is composed of scripts that will allow you to enumerate your systems in order to find most of the common misconfigurations that may occur that could be abused by an attacker or by anyone that is inside your organization to escalate privilege. Why did I create these scripts if there were already things available? Well, first of all, I miss in a lot of tools that were already available, I miss a lot of text. So that's one reason why I start creating these tools. Also, I didn't like of the other tools that they have endless list of data that was mostly useless. So you just start reading this output of the other tools and just get bored because you are overloaded with a lot of useless information, and I didn't like that. That's something that you won't find inside Peace. Also because most of the other tools didn't have any colors, and I really like tools that are visual. I really like tools that I can see which is misconfigured and what is good configured, just seeing the colors of the output. And this is something really useful of the PS Suite, because just with a glance, you are going to be able to identify which things are well configured and which other things are suspicious. And also another thing that people used to like about SuitePeace is that it's available for Windows, Linux, and MacOS. And even if for Linux and MacOS you have a bash script, and for Windows you have a C#.NET project and a batch script, the output is going to be very similar. So it's going to be very easy for you to understand what is well configured and bad configured and how you can exploit it. So now we are going to follow with some demos. First of all, I'm going to introduce you, or at least to the people that doesn't know about it, Hacktricks, where you will be able to find some checklists about privilege escalation in Linux and Windows. And then we are going to do some demos. So let's try to access the book. So here you have Hacktricks. This is publicly available. You can access in this address. And one of the contents, one of the many contents of this book is a checklist about local privilege escalation in Windows. Here you can see it. And for the people that doesn't know about, for example, what is labs or what is WDS or LSA protection, you can click on them and you will be redirected to the part of the book where this technique or this LSA protection from Windows is explained. Here you can find all the interesting parts, all the important parts of a Windows privilege escalation that I'm aware about. Every time I find a new path or a new way or anything new, I will put it here. And also you can find here ways to exploit misconfiguration. For example, ways to exploit the always install elevated registry, or for example, privileged groups, how you can abuse them, or how you can abuse tokens inside your current session. Also, how you can abuse services where you have some kind of permission over there. So this, how do you find this book? useful because it was for me and it has been for many people. And also, if you have any suggestion on anything, let me know, because this book is linked to GitHub. So following this link, you can make me any suggestion for the book, or even send me some push requests adding some more information. Now we are going to continue with the demo. First of all, I have to say I'm sorry because I had everything prepared for these demos like 20 minutes ago, but my computer decides to froze to death, and I try to start again the Windows vulnerable machine that I had to show you WinPeace, but it's just not working. I don't know what happened, but VMware just decided to kill it and to not make it work again. So I'm going to launch WinPeace so you can see it from my current host, but I'm not going to be able to exploit any kind of Windows previous escalation in this demo because, well, this is my current host, this is not the vulnerable one, and it's not vulnerable, but at least I'm going to be able to show you some cool tricks. So in order to use WinPeace, what you need to do is, first of all, access GitHub. This is the GitHub hub that is called Privilege Escalation of some scripts. Here you're going to be able for LinPeace, for WinPeace. We are going to use WinPeace. We are going to use WinPeace X. And well, first of all, before using it, you should read the README, where you have a lot of information about how you can launch this script. And here you can see that, for example, we are going to use the WinPeace any.x version. We go here, and here we can download it. So I'm going to download this binary in my current host. We're going to wait. And yes, as I expected, Chrome is not allowing us to download it because it knows that it's containing some kind of malware for some reason. Obviously, this is not a malware, this is just an enumeration, but it is flagged as many antivirus as malware. So I just wanted to show you that you can see here that Defender and Chrome has detected WinPeace as malware. This inside a real host may be a pain in the ass because then blue teams or system administrations may detect you just because you try to download WinPeace. So this will be very bad. That's why in version 2 of WinPeace, I release a way to execute it from memory. So you can just download it inside a PowerShell session, and then you can just execute it from memory, which is going to be very helpful to try to avoid antivirus. So we are going to try that technique here. First of all, I'm going to try to download in memory. Okay. Well, we can confirm that this works, checking the entry point. So now WinPeace is loaded inside this variable WP, and we are going to be able to call to WinPeace from the PowerShell session in memory. And you can see that we have already downloaded WinPeace from the GitHub, directly from the GitHub, and any antivirus have detected, or at least not Defender, which is what I have installed in my current host. So we can now just execute this. And you can see here that we are executing WinPeace from memory, avoiding the antivirus that managed to detect that we were downloading it. So this is a great technique to avoid antivirus. So I want to say that we released the version 2 of WinPeace like 2 weeks ago. This new version fixed a lot of bugs, and it had more than 40 new checks to WinPeace, which is kind of amazing because now WinPeace maybe extract double of the information that was extracting before, and with a better output and without bugs, at least any bug known yet. If you try WinPeace and you find any bug, please let me know in the GitHub, because there we will be able to fix it as soon as possible and release the new version. So we are now going to take a look to the output of WinPeace. Yeah, maybe let's wait a few more seconds to see if this may finish. The output in the vulnerable machine was more impressive, with more red things and with a lot of vulnerabilities to exploit. Here we are not going to see any vulnerability to exploit, but at least I'm going to be able to explain you what can you expect from a WinPeace output, and which things are WinPeace searching for in order to help you escalating privilege. Hidden things. Well, this check can be a little bit slow, so we are going to start with explanation. Okay. Yeah, the output of WinPeace doesn't fit in just one PowerShell. So what I'm going to do, okay, sorry for this. This wasn't happening in the other machine, but as I told you before, the other machine just isn't working anymore, just 20 minutes before the presentation. So I'm going to use different PowerShell sessions to show you different parts of the output. Okay, we have this here. Okay, some amazing thing about executing WinPeace from memory is that you can still use parameters. So here I have used the help parameter that is going to show me everything that I can run with WinPeace with. So first of all, I'm going to show you system info. I'm going to ask WinPeace just to run the system info checks. Okay, and this other has already finished. What we have here? Okay. Yeah, this should be good enough. So when we ask WinPeace to start showing us some system information, some system related to the information, well, the output was cut, even just asking WinPeace to show one check or one type of check. So you can imagine how big is how many information is WinPeace obtaining. Here we can see that WinPeace is showing us all the patch that this current Windows box has installed. This will be very useful to know if it is vulnerable to some kind of known local privilege escalation exploit. Actually, WinPeace has Watson integrated to find for privilege escalation related to all Windows installations. So just taking a look here, you can find if you could be able to exploit any of these known vulnerabilities. Okay, here we can see some information about system last shutdown, some information about environment variables. Here we can see that well, usually if there is any kind of password here safe, WinPeace will flag it as red, indicating you that, hey, there is a password here, you may be able to abuse it. And we can see that WinPeace also taking the audit settings, web setting, labs, WDJS. As I have said before, if you don't know what is WDJS, you can just go here and take a look. You will also take credentials work, cache credentials, antivirus information. Here we can see that, well, some antivirus was detected. You should search for devices, and that's what we do, securing WinPeace from memory. We can also check the UX status. In this case, I have the UAC in the top level of protection. So here we cannot abuse anything. WinPeace is also going to search for PowerShell history. There you can maybe find some kind of credentials. In ClearStairs, well, it's obviously searching for a lot of information. Also in TLM settings, if you find some kind of vulnerable NTML setting, you may be able to abuse it to obtain an NTLM hash or challenge, and then obtain the NTLM hash from it and just perform some kind of pass the hash attacks to move laterally inside the Windows environment. And here we are also enumerating name pipes that in very special cases you may be able to abuse them to escalate privilege. Now we are going to check the user info, for example. And in the meanwhile, I can show you the last part of WinPeace that is shown here. So WinPeace is also able to check for credentials inside the browser installs. So yeah, in this case, WinPeace managed to find information about Chrome, about Opera and Brave browser. I don't have them installed here. About Internet Explorer, it was able to find PuTTY sessions information, SSH keys in registry, cloud credentials. Obviously this is not a real password, but it was able to find and attend XM files. And out of those files, WinPeace will also check the whole file system, checking for files that may be containing credentials, maybe just because it is containing the word password inside of it. It will be able to find a lot of different kind of credentials. This is certificate files. This is known files that may be containing credentials in home. Obviously, I'm not going to show you any output of these ones, but we can see that WinPeace was able to find a lot of interesting credentials inside my current machine. Or no credentials, but files that are containing actually credentials. It is looking also for documents, most recent Office, recent files used, and the recycle bin. And some interesting files is that WinPeace is also going to show you executable files where you have some kind of interesting privilege. And this is because if you find that, for example, you can modify an executable inside the public folder and you see that other users are running it, well, you can tamper it and you will be able to move laterally to these other users or even escalate privilege to administrator. So we have seen at the moment WinPeace look a lot of information from the system, it searches for a lot of interesting files inside the current host. Here we can see that, where is the new execution? User info. Okay, apparently we cannot see this information, but I'm going to try to show also at least processes info. Okay, let's wait a few seconds. In a regular execution of WinPeace, you are going to be able to see all the output just the first time. And this initial load that we need to wait a few seconds for, you will only need to perform it once. So actually WinPeace is pretty fast. But as we are not being able to see all the information at once, well, I'm showing you how to execute it WinPeace step by step. So here we can see the process information of the, okay, wait a second. Okay, this is interesting before we try to execute the user information, and actually it is here. So here we can see that WinPeace is also showing us information about current users, about current token privilege. If I have here the same personal privilege, for example, I may be able to escalate privilege. Logged users, it will put in red which current users are administrator. We are going to see here in which folders we have special permissions. Here we see that we can write to the public folder, and that's mostly all about user info. Also here we can see process information. This is very interesting because if we have, here we can see that we have access to modify a executable being execute, but unfortunately this executable is owned by our own user, so we cannot really split it. But imagine that a different user is owning this binary, but we have reachable equivalent permissions over this executable, over this binary. We will be able to tamper it to escalate privilege. So it's kind of cool that just with a glance, just taking a look to the color, you will be able to see if you have or you don't have permission over these binaries. That's why I like it a lot, because just with a glance you can see what you can do. And finally, before moving to Limpies, I want to show you at least this service info text. So again, we have to give it a few seconds. This is the preload that when you just execute once WinPeace, you will only need to wait one time. Now we are waiting a lot of time for that. I'm sorry for that. And here, password policies, down session information. Let me take a look. Where is the servicing? Okay. So here we can see that this is the service information that WinPeace is trying to search for you. So in this case, I'm using a user that is inside the administrator groups. So we can do a lot of things to escalate privilege to empty system. In this case, we can modify its service. So yeah, we are already administrator, so this is not anything new for us. But imagine that you are just a regular user and you see that you can modify some service. Well, congratulations, because you will be able to escalate privilege, and WinPeace just show to you which service you can abuse. So this is very cool because you don't need to check them manually. Obviously, we can modify every service. So nothing new here. It will check if we can modify any service registry. In this case, we cannot modify any of them. And it will also check, okay, this is very, very, very interesting. In order to escalate privilege abuse in DLL hijacking, you need to be able to write inside some of the folders that are inside the path environmental variable. So in this case, we can write inside this folder, which is inside the path environment. This means that if we find some DLL in Windows that is trying to load some other DLL that doesn't exist inside this host, we will be able to impersonate it inside this very path, and we will be able to abuse this DLL that is trying to load this other non-existent DLL to execute arbitrary code and escalate privilege. That's why just being able to write inside a folder, inside the path environmental variable, is so dangerous. Anyway, first of all, you will need to find a vulnerable library to escalate privilege. Actually, that's kind of a project I would like to start at some point in the next future. So if any of you is interested in helping me, just let me know, because it could be very cool to find ways to exploit this automatically. Anyway, we are kind of running out of time. So this was almost everything about WinPeace. You can see that it's pretty pretty visual, very useful. Just with a glance, you can see how to escalate privilege inside the host, in the case you can. So I hope you like it. Anyway, I would like also present you the batch version of WinPeace. If you go to the GitHub, you can see that there is two versions, WinPeace X and WinPeace BAT. With WinPeace BAT is just a batch script that will execute all the tests, all the checks for WinPeace version 1. So at the moment, you cannot expect the same checks for WinPeace X and for WinPeace BAT, because WinPeace BAT is still in version 1. Again, if some of you for some weird reason likes to program in batch, let me know, because it will be great to have some help. Anyway, I create this batch version just because WinPeace X requires .NET version 4.5.2 at least. So for that, all machines that don't have this version, well, you at least will have WinPeace batch that you will be able to execute and try to find vulnerabilities inside of the current host. I'm not going to show you the output. It doesn't have these green and red colors to indicate you what is vulnerable, because that is more difficult to do in batch, but still is going to be pretty useful if you cannot execute winpeace.exe. And we are going to continue with the presentation, and we are going now to talk about LeanPeace and MacPeace. So, okay, I'm going to start as before, showing you some checklists about Linux privilege escalation that you can again find in book hacktrick.xyz. Here you can see all techniques I know to try to avoid some misconfiguration and escalate privilege locally inside a, what I call here Linux, but this is real for Unix machines. And also, if you don't know how to abuse, I don't know, schedule cron jobs, you can just click on it and you will be redirected to Linux privilege escalation page, where you can find the schedule cron jobs here. And you can see here how you can abuse the cron path or the cron using some wildcard, for example, like this. Well, this is pretty cool, because here you're going to find all the previous escalation techniques that I know. You're going to find an explanation of them, or why are them vulnerable, and also how you can execute them. So it is pretty cool to have this information here. Also, if you know about some techniques that is not appearing here, if you let me know, I will put it here so all the community knows about that technique, and I will probably also update LeanPeace to try to find that vulnerability. So now I have prepared also this before, but the machine, as I have told you before, just stopped working. So fortunately, this one is still working again. So we are going now to see some examples of how to use LeanPeace. So, okay. Okay, we are here. This is the GitHub repository. So first of all, let me see. Yeah, I'm going to execute LeanPeace from here, but I'm going to execute from a user with less privilege than this one. So I'm going to copy LeanPeace here. I'm going to give execution permissions over the new LeanPeace. I'm going to try to, yeah, okay. So we are a different user with any kind of privilege, and I'm going to execute. Okay, So while WinPiece is loading, because well, this is a host that is pretty big, so in order to cache all the readable folders may take 1 or 2 minutes. I'm going to try to show you something cool to avoid antivirus. In this case, this machine doesn't have any antivirus installed, but I'm going to show you what you could do in order to avoid one. You can just go to the Limpis repository, and if you take a look to the quick start, you can see a way to just execute Limpis from GitHub. But in our case, we want to try some antivirus bypass technique. So obviously, both users are in the same host, but we are going to suppose that somehow we have here some reverse shell from a different host, and this is our local host. And we know that some antivirus is running in this machine, so we want to prepare Limpis to not be detected by any antivirus. So what we are going to do is to follow the steps from GitHub. I'm going to encrypt limpis.sh in this in this new file. I'm going to start a new web server to serve this new encrypted Win Limpis. And now I'm going to download it and decrypt and execute it from memory. So I need to change the IP address here. Obviously, as I have told you, we are in the same host, so we are just attacking ourselves. But in a real environment, doing this, you could be able to bypass, well, you will be able to bypass the antivirus and execute Limpis from memory. So we do this, and as you can see, we managed to download the encrypted version, decrypt it, using this password that we said before, and execute it using SH, which is the shell that Limpis use. And now Limpis is running, and the antivirus won't detect you this way. Okay, so here we have part of the output, so we are going to start taking a look to it. Okay, first of all, here I have run limpis-a. What is that? We can take a look to the help, and -a means that Limpis is going to run all text. So some of the text may be very slow, so that's why I asked you to run them with a -a, because if you don't put this, I'm not going to run them because, well, Limpis may take for 5 to 10 to 20 minutes to run all these noisy and slow text, so I don't execute them by default. Anyway, the first thing that you see in a Limpis output is this really nice pip, and the next thing you see is this legend. Limpis is different from WinPiece because you can find this cool red-yellow color, which means that if you find this in the output of Limpis, you are, well, here I put 95% sure that you will be able to escalate previous. Obviously Limpis is not perfect. It may find some false positives, but I try to fix them. If you find some false positives, let me know. But well, this is very cool because here you don't also have this red color to know that something is suspicious, but also this red-yellow color where you know that something is very, very, very suspicious. So first of all, we have some basic information, and then we start having the information. As we in WinPiece, we start looking to system info. Well, here we can see we have a pseudo version, pseudo vulnerable version. I don't know if this one is vulnerable to the latest pseudo exploit. noticing that it is Kali Linux 2020.1, I think it will be. So probably here you will be able to Scali privilege just abusing the latest subexploit. Path information, CPU info, environment. Here again, if you find some kind of environment variable called MySQL password or something like that, Limpis is going to flag it red. And here we can see that Limpis even try to find if you are running under a container or even under a virtual machine, and it has detected that, yeah, we are using VMware. Well, basis information, available software. It's always nice to have this list of useful software just to know what you can do inside of it. For example, here we can see that Nmap is installed. Also, AWS is installed, so maybe we can find some interesting cloud credentials. Also, in case you need to compile some exploit, it's always better to compile it inside the vulnerable host. So Limpis is going to search for you for some useful compilers. This output is also pretty interesting because we can see here all the processes that are run by each user. And if you find that you have some kind of privilege, well, if you find that some process, some binaries run but by some user that shouldn't be running it, for example, some MySQL run by the root user, well, you may know that you can escalate privilege with those. But also here you can see that we are trying to check the owners of the binaries that are running inside that are running. So if you find that you can modify some binary that is run, for example, by root up here, well, you will be able to escalate privilege. I mean, that's why Limpis is so useful, because just taking a look to the colors, you are going to be able to know if you can abuse something or not, or you're going to be able to know if something is suspicious or not. For example, here, everything run by root is flagging red because, well, if you can abuse anything run by root, you are going to be able to scale privilege to root. Let's continue. This is a check that used to be useful for CTFs mostly. Cron jobs here, well, if you can abuse some cron job, you are going to be able to scale privilege. In cron, there's nothing here. Services, running services inside the current host. Well, Limpis also check for .service file, for system timers. If you don't know how can .service files be useful, here you have a link to Hacktricks where you can see how these service can be useful. Same for .timer, .socket files, HTTP sockets. If you find some HTTP socket and you said that it is running by root and it is suspicious somehow, or you think that it may be containing some kind of vulnerability, well, Limpis is going to help you to find them, and now you just need to fuzz them and try to exploit them. Also, dbus configurations. Here you may be able to find something vulnerable. Network information, obviously, network information is always useful. Once you penetrate inside a host, it's always good to know where you are located inside the internal host to know if you can, well, move to another host. But also, it's always good to know which services are listening locally, because maybe you may be able to abuse them, and as they are just listening locally, you haven't checked them before. So that's why Limpis is printing this in red. Also, it will check for internet address access, also user information about current user. PKExec. Well, here we check the PKExec policy. You may be able, if your group is here, you may be able to execute PKExec as root and scale privilege. Well, a lot of information about installed users, a lot of information about those users. Okay, this is kind of interesting because, well, obviously the password of the user Kali is Kali. So here we have performed a su brute force locally, and we have found that the user Kali has the password Kali. And as this very user is running as a different user as Kali, well, this is definitely a privilege escalation technique. We have managed to find the password of another user, and we could use it to escalate privilege. Then we have this part is pretty big and pretty interesting because we are looking for sensitive information that may be saved by installed software. So here we can see MySQL information. Here we can see SSL, SSH files information. We may be able to find here. Actually, we have found private SSH key in this file. So you should check them to see if, well, you can abuse them in any way. Here we cannot abuse any of these things because these are third-party software. Nothing interesting, but it's always good to have a list of possible files containing private SSH keys. We are going to share for NFS exports, Kibana, NOC. Let me check. Okay, well, we can see here that CTR, which is the binary for container D, and also runc is available. So we may be able to abuse these container managers to escalate privilege. If you don't know about runc or container D, just follow this link. And well, obviously, in my current machine here, I don't have a lot of sensitive information saved. But in another servers, you may find, for example, some Erlang cookie that you can use to, well, obtain RCE, maybe as a more privileged user, or you may find password inside Splunk or GitLab users. Well, at the end, you will be able to find a lot of different sensitive information if the software is installed. And the last check, and we are finishing now, well, yeah, of Limpis is that it will check for SUID files. It will let you know if you can abuse any of them. SGID files. Well, in this check, I'm not going to bore you more. It is going to check as Wimpis a lot of files that potentially are containing sensitive information. So we will look for backup files. We will look for interesting readable files. It's going to search basically any file inside the system that somehow may be interesting for you to escalate privilege. And as you can see, it will search a lot of information, also IP keys, and well, yeah. Actually, here we can see that Limpis managed to find user password inside hardcodes URLs, and this is probably Kingfisher. Well, some kind of Kingfisher, not completely sure what is this at the moment, but we can see that, well, Limpis managed to somehow found some clear text credentials. So this is not all about Limpis, because Limpis has another possibilities. Here we can see that Limpis have other parameters that you can use to obtain more information. Well, not more information, but better information. For example, I told you inside the slides that we were going also to talk about MACPs, but we haven't talked about it yet. Inside the GitHub repo, you're not going to be able to find anything about MACPs. What is that? Because MACPs actually is Limpis. If you execute Limpis inside a Mac machine, a macOS machine, MACPs is going to be automatically executed. But also, if you for some reason wants to force the MACPs execution, you can just use the -M parameter, and it is going to run the Mac version of Limpis. Obviously, this is not going to find almost anything in my current machine because this is a Linux, this is not a Mac. You can see here that even this Mac command is not found. But this is going to be very, very, very helpful if you need to audit some kind of Mac machines. Anyway, this is somehow still in a beta version, as you can see in this P that is pretty ugly. I really need to improve it. This is a beta version because there is only a few checks just directly related to macOS. The other checks are going to be common and general checks of Limpis that will be performed in Mac. So it is still useful to run in a macOS, but I still need to find the time to do some research about techniques on privilege escalation just in macOS in order to add to this script. Again, if this is something you are interested into, let me know and help me, because it will be nice to add all these macOS techniques inside this script. Anyway, it's pretty cool that Limpis is automatically detecting if it is run in a Mac system, and it just will run the Mac piece version of the script. And finally, one last thing I would like to show you is that Limpis also has network scanning capabilities. As you can see here, we have three options to scan networks. So imagine that you ended in a machine that is inside an internal network. Obviously, you don't want to upload Nmap because you may think that it is too noisy and you don't want to upload it, but you have Limpis uploaded. What you can do is to use Limpis to find other hosts inside the internal network, and then use Limpis to find ports open inside this host. And this is something possible, and it's pretty cool because you don't need any other script to do this kind of enumeration. So let's imagine, obviously this is my local host, so this is anything very, very cool, but let's suppose that we ended in this machine, we have compromised this machine, we have this internal network, and we want to search for new hosts inside this network. What we can do is to run limpis-d /24, and Limpis will be automatically, we can see it here, will be automatically using fping if phone or ping to find other hosts inside this internal network. We have found here that there is a .1, a .2, and our current IP address. Well, this was pretty fast, and we have found that our internal network is composed of at least three hosts that are responding to ping. Okay, so now we are going to suppose that we want to perform a port scanning in one of those. We are going to perform a network a port scanning in this very host that actually is ourselves. So we are going to see if Limpis managed to find open this 8080 port. So first of all, we run limpis-h for the help, and we are going to execute with -e to Limpis to search for an IP address. And what Limpis is going to do by default is to scan the top 1000 Nmap ports of the indicated IP address. Limpis is going to do this using a NCAT version found inside the system. If Limpis don't find any netcat version inside the system, it won't have the capabilities to perform network scanning or port scanning at least. So here we can see that it was pretty fast. Well, at the end we are scanning ourselves, so it's going to be fast. And we can see that even if apparently we have here some duplicate port, we were able to find open the port 80 that will be running something. It is running something here, port 80, and also the port 8080 that is the port that we open here. So well, pretty useful to just with one tool be able to enumerate the current host, but also to enumerate the current internal network. I may think in the future to put these capabilities automatically inside Limpis, but well, this is something that I still need to think about to add. At the moment, you can just launch it and it will scan everything for you, which is pretty cool. And okay, and that was all for my presentation. I hope you like it. I hope you managed to learn something new, or I hope you at least find these piece scripts useful. Let me know if you have any question. Let me know if you want to contribute somehow to the project. Thank you for your attention, and again, thank you for the to the organization for organizing this amazing conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos, sharing your knowledge. I am very glad and privileged to propose vote of thanks on behalf of Kerala Police Cyberdome Kozhikode. We are happy to declare our thankfulness to Mr. Carlos Polo, who spent his precious time for us by sharing his excellent knowledge for this cyber summit and graced this occasion with his presence. The session on EC privilege escalation was so informative, thoughtful, and inspiring, kept us spellbound. Additionally, we are grateful to all the participants for putting your valuable time for this fabulous concept. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Going to flag off the next session of Cybersecurity Summit 2021. It is all about event tracing for Windows. Event tracing for Windows, or ETW for short, is a logging and reporting tool allowing to trace kernel and application defined events. In most Windows applications and kernel components, it is used to report text and statistics. For instance, this is the internal mechanism responsible for feeding the Windows event journal. Useful for forensic purposes, isn't it? Although it is free and present on all devices operating under Windows, it is internal functioning and usage largely remains unknown for most of the users despite official documentation. From debugging to security related matters, ETW is capable of assessing intimate information related to your favorite operating system. The aim of this talk is to explain how ETW works based on its system of tracing sessions, how to interface with it, and purpose. After this talk, you will be able to become the Windows logging subsystem whisperer. Then we will focus to know if forensic information conveyed by ETW are relevant and reliable. Is ETW reliable or could it be used for other purposes? The path of clearing all your doubts and queries will be paved by Mr. Alexis Figure, who is a final year engineering student from ESIEA. His main interests are operating systems, mechanisms, and programming. Welcome, Mr. Alexis Figure, to Cybersecurity Summit 2021. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for the introduction. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
I'm going to flag off the next.
Yes, you are audible. Thank you.
Okay. So if it's good. Hello everyone. Today I would like to talk about event tracing for Windows. It was my project of final year of my master degree at my school, Asia. And so let's delve into the topic. So for a quick introduction, so I'm Alexis Figure, final year of my master degree, and we had a project to do, and it was in cooperation with my teachers, Maxence Delon and Baptiste David, and with my fellow comrade, Ryan. Can you see the slide or not? Seems like there is an issue. Okay. So why this subject? We were interested in forensic, and we wanted to initiate the process of doing some researches. And so we naturally went to Windows. And so we went for the key question that is around ETW, which is, can ETW be used for forensic purposes? So first, what is ETW? So ETW means event tracing for Windows. It's in fact a native framework of logging and reporting. It has appeared since Windows 2000 and it's still present in Windows 10. It's in fact used to instrument an application, your driver, service, in fact the entire operating system. So it means that you can monitor everything that is happening on your system, every event that will be generated, if an error happened on an application, if somebody tried to hack into your computer, there will be traces and everywhere. So it can help, in fact, to manage the kernel and application traces. So not only the applications one, but really the kernel too. And for it, you can use the API available so in C and C++ and in .NET. Here in this project, we use C and C++ one. And it is used so for the entire system in order to measure its performance with a CPU or RAM, and in order to debug application. So it's really useful for developers. Instead of just paying and so buying something, a new software, to do it, they can just use their classic Windows with everything that is already present in it, and it's more performant. And it can also measure the resources being used. So here, a quick screenshot of what we can see. So it's just for the CPU usage. So that is done with ETW. So just, an overview of what we can do. So now, what is ETW? In fact, so it's native. It's an infrastructure native of Windows. It's lightweight. You don't need to recompile your program in order to use it. You either integrate it at the beginning or you just use what is already present with the other applications that are using ETW. So you can, for example, check the firewall, check the TCP IP stack, and you can check a lot of the information of the system. There is too the flexibility of the tracing, because you can activate or deactivate the event generated through the API. So it's really convenient, because if you don't want to debug it or if you don't want the information, you can, in one click or like in one line, just disable it. But there are a few specificities from the name, you may have guessed, but so it's only available under Windows. And even so, it's complex, it's a structure mechanism. So the fact that it's complex is because it allows the user to do a lot of things. So of course there will be a degree of complexity, but it's structured so that you can find yourself and not be lost. But there are a few disadvantages. It contains all components since it traces way back to Windows 2000, and its interfacing can be sometimes quite complex, depending on what you want to do. So here, a quick screenshot of Windows 2000, just to remind you what it was or to make you discover it, if you didn't know it. So event tracing for Windows, as you can see on the schema, is that it appeared with Windows 2000, and in fact, it's the only one that is still there with Windows 10. So event logging or Windows event log just appeared in the middle of it. And so it was more interesting to go on the topic of event tracing, because you are sure that no matter the version of Windows, you will have more or less features, but you are sure that it will be present. Trace logging is a new technology that appeared with Windows 10, and it's kind of not really a new technology, because it's using, in fact, ETW to do all the work behind. So in fact, when you are using trace logging, it's just a layer on top of it, but you are still using ETW. It stays the same in the core. So how does it work? It's really simple. In fact, ETW is centered on three main components. What we call a controller is the one that will be in charge of the tracing session, so it will start or stop it. The provider or providers, because they will be the ones that will give the events that we are interested in to the tracing session. And finally, the consumer, which will be the ones that will use every event that have been generated, that will take a look at it, and so it will consume them. So let's go a bit more into details with the type of providers. So there are the legacy one, the one that comes from Windows 2000 or before Windows Vista. So what we call the MUF providers or the classic providers. So they are really deprecated and you should not use them, but there may be still some are still in use in the system. And the WPP providers that are true in the legacy. But in the new one, starting from Windows Vista and the other versions, there is a manifest-based providers. So the manifest-based providers, it's not complicated. It's just a manifest. It's just an XML file that contains every information that will be used by the provider in order to generate an event. So when I'm talking of information, I'm talking, in fact, of keywords and level. So a level is, in fact, kind of a tag. It's just a word that will be used in order to determine if the provider will generate some kind of events. But the level are, in fact, the word used for the levels are defined by Windows. So you don't choose them when you do your provider. So it means that it's common to every providers. If you go from one providers to the other, you'll be sure to find them. And it's interesting in order to filter the events that you have access to. But there are two, what we call the keywords. So the keywords are another kind of tags. These ones are determined by the provider. So it determines which keyword you want to create for itself. And depending on that, it will provide another way of filtering the events that are generated. The main difference between a level and keyword is just, in fact, the fact that you are sure to find them, the level, in every other providers, but keywords are really for a specific provider. You are not sure to find them somewhere else. But the way that it's implemented, the behavior of the provider reacts, depending on whether the level is enabled or not, or if the keyword is put, it will depend on itself. So it doesn't change a lot in the mechanism. It's just for someone that wants to use a provider, it's just simpler. Simpler for someone that doesn't even go, in fact, go the keyword because you can easily see them. And there is too the trace logging providers that, since it's a new technology, the new way that is recommended by Windows, by Microsoft, in fact, in order to use providers. So if you want to create one, I would just recommend using a trace logging. So you may have noticed, but I talk quite a lot about tracing session, but I don't say what it was. So first, tracing session, trace session, it's all the same. Since it goes back to Windows 2000, there are a lot of vocabulary saying the same thing. So a lot of synonyms, but it's in fact exactly the same thing. So the tracing session, we can see the controller controlling and determining if the provider are enabled or not. The consumer that is just here to recuperate the different kind of events that went into the tracing session. And the provider that is kind of the reporter, like on the field, and that is saying what is happening on the system or in the application, and is feeding the events to the tracing session. So a tracing session is in fact just a structure. In fact, it's just really some cases in the memories that are taken by the tracing session that contains variables. So it can be for the buffers, because a tracing session will keep the events that have been provided by the providers in the memory for the consumer to access it after, or to feed it directly to him. And for that, it will have some variables that will be the different flags that are used for the tracing session, if you can use it in real time, and other different flags that we'll see later. So the trace log session. So there are no really specific kind of tracing session, but with the different options that are given. In fact, we can notice a few that are distinguishing themselves. So the first one is the trace log session. It's a basic behavior where the provider feeds the messages to the tracing session. They go into a buffer, so just some place in memory where they are kept. And the consumer, in order to consume them, will just, in fact, pass by a file, because the tracing session will not give them directly to the consumer, but will write them in a file. So when I'm talking of file, I'm just talking of a binary file or XML1 with a format of EVTX or EVT or even ETL, and you can just use after a consumer, which is just an application, in order to read them and have access to them. And in the worst case, you can still use WinBag, a debugging tool, to have access directly to the buffers. But the normal behavior is really to pass by the log files. So the real interest of this session, tracing session, is to use a log file. There are two what we call real-time trace session. This one, what is interesting is that when you want to have them directly in live, and you are not really interested in safekeeping them, or you are afraid that somebody may modify them, you can directly have them from the tracing session. So you will do what we call a real-time trace session. But what you have to take into account is the fact that this kind of tracing session are not exclusive. So in the case of the real-time trace session, nothing stops you from, in fact, doing a real-time and kind of trace-like trace session, because you can still access the events in real time and after log them in a log files for another consumer or even for later, just to keep some traces. A more specific kind is the buffer trace session. So as I told you, everything is stored in a tracing session and goes into buffers, but it's more or less hidden for the consumer in general. But in this case, you see it. And in this one, everything should stay in the buffer and you should not have any access to it. So you can see on the left an arrow with overwrite. In fact, it's not the typical behavior. You can just take it in what we call sequential and write the events, so beginning with first, 2 seconds, and everything, and stop when you have when the buffer is full. Or you can do circular and just overwrite on the oldest event that has been written on the buffer. And what is interesting with this buffer trace session is that since you don't have any access to it, you have to manually get access to it later with the debugger tool or by flashing it. And in fact, it's really interesting when an event has already happened, you are not using too much memory or using too much of the system in terms of performance, because everything is kept inside the trace session. And when something happens and you want to check if this application had something or other providers gave some events that were interesting for us, you can just flush what is interesting for you, because you can select and filter with different keywords and levels that I talked about. Another kind of tracing session, because you not see all of them, but the most common ones are the private trace sessions. So these ones are not stored in the system. I told you it was just a structure in memory. This time it's stored in the process. So the thread will generate the events. It will go into the tracing sessions in the buffers. But careful, the fact is that a private trace session can only be read by the log files. You can't access it with a debugger tool or in real time. It's not possible. So it's kind of the same behavior, same comportment than a trace log session. But it's interesting, for example, if you look to the firewall or other application, you can see that in fact there are private trace session, because you have to see that the number of tracing session is limited on the system. You are limited to 64. So once you hit the limit, first come, first serve. So it's too late and you can't create another tracing session. And with that, you can kind of break the number of tracing sessions because it's not registered at the same place. It's really in the process. So here you can see a table with the different flags that are used in order to determine the kind of tracing sessions that you are doing, in fact. So then is kind of the same sequential. Circular is just to overwrite, as I told you. You can see secure, so it's just to be sure that not anybody can stop your tracing session. Non-stoppable are the new that appeared. It's really specific, and it means that you really can't stop them. So the name, private logger, etc. etc. So here we have a screenshot of one program that I created. You can see all the tracing sessions that are on the system. So this one is the first on the 22 of the system at the moment that I took the screenshot. You can see the different members of the structure of the tracing session, the size of the buffer, the ID of the provider. We can even see the timestamp. And what is interesting is what we call the grid. Grid means global universal, global unique identifier. It means that it's a unique identifier for this tracing session, the whole system. It's with this identifier that you will be able to, in fact, use the tracing session. Otherwise, you can't access it. You can use its alias. You can see it totally at the bottom with the logger name. If you use logman, that we'll see later, but otherwise, what you are using really in ETW is a grid. So the flag is not really interesting because it's there for every tracing session. But if you look, what is more interesting in the log file mode, so you will see that it's non-stoppable. So it means that in fact it's a new kind of tracing session that appear with it in the last version of Windows. You can see that it's in secure mode, so not anybody can stop it, because otherwise there is really no security about it, and everyone can stop it, and we'll see that later. It's real time. It persists even when you put the computer in hibernation. It's independent. It means that what is important to notice is that when a provider can give events to different tracing sessions at the same time, it's not an issue. And the issue is that if a provider fails to give an event to a tracing session, if the flag event trace independent session mode is not enabled, if it fails for one tracing session, it will not try for the others. So if someone has fun making sure that it can't feed them, then it will fail for all the other tracing sessions, and no log will be generated, or at least fed to the tracing session, so it's as if nothing happened. And the no-pair processor buffering, which is in fact just a flag if you're using the processor time, because you can be running on different core, different processors at the same time, and so you may have issues, but you should not use it if you have a really high number of events happening. So that's it for this example. But there are two other kind of tracing sessions. For example, the reserved trace sessions. So we have what we call the global logger trace session, the NT kernel logger trace session, and the boot time global logger session. So the last two are in fact really kind of special. The first one, the global logger, is in fact just a tracing session that will begin at the boot time of the system, of the operating system. So it's interesting if you want to have events that don't appear once you are logged in and everything is ready for the system, but really at the beginning. What you have to be careful about is the fact that it's a unique trace session. So compared to the others, where you can create 2 log trace sessions, and I mean, as long as you don't exceed the limit of 64, you can create as many as you want. But the global logger trace session is really unique. If there is one, you can't create another. And you even have to pass by the Windows registry in order to create it, so it's not as easy as the other one. And it's a trace log session, so you access to the events that have been gotten by the log file, and it can neither be accessed in real time nor by the buffer trace session. So you can't access the buffer with a debugging tool. So that's it if you're interested in every event that are happening at the beginning of the system. But what we talked before was more about applications, and you may be interested in everything that is happening on the kernel side. And for that, you have to pass by the empty kernel logger trace session. So a system of flags that was present in the structure of the tracing session. You can determine which kind of events you will get, which kind of events you will get from the system, from the operating system, because this time we are with the drivers. But the issue is that you are not sure that you will get them from the beginning of the booting time of the operating system. So a solution was found, and you just have to create what we call a boot time global logger session. So it's in fact a hybrid between a global logger trace session and an empty kernel logger trace session. So you combine both, and you have all the drivers events starting from the boot time of the machine. For that, you can use different tools. So there are native one, Logman, WebTutil. WebTutil is interesting if you want to install a manifest for a provider, because I told you that there was a manifest-based providers, and if you don't have the manifest, which is kind of, in fact, the translator for the provider, you will have IDs, you will have numbers, but you will not be able to understand what is in fact happening, what are the events that have been generated. And you have the basic event viewer in order to consume them. Otherwise, you have Purview, MMA, so Microsoft Message Analyzer, that is more complete if you're interested to have more details about the events that are happening. And others like the message compiler, if you want to compile your own manifest, if you are creating your own compiler. So here you have a screenshot of the event viewer. So you can see the level on the left. So here it's information, it could be critical or warning. You have the date and time, the source, so the name of the provider, the ID of the event. So for every event that has been generated, every kind of events, you have a grid, and it's what they call here an event ID. And the task category is in fact just the keyword that has been used. Here's our none. And after you can go and have more details. And here you have Microsoft Message Analyzer. So you have way more details if you are interested in it. And it's really more practical if you are doing a lot of ETW, because otherwise the user is quite restricted, quite limited. So the research methodology that we used during our project, the first question was, can ETW be used for forensic purposes? And for that, we read a lot of scientific articles, looked at blogs, and others that mention ETW. But in the end, we always went back to Microsoft Docs, aka MSDN, which is really, you can't go around, it's really needed. And after working a bit and delving into the topic, the question that went to us was, okay, it can be used for forensic purposes because you have quite some information, but can you trust it? Is it reliable? Are you sure that you are having the good information? Because you are asking a lot of events, but if you trust it blindly and you use it in order for your security, you better be sure that it's really good. And for that, we began by doing some programs with the API, so some controller, basic providers, consumer, and debugging some drivers. And we did some experiments by trying to inject events, reverse engineering drivers to find the grid and read their events. And in fact, it's very difficult because if you don't have the symbol file, for people that know reverse engineering, it's in fact the debugging file that is generated when you are compiling your program, your code. If you don't have it, it's not given. Like it can be given by Microsoft. If somebody makes its own driver, you will not be able, in fact, to read the events that have been generated because you don't have the what it corresponds to. You just have the number of the ID of the event, but nothing else. And we saw too the reverse engineering of the logging mechanism because in Windows XP there was a vulnerability of the time talk to, so time of check to time of use. You have to know that for the kernel, you check if the good space in memory is used and is correctly accessed to when you put a value in it. But if somebody can access it before you use it, then it means nothing because you are not sure anymore of what is happening. And it means that somebody can write directly and execute things on the kernel side. And so it's really critical. And in the end, it was not present on Windows 10 anymore. So let's see a specific case of our researches. So for this one, everything began with the CV 2020-0601. So it's in fact something that happened in January of 2020. And it's vulnerabilities that touch the certificates. It's in fact somebody that can spoof a certificate in order to auto-sign is executable. So after he can use this malware and do everything he wants on your system because it seems legitimate. So you can see the classification by NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology. So improper certificate validation. And what Microsoft proposed was to do better than just patching the vulnerability, but patching it, so making sure that you can't exploit it, but on top of it, trying to detect if somebody tries to exploit it, even if it's corrected. And so for that, they added a function to ETW. So it's really that simple. They just added a function, at least for the user side. And it generates an event to through a provider, so Microsoft Windows Audit CVE. And you can see that different kind of CM are using it. So Elastic, Splunk, and there are already queries and different kind of articles for every people from the security field that want to detect this kind of vulnerability. But the issue is that in fact, you're not forced to have somebody trying to go into your computer and using this vulnerability to have this message. It means that it's not because you have this event that it's really happening. That is the issue. And that's what we will see with a quick demonstration. So here with Microsoft Message Analyzer, so we have a lot of options, but what we just do is a new session. We create a new session, we chose a live trace, we just add a provider, we take Microsoft Windows Audit CVE. So there are other kind of providers that have it because You can just listen to it with Microsoft Windows Audit instead of Audit CV, but you may be polluted by other events that are generated, so we just go with this one. We add it to the list of selected providers. And we are good, we just start. So nothing is happening because no events are generated on this one. And what we'll do is just go to our program. So here CV writes example. We launch it. So that just in fact a get jar in order to wait, because otherwise you will just see it open and close. And if you look on Microsoft Message Analyzer, you notice that something happened on your system, and possibly there was a detection of the CV, the third validation with the hash. If you look in the field data on the right, you can see the hash in SHA-1 of the certificate in question. And for CM solution, you can be something is happening and there is an attack. I mean, if you're on the system, it means that there is an attack, but you can look, in fact, on the wrong side and lose time, crucial time when you are having an attack. And so for our researches, we encountered some difficulties. It's difficult to list all the providers with a single tool, because you can use Logman, you can have some with Web2Til. You have some that are registered in the Windows registry, so really different sources. And I mean, anyone can create his own providers, so it's quite difficult. And he can just register his provider before using it and disable it and unregister it just after. A part of the providers don't even have a name, so you don't even have a clear name, they just have their GUID. So you just see a suite of numbers and letters, and you don't know what it's making your reference to. And so the difficulty too was to find the format of drivers, to listen to them for drivers that were not made by ourselves. But in the end, you can't read them without the symbol file. So in conclusion, the key question was, can ETW be used for forensic purposes to upgrade? So yes, clearly, but we upgraded our knowledge with articles and other sources. And to the question, can you trust it? Clearly no, because anybody can create his own events. And the issue that since it's first come, first served for the number of tracing sessions, it means that if you put enough tracing session, nobody can create his own, like for the antivirus Avast. And so it means that after they can't get the different events that they are interested in and not watch over the system. With the different realized experiments, injection of logs and others. So there were some that were successful and some that were not. For example, for the manifest-based providers, unless you override the manifest of the provider, you can't publish events for the provider. And what was important for us with this project was to share the knowledge. And for that, there was this conference and an article in MISC, which is a French magazine. And in future intentions, there could be to install an open source probe for CM and try to inject false logs to see what reacts, and find a way to extract the message format from the drivers in order to listen to them. So now, if I can, I would just try to show you how to use ETW simply through the native programs. So if you see it, we are with PowerShell, because you can just simply not use the API directly of ETW, but use the tools that have been made available. I don't know if everyone can see PowerShell. And so it's really simple. If you just want to access the providers, you don't need to create your own program in C or C++ or pass by C#. It's not that complicated. You just use Logman or WebTutil and you will see first all the possibilities that are given to you. So I don't know if everyone can see it. Yeah, so we'll just use Logman here. So just Logman, and you will use ETS, and you will see in fact all the tracing sessions that are currently running on your system. And it's what they call here data collector set, but you will see that there is a classical circular kernel context logger. So it's one from the system. There is the one from event log application, event log system, event log security. So there are the basic tracing sessions that that are being used. In fact, by the CM solution already, they are collecting the logs that are generated in the files, or just copying them. And so we can simply query them by just writing their name. So for example here, event log security. And you can see the name, the fact that it's running, exactly what kind of type it is, whether it's circular or not, whether you overwrite. Here we can see just under that it's a real-time trace session. So it's important to know that. The size of the buffer and other informations. So we have all that, and if you look I put it back, you can see here that, for example, the antivirus Avast is creating tracing session in our case, and we can just interrogate them just to know a bit more about them. And yeah, you can see, so it's two real-time tracing session, and it's defining quite some keywords, but it's because it's using the provider of Microsoft Windows WMI activity. So it's looking at this provider. And what could be interesting is just try to maybe stop it. And that's simple. In fact, you just want to cut it, you cut it. Because if you look into the flags, you will see that it's in fact not in secure mode. So it means that you don't need a lot of writes in order to touch it. And you can do the same with the other Avast AV. And you will see, for example, here it's a case where you don't even have the name of the provider, which is quite problematic. But this time you see that everything is put in a file, so file not file. And it's written exactly in this location. And if you want to list all the providers that you can have, you just have to wait a bit because there are more than 1,000 of them, but there are really a lot for the system. So whether you want to look for the firewall, for the network, or anything, it's always interesting because you don't need to pay for another software that will do the same, that in fact we just interface with it and use it behind your back, and you would pay just for the difference and not using it because generally this kind of complex software, you have to learn to use them. So let's just begin with ETW and skip the other part. And so you can see here the different kind of Microsoft providers. So you can see that there are a lot of them. So it's really just a quick preview of what you can do. let's go back. And you can do the same with WebTutil and just get the publisher, if I'm not wrong. We just any publishers. So this one is WebTutil is only for manifest-based providers. So we'll release them, and you can directly look to the log files. So enumerate logs files, and you can do the same directly with the log files. And if after you put, for example, I don't know, let's take one, may have some things. So for example, Superfetch, little wing to my teacher up. It is. And you can get the different information that you want on the log. So the name, the fact whether it's the provider is enabled or not, because I told you that the controller can enable or disable it as he wants. It's a kind of analytic, so just really for information. The log file where it's putting everything. And yeah, all the different information that you can be interested in. So after, if you really want to do more things, you have to pass by the API. But if you just want to take a quick look at it, it's really simple. You just open PowerShell and use the few tools that I talked to you about. So I'll just go back to the presentation. And so if you have any question, thank you for your attention. I will let the host chat if you want. And I will be present on Discord if anyone has any questions. Thank you.
And I am very glad and privileged to propose vote of thanks on behalf of Kozhikode Cyberdome. We are happy to declare our thankfulness to Mr. Alexis Figueroa, student in 5th year of ESIEA Cybersecurity Field Engineering School, who spent his precious time for us by sharing his excellent knowledge for the Cybersecurity Summit and graced this occasion with his presence. Thank you.
മൈജി എക്സ്റ്റൻഡഡ് വാറന്റി. വാറന്റിയുടെ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഇനി നീണ്ട കാലത്തെ ഗ്യാരണ്ടി. ഓൺലൈൻ ഗാഡ്ജറ്റ് ഷോപ്പിംഗ് ഇനി നിങ്ങളുടെ വിരൽ തുമ്പിൽ. www.myg.in. മൈജി സ്മാർട്ട് ചോയ്സ്. എക്സ്ചേഞ്ചിന് സമയമായി. ഗാഡ്ജറ്റ്സ് പഴയതാണോ? മൈജിയിൽ മാറ്റിയെടുക്കാം.
गाइस कुछ ऑर्डर करे क्या?
One margarita pizza.
एक गार्लिक ब्रेड.
और एक आइस टी.
ये कन्वीनियंट है पर पॉसिबल नहीं, मगर डेबिट कार्ड के बिना एटीएम से कैश निकालना कन्वीनियंट भी पॉसिबल भी. जस्ट डाउनलोड योनो कैश, करो ऐश. ये सेफ है पर पॉसिबल नहीं, मगर डेबिट कार्ड के बिना एटीएम से कैश निकालना कन्वीनियंट भी पॉसिबल भी. जस्ट डाउनलोड योनो.
During the COVID-19 pandemic lockout, we have seen a tremendous increase in the internet crimes or the cyber crimes. There have been a lot of cyber attacks basically upon banks. We have a lot of crimes on the social media, and generally on the internet, crimes have been increasing to a great extent. We know that people have hooked on to devices, the people, the criminals, everybody is hooked on. And the new trend that we find now is one of the shopping scams that have come surfaced recently. We've got a lot of complaints on this aspect where advertisements for cheap electronic goods, supposedly to be sold through Flipkart and Amazon or Myntra, the reputed shopping apps, would be sent through social media. So you'll find that it's at a great discount, and people tend to really click on the link and try to purchase the item immediately because the stocks may run out. So you find that you are redirected to a phishing site which looks almost like the Flipkart site or the Amazon site, and people tend to believe that and immediately click and transfer the money, which actually goes to the fraudster. So basically we have received a lot of complaints from throughout the state that this scam is very prevalent now, it's widely spreading, and that's why we put out this advisory that you should be very careful while looking at the advertisements on the social media, because this will lead you to lose your money. It will lead you to a fraud site, a phishing site, which will ensure that you lose your money. So basically what you need to do is whenever you go into the shopping app, you should actually verify the address as to whether it's the right one, because the fraudsters, the phishing sites will be one or two alphabets may be different. If you say Flipkart, it will be like Flippy Cart or something of that sort, which is different from the original site. So basically, whenever you are using the internet marketing shopping site, you should actually verify the address and see it's the correct one. And it's better always to go and search in the Google or type the address and go into the site rather than clicking a link and going in. So basically, the public should be aware of this thing and ensure that they don't become a cyber victim in this scam. Thank you.
Entire world is behind COVID-19 pandemic. Everyone is keeping social distance to save them and community. But predators were looking to our kids. These fools don't know they are unlucky. Kerala Police Cyberdome sniffed their presence.
Cyberdome is a center of excellence for Kerala Police and is a pioneer in the country in public-private partnership for furthering cybersecurity. Cyberdome Kozhikode is organizing a virtual summit on cybersecurity on the theme Real Time and Real Attacks. As Superintendent of Police Information and Communication Technology, I hope that this summit will inspire, educate, and enthuse cyber experts to create a better cyberspace for all of us. Thank you for joining hands with Kerala Police in this endeavor to make the cyber world a safe place for all of us. Thank you.
The scale and intensity of cyber attacks continues to grow rapidly, reaching record levels with millions of new malware infections, ransomware attacks, and malicious bots. New generations of threats creates a huge drain to the Internet's infrastructure, costing enterprises billions of dollars. In this rapidly evolving threat environment, Cyberdome's unique and powerful managed security service is vital for any type of network, whether public, industrial, or financial. It provides formidable defenses against a wide range of cyber attacks while protecting data and reducing security risks. Using industry-leading technology and expertise, we secure and protect information assets 24/7. We transform the way our customers manage their information security and compliance programs. Cyberdome's 360-degree security perimeter, continuous 24/7 monitoring, detection, prevention, and recovery activities, incident response and forensics, prioritizing critical incidents and remediation needs, minimizing duration and impact of security breaches, a compliance review that fully meets global regulatory requirements and standards, cyber threat intelligence based on network analytics from organizations and leading cyber agencies around the world, online reporting system distributing selectively security incidents with executives and security personnel for immediate action. Don't wait till it's too late. Cyberdome's managed security service, total network. Cybercrimes are a real threat to the activities of governmental and business. To address cyber threats, you need a broad range of information security solutions. There is no single solution that can protect your people, data, and organization. Leading-edge technology must be balanced with information security solutions to identify risks.
Head to the next session. Adversary simulation. This simulates how an adversary or threat actor approaches their targets and perform a wide variety of attack tactics. This is a bit different from red teams because actions of a threat actor is only being simulated here instead of actual exploitation and exfiltration. It focuses on an organization's capability to deal with an attack post-compromise. These exercises provides an organization a good opportunity to train against actual adversary tactics, thus the betterment of cyber defense system. This talk brief about adversary simulation, emulation, red team and a couple of other things. Then explains two scenarios which was part of a real world assessment. 1. Fooling an AI ETR. 2. Bypassing AVs with unmanaged PowerShell. These two simple use cases explains how easy it was to bypass enterprise security systems with simple tactics. Every cyber defense system or product requires fine-tuning and customization so that it could perform at better capacity. These exercises helps the enterprise to successfully tune and improve their defense and detection systems. The guiding personnel will be Abhijit BR, a leading offensive security operations and adversary simulation and founder of Red Team Village. He is experienced in application security testing, penetration testing, adversarial attack simulation, vulnerability assessment, offensive cyber security, internal infrastructure security assessments, and Red Team assessments. He is the founder of Red Team Village Community and lead organizer of DEFCON Group Trivandrum.
Hello, Smith. Am I audible? Can you just, can you just see my face and see my screen?
Yes, Abhijit, you are audible and your screen is also visible. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I hope you guys can see my screen. If you are not seeing my screen, just feel free to ping me if there's any difficulties in the. Okay. Hello everyone, and എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. I think this is a very fine Sunday evening, and most of you guys are sitting in front of computers, just to be a part of security summit organized by Kerala Police Cyberdome Kozhikode Division. Okay, today my talk is going to be, or it is titled Adversary Simulation, how we can bully antivirus products and EDR products with, some dirty tricks. Just let me, give a small intro about myself. My name is Abhijit. Right now I am working in an organization and, leading their offensive security operations team, which is a global fintech company. Before that, I used to work with Nissan Motor Corporation, and prior to that, I was a senior security analyst at Ernst & Young. So I have, more than a decade of experience in, the security and cybersecurity domain. And along with that, I do manage a couple of cybersecurity communities, which involves our DEFCON Group Trivandrum, a team community called teamvillage.org. And recently I started, running a very small blog, which is dedicated to adverse attack simulation and later things. So let's get on to, the main topic here. So before going forward, just keep in mind that I'll be talking about, mostly about adversary simulation and two different use cases which we were used, in the past assessments. So as an intro, I should talk about red teaming, because red teaming is kind of, a pitching word nowadays, right? Everyone is, using every service, maybe every vendors, every security professional. They're all kind of, interested in the word red teaming, So not penetration testing, because there is a very wide confusion around the terms red team, and penetration testing. There is a very big gap between these two entities. So the team, in a very simple words, it is a group of highly technical people, who would be challenging an organization, in different areas. For example, let's say, if you about pen or penetration testing, that would be focusing a certain area of an organization. For example, their network infrastructure, or their applications, or their surveys, right? So their scope is very much limited. It is well defined. For example, if they are doing internal pen testing, their goal would be, penetrating a server which is having sensitive data to the organization, and give that information as a, to the organization who has hired the penetration testing team. So when it comes into red teaming, or it is an offense. It is a full scope assessment. They are not only targeting the network architecture of that organization, they are also targeting the organization from a wide variety of scope that include the people, the employees of that organization, physical premises, their supply chain. Every organization has their own, supply chain, right? That area, then their application, surveys, database surveys, everything comes under their scope. This is how an actual advisory or an actual threat actor would be approaching an organization. So being, when an organization organizes a red team engagement, there is their goal would be also defined in a separate area. For example, let's say their goal would be getting to the CEO's computer and steal sensitive information from there, or their goal would be breaching the organization from a wide variety of attack vectors. Let's say starting from the physical to employees. So that is how a red team works. So we are talking about, we are not, talking about a team here. We are going to explain much about adversary emulation, simulation, and that kind of topics. So before we go into adversary simulation, let's talk about adversary emulation. I'm not going to, talk or explain very much about emulation here, because it's been covered by, different organizations, different GitHub repositories. So emulation means, let's say we have multiple, APTs are emerging each month or each year, right? These are, threat actors. For example, there is a new threat actor, or there is a new ransomware, it is, there in the wild, and it is targeting the organizations and, making a lot of noise. So from an organization's perspective, we want to verify that, whether that actor or that adversary could breach our organization. So we want to run an emulation saying that our cyber defense or security systems are capable to detect and defend that certain threat actor. Let's say Cobalt, that is a very famous threat actor. If they are, they have a well-established set of steps, they will be using against that organization. Most of these steps are being recorded by many security organizations, and that is publicly available. So we can collect that information. We can try to emulate that actions of a certain threat actor or an adversary within our organization. We can also, there are a lot of scripts available, like, let's say Atomic, Red Team, Cultura, etc., etc. So by using that, we can try to replicate that the actions of a well-known APT or a well-known threat actor within our organization, just to make sure that our existing cyber defense system, let's say our antivirus, our EDR product, our SOC team, our security operations team, all of them will be able to detect the activities performed by this APT. So that is the whole purpose of performing adversary emulation within an organization. So when it comes into adversary simulation, this is a bit different from red teams, because in red teams we are actually performing real world exploitation or real world attacks against an organization. That is not a simulation, not at all. Because if you are performing physical security assessment, you will be trying to get into their offices, data centers, trying to lure out one of their employees. You will setting up a world-class phishing infrastructure, just to phish one employee, get into their computer, get into their trade secrets. So that is not a simulation. So when it comes to red teaming, everything is full scope, and we are just doing the actions of an adversary, right? So let's come back to adversary simulation. Here we are just simulating the actions. Maybe we can consider this as a kind of a white box activity, which is being done by the organization security team itself. Maybe sometimes the organization hires outside professional, to perform simulation within the environment. So in simple ways, the simulation focuses on an organization's ability to deal with an actual adversary. Let's say in a red team scenario, a red teamer is trying to set up a red team infrastructure, creates a staging server, like phishing server, etc., tied to fool an employee of that organization, maybe a business executive, right? So when it inside the organization, there will be obviously there will be a security team, right? So they can also try to replicate these actions. They can try to create a phishing simulation server themselves, or maybe a C2 infrastructure, for the simulation. By using that, they'll try to replicate the manual actions of an adversary against their own organization. The benefit of that exercise would be, the betterment of their cyber defense systems. For example, let's say a business executive, the security team will manage to lure out a business executive and obtain his credentials, which would lead to sensitive data exposure, right? So the organization could understand that weak point by performing a simulation against that organization. Or let's say an organization has attained a certain level of maturity in terms of internal security. For example, internal servers and internal laptops, everything is having a primary antivirus software, a secondary EDR software, then privilege escalation manager, or privilege manager, then internal traffic monitoring and everything, right? So when it comes to simulation, we can try to write our own custom malware for a C2 framework, or we can come up with our own C2 framework, or we can use well-known open source C2 frameworks out there, and process an adversary within our own network. We can try to, launch our payloads in a target an employee's laptop or internal server, and we can monitor whether the internal security systems are able to detect that kind of attack, or is it monitoring the outbound traffic effectively, how far an adversary could go inside the network. Let's say starting from an employee's laptop to sensitive database surveys. So everything can be simulated. Every adversary's actions can be simulated within the environment. Then those activities will be monitored by the security team itself to understand what is their gap. Let's say they have an enterprise antivirus software, but all of the features which was provided by the antivirus software, it was not being used by the organization, right? And because they have already paid for the enterprise antivirus software to secure systems, but somehow it was misconfigured, right? So how would you understand that? But by using such manual simulation exercises, you can come up with, you can find out what is our weakness. All these tools, all these paid tools, AVs, monitoring systems, everything, they need to be tuned to a higher level so that it could attain, the maximum protection level. Or also we could say that the simulation exercises, it provide, a valuable life. For example, we again mentioned, it is about simulation, right? We are not emulating anything. We are not running a bunch of scripts used by, previous APTs and trying to emulate the actions here. We're just trying to simulate the actions, but instead of a third-party adversary, there is performed by the internal security team itself, or internal red team itself, or internal adversarial simulation team itself. So it would be a live fair training opportunity for the defense analysts within the organization, so that they can define what are their security countermeasures, and what was the level of attacks they were able to detect and prevent, and what should we do for the next time. So such kind of there's kind of there's a very narrow line between adversary simulation and purple teaming, right? So all the actions being performed as a part of adversary simulation, it is for the betterment, or is to improve the cyber defense system, or security open center, or the blue team within the organization. I'll show an example. So this is a very basic red team infrastructure, which can be also used for adversary simulation. So this is how an adversary would set up their infrastructure, just to target their targets, right? Just to launch attacks against their target. So this is a very simple one. You can find different variants of this infrastructure from bluescreen of jeff.com. I got this diagram from there. I had added my own a couple of items in there, just to make use of this diagram in our own perception. So if you're looking at this diagram, so we can either use it for a small red team engagement against an organization, or you can set it up for an adversary simulation as a adversary simulation infrastructure. So you could just host a couple of domain names which is similar to your organization. For example, your company name would be abc.com, and you managed to buy a domain name called abcc.com, right? So that is pretty similar to your current organization, but you need to make sure that your SOC team or your blue team, your cyber defense team is they could understand such kind of domain scouting. For example, someone was managed to buy a domain name named abcc.com, which is very similar to our organization. It needs to be such activities needs to be monitored by your blue team, right? Then we can we could host a couple of phishing server. Technically we would be hosting two kind of CT, command and control infrastructure, which is for long time or short time. So this exact replica of a red team infrastructure, right? So using all these custom domain name, which is similar to your organization or organization service providers. For example, your organization is heavily relying on AWS or Microsoft. So you could also try to in a domain front, or you could also try to come up with domain name which is similar to your organization's vendor, right? Or then we could host all these attack surveys, C2 surveys, mail server and phishing server behind a set of proxies. We are placing the proxies there, so that even if the blue team is trying to, they found the actual IPs of your C2 MM, and you can just they will be getting IPs of the proxy service only, right? So you could just very easily change the proxy server into something else. They will never get to the actual backend service here. So this is just an example, right? If it would be in a real team infrastructure, we could add a couple of proxy servers here just to make sure that our backend actual C2 service are being intact, right? They are not, giving away their IP or information to the hunters or defenders. So this is just an example. Okay, let's get to our scenario on here. I think I have explained a bit about adversary simulation. If you have any questions, feel free to come to the Discord channel so that we can have very long discussions about the very same topic. So let's go to the scenario one. So in the discussion of my talk, I have described that I have mentioned that this is going to be a very short talk, but it will be having two different scenarios, right? Two different real-world scenarios where which was used by our team, during two different assessments. But the point here would be, when I explained adversary simulation, there's a very small technique here. For example, let's say your AVs are there, but it was misconfigured, right? But a simulation activity had to be performed to identify that gap, right? So always keep that in mind, because adversary simulation is not similar to, or not that much similar to red teaming. We are trying to, tweak, or we are trying to simulate the actions of adversaries within our network, making a bit of modifications to the tactics so that we can identify, our defense systems are able to detect and prevent it. The scenario one, like, this is a scenario where we were managed to fool an artificial intelligence-based EDR software during an assessment. So it was a very, very, simple or dirty trick which we had used to bypass this EDR. So I will explain about the EDR in the next slide. So EDR, it would we could say it's endpoint detection and response. Because we are all aware of antivirus software, right? So it will be detecting, the malicious programs, malicious executables within our system, right? Malwares, worms, virus, etc., etc. So there was a point where, the protection provided by AVs, it was benign, right? So there comes EDR, endpoint detection and response programs. Nowadays, most of the EDRs will be having two components. The first component would be, it will be acting as an AV, and second component would be, monitoring all the activities which are performed in a system. Each and everything, for example, all the executions, all the API calls, all the network traffic, each and everything will be monitored by EDRs. It will be compared against a very, very big list of previously defined or previously classified set of activities. If any kind of malicious or unwanted activities are being performed in the system, the EDR would be flagging it. And for example, let's say you have 2,000 machines within your company's or organization's network. All these endpoints will be monitored by a centralized command center, right? This will be having a dashboard where all these traffic will be monitored by security analysts. So if something is happening within your organization, it will be able to pick that activity, and you could perform threat hunting to find from where that activity, when was the first time the activity occur, what is the tactics are being used, the actual threat hunting process. So when it comes into teaming or adversary simulation, all the attack is, they need initial access, right? So these AVs and EDRs, they are always, compared to, there are much more security defense mechanisms are there. Example, EPM, web proxy, etc., etc. But compared to that, getting effort to getting, it is what preventing you from getting initial access from a laptop or from a machines. These EDRs and AVs, they are the first line of defense for a user computer or a server. So again, in simple ways, EDR will be monitoring all the activities which is happening in your systems, and it will be recorded, and any kind of malicious activities are happening there, it will be prevented by the EDR software. So these are the some of the commonly used techniques, by EDR software. Nowadays, most of the EDRs are coming with, powered with AI and machine learning kind of techniques, right? And there is a huge discussion happening on these two topics, like artificial intelligence and machine learning. That is an entirely different topic. So we could come to these 5 points. These are the most common techniques used by EDRs, like self and memory protection. We won't be able to turn off, a normal user will not be able to turn off EDR, so that if the normal user is not able to turn it off or remove it, malicious payloads or agents with normal user privilege, they will not be able to disable the EDRs as well, right? Then hooking engine, I will come back to hooking engine. then sandbox or virtualization, emulation, log alert generation, so network communication mounting, all the domains or all the IPs, accessed by all the programs or executables within your machine. So everything will be mounted by areas. So let's come back to there is a reason why I had to put these X marks for self and memory protection and for hooking engine. So let's talk about hooking engine for a moment. So EDR has a kind of technique, kind of methodology called hooking. All the executables, which are launching in a computer, in an open system, it will be hooked by a DLL, which is owned by the EDR software or the EDR product, right? So that is what called hooking. Because of hooking, the EDR will be aware of all the activities, API calls and everything, API call, file write, file read, everything performed by that certain executable. So that's why the EDRs are using the hooking mechanism, right? So in simple words, it will be injecting a DLL to each and every executable at the time of execution, so that they can monitor and track the activities which are performed by that certain executable, right? And self and memory protection, that is a very important important function, because as the antivirus software, it is very hard to kill these processes, right? It has self protection mechanisms. So I will come back to these two points in the next slide. So these are some of the commonly used techniques to bypass EDR, such as binary padding, which is very, very old method. Then unhooking. So we talked about the hooking here. Hooking means we can, in using different mechanisms, different methods, we can try to unhook that certain driver file or DLL file from an executable, right? In that way, EDR will not be aware of the activities performed by this malicious executable. That is technically, it is very comprehensive method to achieve, right? Then using miscellaneous API calls, instead of calling native system API calls, we could use miscellaneous API calls. These are all techniques which are used by attackers to bypass EDR protections. And shellcode memory injection, these are all common techniques. And many other techniques are out there. Many security researchers are coming with new techniques every day to bypass EDRs, right? So, but we don't have time for that, right? So then there are our dirty tricks. Just find a couple of dirty tricks, and we can use it during our simulations. I would say these are a couple of misconfiguration, right? It would happen even if you are buying a security products which is worth millions, and you are not configuring it very well, or you are just using it off the shelf tools, right? You are not configuring it very well. So in that case, in other ways, we could say that our dirty tricks comes from actual misconfigurations, right? Here, I'm going to demonstrate a way to bypass the hooking which is done by the EDR tools. You are aware of the dirty punches, right? Maybe if you're, for example, let's say, I think you guys are familiar with it. Like, it is like punch the enemy when he's not looking, right? Or, attack the enemy, if he's not vigilant, right? There is another point, for example, if your organizations is expecting attack from a certain, area of within your organization, let's say your internet facing service, but most of the time the attack will not happen at the perimeter. It will come into the organization via an employee who is having higher privileges, right? So this is a direct example for that. Bullying with dirty punches. Similar to that, I will just show you a quick demo. We have, this is our target environment. I did this in back in 2019, right? The end of 2019, and we managed to record this video on 2020, I think March. The Windows 10 operating system, and it was using Windows Defender as a primary antivirus, and there was an EDR product. I'm not mentioning the name here. So let's get to the demo. I'll be playing a short video here. Okay, I said there was a primary antivirus, right? Instead of using a C2 environment, I have recorded this video using an RDP version. So that, just to make sure I guess I get in the point. So as I mentioned earlier, there was two antivirus. First part was a primary antivirus, which was Windows Defender. On the right side, you could see the screen of that window of that EDR product. So here, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to understand if there are any folders within the Windows system which is being excluded in Windows Defender, right? Hopefully, hopefully we found a folder named ccm.logs exclusion, right? It was being excluded in Windows Defender. So after finding that folder, we managed to create a folder within that excluded folder. Then there we managed to execute PSEC to elevate from normal administrator user to a system user. So we got a shell with system rights, NT authority system right. So using NT authority system right, we navigated to that folder which was excluded by Windows Defender. Then this is a very famous tool, right? Process dump. So using process dump, we are trying to dump the LSAS process. So it will be having all the hashes which is being within the system. So we are trying to dump the LSAS to a file called LSAS _on.tmp, right? Let's see what happens. So it is trying to dump the LSAS file. The EDR is in detect only mode, so that's the reason why it is happening, and an alert will be there. Give it a couple of seconds. On the right side, we could see that the EDR managed to detect that exploit attempt, right? It is mentioning that a process named procdump64.exe tried to touch lsas.exe, right? Now we can navigate to the folder where that EDR is being installed, and this certain DLL, cymemdef64.dll, it was being used for DLL hooking or as a part of hooking engine, right? We managed to find that DLL and try to rename that DLL as a backfile. Unfortunately, that even was not detected by the EDR, right? Then we went back to the previous directory and tried to dump the LSAS process again. Let's see what happens, whether there will be an alert or anything. We successfully managed to dump the LSAS. There was no alert. This is a very, very simple, I would say, dirty trick, which would leverage upon a misconfiguration, right? So all these AVs, they should be having, or EDRs, they should be having powerful, self-protection mechanism, right? So most of the time, they'll be concentrating on the running processors. Maybe some of the antivirus, they will not even allow us to touch that folder itself, right? So some